morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're at in the world. It is always a good time for a race. And when you're at a track that has such a historic and amazing history, such as IMOLA, it's always a good time here to be along. Welcome everybody in for this fourth round. We're starting the European run of the International Virtual Racing Association, the Clubsport series. We gave the Americas their run, and now it's time to show off the amazing tracks here of Europe. It's going to be myself, Brad Dalton, up in the booth, and I am going to be joined here by Lorenzo Bonder. Ewan O'Leary will be joining you for the second half of the race, but we're going to have things here for a little bit with me and Lorenzo, so I hope you're ready. I hope you have popcorn. I hope you have something to drink, and I hope you're ready for IMOLA, the Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari circuit. This is a 4.9 kilometer circuit that has been around since the 1950s. It has a very, very long history in the likes of Formula One, where you may know it, but it of course also runs motorsport racing. It runs MotoGP racing, and it's a track that I'm very excited to see how it goes today. Of course, this does start round 4. As I said, the European circuit run here going through. We'll go to a Circuit de Jerez coming up in the 15th of March. And then, of course, Algarve International Circuit will end us out on the 12th of April. We've taken a month off since Sebring. Not a lot has been crazy, but it's been something that you should know about. This is one of those series that month off doesn't make a lot of difference, but for some drivers, it can throw them off their rhythm. We'll see how the drivers get back into the flow of things. Of course, January, always a big time for the road series to go. Of course, you have plenty of things going through here, but for the Club Sport series, you've got 4 classes of cars to get through. TCRs, Audi RS, Honda, and Hyundai Veloster N. And then Club Aston Martin GT4, McLaren 570, the Mercedes AMG, and the Porsche 718. In Cup, it is the Porsche 911 GT3, aka the 992. And then, of course, we have those wonderful JSP 320s up in LMP3. Those are the cars that will take on this very narrow and somewhat challenging circuit, deceptively so challenging, that we'll talk about here in just a little bit. And we'll kind of go through that. The event format as it stands, well, TCR qualifying is, of course, about to be over. From there, we'll go through sport qualifying, cup qualifying, LMP3 qualifying. We'll hit the grid, we'll warm up, we'll get things going. And then, of course, it's 134 laps for the green flag here that we will run through. And that will get us through the race today. Standings as it sits is going to be really what we need to talk about here. This is where I think you've got to be aware, especially coming into the back half of the season. You've got to be prepared and ready to go. Core Sim Racing currently leading the LMP3s at 293 points, with Hydro Race Geodesic in second and third. Both of them there, 265, 263. We'll see how the teams work together and against each other. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage in 4th. WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 5th. Maradness M Squad currently in 6th place, with Solpec Precision in 7th. Trek in 8th. Prestanda Nomad in 9th. And Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, their 3rd LMP3 team, in 10th. In the Cup, it's Racing Lab Esports at 313 with Valkyrie Excite in 2nd, and Impulse Racing in 3rd. Delta Sport Sim Shop in 4th. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral in 5th. Carlar Esports in 6th, Fiercely Forward in 7th, Olympus Esports, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral in 9th, and Sim City Racing in 10th. For the sport standing, it's currently Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC that's in first, just 27 points up on Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's 462 entry in the sport category. Delta Sport Sim Shop in 3rd, Zakarl Esports in 4th, Impulse Racing in 5th, Glacier Racing in 6th, BS Turner in 7th, Hugh Jass in 8th, Door Academy in 9th, and GridandGo.com Esports in 10th. In TCR, it's Sure Esports in 1st, G-Force Racing in 2nd, 220, 21 points there. Still plenty of points to give and take. Remember, we're round 4 of 6 here. WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 3rd, Semper Racing in 4th, Impulse Racing in 5th, Grow Racing chases down RD Sim Sport in 6th and 7th appropriately, Carler Esports in 8th, Voracious Racing Team in 9th, and Hydro Geodesic's TCR entry is currently in 10th place. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how we enter this 2025 season. If you followed us through 2024, you know 2025 is going to be fun. We'll ride on board with the TCR poll app. And as we do that, Lorenzo, I'm going to bring you in. Good evening. Actually, no, it might be good morning for you.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m.
Okay, well, time zones. They're a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're looking into Konstantin Stolzenberg, Rigor, like I used to call, we like to call him in the community from time to time. We're looking at his lap in the WSR community. No, sorry, WSR Esports butt kicker car. So it's quite an interesting lap because TCR is basically a draft train. You basically can see the cars up in front trying to drive each other. I think that's the Voracious, the Argentinian team that my good friend Ramiro was happy for quite a few moments, but when they had the pole position with Nahuel Fredes doing the provisional pole before actually the true pole lap from Constantine actually came in. But you can see it's a track that it kind of demands a little bit of the TCR's commitment, especially here at Alco Minerale. You have to go deep braking zone. The car does get a little bit offset, especially during the braking. It gets slight because you're coming down right-hand side turn. You're still braking in while doing the curve of sorts, so you can easily offset the car. Over here, Variante Alta, you kind of have to commit into the chicanes right there, into the curbings, those jump curbs, and sure that you don't get a 1X and off-track incident at the exit and even at the curbings as well. Go over here now into Rivazza downhill braking zone. Though you can kind of call this a double apex hairpin of sorts, and basically make the full usage of the outside of the corner and then get the max grip. A Honda Civic up in the front. Let's see how that will translate into the race if the Civic has up the pace to cap it out at the top. While we have the results over here, and most importantly, Brad, we have sport qualifying going on.
Yeah, sport qualifying on track. This is the TCR results as it stands. It's Logan McKenzie currently up on top for the TCR class as it shows. We'll see here as sport qualifying is underway. Of course, every category gets their own separate qualifying session, which I personally am a big fan of. I know some people would want to see all of the cars together out on track, running together all at once and trying to put in laps, but I do really like that there is that split difference there, and it gives all of the classes, I think, their best opportunity to shine.
Absolutely, it's a good mix. You know, it gives everybody their track time. You don't get anything closer. You can play into the strategies effect of giving toe to another car. If you have a team around in the racetrack, that's probably what's going to happen with some of these teams. Of course, because we had so many signups for IVRA, and especially in these last two seasons, and more so I think with this last one, given the fact that 24 Hours Esports, which used to be the sister competition, the higher tier competition, which would every winner of each category would eventually go into the 24 Hours Esports series, and unfortunately with that ending, basically everybody migrated over here, which they haven't done. If they hadn't done that already, it would eventually happen down the line. So some of the cars would be 2 entries, are majorly going to be 1 entries in this championship. Reminding just real quickly, this is not the first time we ran in Imola. We ran this into 22-23 season in round 3. Well, normally we'd expect a very clustered race, high attrition because it is very narrow. But we only had 2 yellow flags then. Brad, I hope we basically replicate the 2 yellow flags moving forward for a total race time. I'm going to say about 4 hour long.
That is what we're expecting through. I really hope the yellow flag situation is accurate. I personally, with these mixed class races, always hope to see as minimal safety car interventions as possible. I want to see the drivers really get to push these cars and go through and, you know, really challenge to go forward. The TCR results here on screen. This looks more accurate through Konstantin Stolzenberg with WSR Esports butt kicker. That Honda run there in first place with Mateus Penatella in RD Simsport in second, Nal Fredes with Voracious, and then of course Impulse and Semper Racing following up 4th and 5th. It's a Hyundai and Honda fight in TCR, and of course that is going to make things very interesting. I will say I have a lot of love for Hyundai because that is what I personally drive. personally have owned a Veloster in, and I will tell you right now, they are a lot of fun to drive. I would love to get to drive one in real life.
You have a Veloster.
I do. I'll have to make sure to send you some stuff after the fact. So, but nevertheless, I will be unbiased in the booth as much as possible, but Hyundais are, of course, known in TCR to push and challenge as they are known to go through. But of course, here in the sport category, all a Porsche game up running right now as we follow Timo Hayden.
Yeah, absolutely. We follow one of the guys that actually came around here last year. Just grabbing the results from that time, basically last year. The top three in each category. We only ran 3 categories back then because they were basically the sister competition to the 24-hour series esports, like I mentioned before. Impulse actually won at the Cup, with Manidi Racing and Aztec Simsports Vistro being in 3rd place. As we now shift our attention to Delta Simsport, which is one of the top teams in the standings so far. They are in. I'm gonna say they are in 3rd place in the competition, now turning to BS Turner, which are doing their laps as well. Sports actually was won by the Alpine-Star Geodesic, which is now Hydro Race Geodesic. Impulse was actually 2nd place, with Timo actually driving in the wheel back then. In German Sim Racing was in 13. Hoisingfeld was a winner in TCRs, followed by Brabham Miss Esports and Impulse, the TCR car, which we don't see that in the competition. So let's see how the GT4 effort will translate into this race moving forward.
Yeah, for me, when I look at this sport class, I have to remind myself they're GT4 cars, because I look at them, and with the TCRs being on track, for some reason I naturally want to think of these as GT3s, but they are GT4s, and you do have to remember that difference. And if you're wondering how to tell just on a cursory glance of what's what, well, the TCRs get numbers 100 to 199, and the sports, their numbers are going to start with the number 4 in front of them. So that is a quick way. If you're looking on track and you can't tell from the color, or you just can't tell a difference there, you're maybe mistaking GT3 to GT4 in your head, just remember the number 4 means it is a sport car, a GT4. So we go through here, man, the curbs here at IMOLA. It's something that we haven't touched on, Lorenzo, but these curbs will absolutely jump out to bite you, especially through these twisty chicanes in certain areas that you would think wouldn't be a big deal, but they can really come out and get you, especially through Variante Alta there on the back end before Ravazza. Those are really dangerous as a driver.
No, they are big boys, and they definitely will throw the car around, especially if you catch them in the off angle. And I talk about that from pure experience of driving around Imola. It's not an easy circuit by any stretch of a shot. It's a very hard circuit, especially coming down over here to Tamburello. This turn 1 used to be only a basically nearly flat left-hand side curve, but of course changed because of security issues, mostly noticeable by the exit of the corner, which is the Ayrton Senna Memorial. I know Brazilians like myself, you can see the Brazilian flags down into the catch fence stance right there that pay homage to the legendary Brazilian driver. But they slowed it down to security measures and made this slightly challenging. Still on overtaking on spot. It's going to be one of the main ones in the racetrack, but it's kind of like 90 degrees of sorts. It's not 90 degrees per se, but the entry makes it very interesting for you to go, because two cars are not going to make it right there. As now all eyes turn to Scott McGarvey as he closes down his lap. Is not going to be up in the front from what it looks like. Still 1.8 seconds. It's an improvement, but it's still not enough to break outside of the top, the back end of the top 20 spot.
Yeah, and it's interesting to me too to see him back there, because the thing is, there's still some time left in this qualifying session for the sport cars to try to find a little bit more of a run through as they can, as we kind of walk up the field here. This is the BMW of Christian Young, who is running through in that 436. It's, you know, Imola is one of those tracks that I describe as deceptively difficult. You look at it on paper, and I'm looking at the track map, of course, as I describe this, and it's kind of just like, okay, it's a few left-hand turns, a couple of chicanes. We do chicanes all the time at every track known to man. This can't be that hard. And then you get on the track.
No, go ahead. I'm just picking on Herman Tilke because he likes to do chicanes.
That is, yeah. So, but you get on track, right? And then for some reason, this track will just absolutely, I don't know how to describe it other than it'll come out like Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fighting. It will just swing and swing and swing, and you kind of just have to go. And I don't know if it's the sausage curbs, as we see Daniel Sommer there in the 475 flinging that Porsche over the sausage curbs. I don't know if it's just kind of the flatness of certain areas or what it is, but there are sections of this track, I'm specifically looking at you, Aqua Minerale, that are so difficult for me as a driver.
Yeah, because like for example, the Aqua Minerale session, as they come up, as Tomer and I think that's Rusty Spatulas up in the front, come up into the sequence of corners, right? As they now he's in Piratella, so Aqua Minerale is a very tricky corner because, like I said before, it's a downhill double right-hander, and the flattest portion of the track is where you already kind of have to come in and make a mid-early turn in of sorts, because the one thing you really don't want to is call yourself out into the exit of the corner, because it is a very easy place for you to get an off track. So it's very difficult for you to find a proper line, and overtaking opportunities and mainly overlapping opportunities during this race are going to be the main topic, because there isn't too much space in this track. It's like I said, it's a narrow track. There is not a lot of areas where you can do overlaps kind of like safely. You kind of have to commit, especially being the faster car. So looking forward to see how that is going to go in a short while. I think Delta Sport just hiked into P number 2, while WSR Esports Butt Kicker still retains P1.
You know, I'm looking at the times here as we see Delta Sport on screen there with that AMG taking that number 404 through. I'm looking at times here because I'm just kind of in my head, I was thinking, you know, certain times on track, it is easier to have a slightly lower power car and kind of get through this circuit as we go. Altitude Esports now up to the top of the timing tables by just 0.04 of a second there. Very, very quick run as they jump in and go through and around. But the TCRs to this sport class are not that far apart in lap times. If you look at the pole sitter for the TCR class, WSR Esports Butt Kicker with Stolzenberg, they ran a 153.6. If you look at WSR Esports Butt Kicker's Aiden Young, he ran a 149.4. That's not that much of a time difference between these two cars. And I would argue the TCRs, once we get into the race and when we're really running, are going to be a little bit more comfortable. Results here for sport on your screen. Aiden Young with WSR Esports Butt Kicker 149.4 with Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in second place, GridandGo.com in third, Altitude Esports in fourth, Glacier Racing in fifth, Fiercely Forward, Delta Sport Sim Shop in sixth, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, and then Zenith Esports and Zakarl Esports rounding out your top 10 in sport. AMG leads the way with McLaren in second. Jack Styles there with Orbit Drop Bear in 11th, Ruben Bonga with BS Turner in 12th, Ayrton Williams at Satellite Racing in 13th, Orion Race Team found 14th, Impulse Racing in 15th, Door Academy, Hugh Jass in 17th, SRN Motorsports in 18th, Torque Freak and Rusty Spatulas, your 20 sport cars that will be participating in this event today. Now, let's let the Porsches have a little bit of a run of the home track of Ferrari here, just 50 miles away from Maranello. Let's get the Cup cars out and see what they can put down in terms of lap times.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting for me, the Cup, because I know Cup's, classification of sort of the standings as we go on in the season. Just going to grab them right quickly over here as I pull up the standings. I hadn't written down, but still, anyway, I got a lot of technology. It's always close to us. Racing Lab actually is in front, basically dominating, or didn't get a win so far in this season. Always getting good results in the mid portions, and basically rounding that out with a good, strong result within top fives. Basically, 41 seconds in front of Valkyrie XP, which run around a Barber. We've seen a pretty much everything and then something at that Barber round. But it's kind of funny that normally what we would say would be one of the strongest teams, which is Walk Esports, Racing Esports. They didn't partake in Sebring, didn't finish well in Barber, even though they took the halfway points in there. Wondering how that is going to translate. Actually, they didn't take the halfway points. They were second place. Actually, it was Impulse that took the halfway points. But wondering how they're going to come back if they are participant in this round of IMOLA, because they need all the points they can get. And how Impulse is going to fight back, knowing they are one of the favorites to win in this race.
Yeah, looking at the run, they are signed up for this Racing Cup. They're actually running the number 911 car for, you know, the 992 911. So I do believe they should be here today running through. And there we go. It is Igor Kos that is going to be running the qualifying for Walk Racing Esports. And, you know, this is something that I know we haven't talked about yet on broadcast, but I do want to make sure we bring it up here, Lorenzo. How do you pick as a team what driver qualifies for you? Is it your fastest? Is it your steadiest? Or is it the one that you know will be best on the race start?
To qualify? Is that what you're asking?
How do you pick what driver qualifies? Because, of course, your qualifier is who will start your race. So are you looking for the fastest person to qualify for it, or are you going to be looking for the driver that will be most comfortable on that first stint of the race?
So there you go. One thing it's not a rule in here in IVRA. I know it was a rule in the 24-hour esports. When they did the pre-qualifying, those who did pre-qualifying have to start the first race. I think the first 2 races of the season. Since we're already halfway through, whoever does qualifying, for example, we're seeing all of Salchuk over here doing his lap for the Aztec Sim Sports Cup car. He doesn't necessarily have to start the race, right? Oh, I think he had a minor crash in there, but you don't have to start it. So you can pick usually who would be the fastest hot lapper of the team, and then have him do that lap. And then once everything starts, as Afonso Soto for Olympus is having an issue at the exit of Villeneuve, right at the back of the frame, you could pick the fastest and steadiest start of the team. If that's the same guy, even better.
It'll be interesting to see what drivers or what teams decide to do what with what drivers here as they go through and we continue around. These 992 Porsches, GT3 911s are going to be really interesting to watch and see what happens for them. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch as they run these cars around, up, down, and through here. We follow with Jeremy Lamier as they go through right there through Variante Alta. And I have a feeling that we're going to see some sausage curbs, especially when we get to the LMP3s, really come out and bite some cars around as they continue their way through here. And we follow this lap. I don't know what the difference in lap times will be between GT4 and GT3. I know to expect a few seconds here, but I don't know exactly how many seconds to expect. We'll find out here very shortly as first lap times are coming in.
Oh, I can tell you, I think they're going to be about, wild guess, 3 seconds faster. I think 3-4 seconds faster on the lap. I think the LMP3s, they kind of run in a similar GT3 pace of sorts. They have a little bit more downforce than these cars, but other than that, it's pretty much smooth sailing between everybody else. As we're looking to the Portuguese Afonso Souto for the meanwhile, as he goes into Tamburello and tries to get his lap going, and we're now back into all of Salchuk in the 996 Aztec Visceral Sinsports Visceral car, which is standing in 9th place in the current standings, as they have no points at Barber at all.
And as Olaf brings this car around in that 996, you can see just leaving some space to the car ahead, trying to make sure that there's some room there to push and get that car moving. I think he's going to do a very, very good job of that personally, and we'll continue around here. Olaf Saljuk is moving through. This is going to be Rafael Slostek and bringing that 990 Sim Racing School car through, and you can see just running a little wide there. I don't think that was a track limits issue there, but you do have to be very, very mindful of track limits, as you mentioned during the sport qualifying, that Aqua Minerale qualifying section, and especially during the race, you do have to watch those track limits. It's something that I think IMOLA, again, it kind of adds into the deceptive simple setup of Imola, track limits can really become an issue very quick.
Absolutely, especially in, like, for example, the exit of Piratella, the exit of Acqua Minerale could be a thing. Variante Alta is a thing. Even at Tamburello, the entry of Tamburello is quite tricky. So if you catch the Kirby, you might actually get an off-track incident. And I can't wait to see how this one is going to go, because we know this track is going to have a high attrition rate with 4 car classes trying to go around each other. So something is going to happen eventually, as we have car contact. Lamier making contact. I think with the Aztec Visceral, the other car, the 997 car that made contact, there was a slow Cup car going uphill. I'm wondering who that green car is to cause the whole confusion of cars. They were letting the other cars go by and cause the whole confusion between them.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the green car is there right offhand as they go through, but they were very slow there, which is not what you want to do. Imola is not a track that gives a lot of breathing room for moments like that. So you have to be very conscious of where you're at on circuit, what's happening. And I think this is kind of gives us a preview of what we could be looking at whenever we get into the race. We get all 4 classes on track. They're going to have to really, really watch out for each other.
Yeah, absolutely. As now there's a 5-car train as the Fiercely 4 car gives way to the other cars. That Fiercely 4 is sitting in second spot at the time of our conversation. So looking forward to see how they will try to ride the draft train over the other one. One of the interesting things is this track doesn't give a lot of, aero push. I think there's only a few corners where you can feel the aero push of the car, so you can basically try to suck the draft off the other driver and try to maximize your time lap as Carlar goes up in the top speed. Racing Scoop follows suit into second place, 79/100 of a second separation for the time being.
Yeah, it's a very, very close run here as they keep things around. I'm very interested to see how this settles in, as we're at 9/10 of a second separating just these 12 Cup cars that go through, and will bring things around here for this Club Sport run, round 4 here at Imola. Can I just make a very, very brief comment? As an American, I can tell you how nice it is to be at a track that we only call corner names, and we don't have a mix of names and numbers or a weird 7A, 7B, 14A run.
I was just having this conversation earlier on another broadcast.
It drives me insane. And again, I'm saying this as a diehard American race fan, that all of our road circuits can't just be corner names or corner numbers. This European run, as I've looked at this calendar, I'm very excited because everything is just corner names to be comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree. I really wish you could actually do the Portimão one and try to get every name of the corners correctly in the proper Portuguese sentencing, because that would be a challenge for you.
Yeah, you probably won't catch me doing that. I don't ever claim to be good at that, but that is something that I will eventually learn. That is one of the fun things with being in the commentary position, is learning how to pronounce a lot of these fun names and words that I wouldn't know otherwise. We follow through. This is Alfonso Sudo in the 11th place 992 car, who is trying to really push this car forward, is 0.6 of a second off of the lead Cup car as they go through. There's Igor Kos getting out of the way there, and currently sitting in 4th place in the 992 as we go through and continue around. Their qualifying session isn't too far away from ending at this point, and the field has really spread out across the track. Other than we had that pack of 4 or 5 cars together, that field is spreading out. Nobody's really, following a sort of draft train and trying to get time off of another car like we saw in the TCRs, like we saw in the Cup Series. We're kind of just, or in the sports, not the Cups, we're in the Cups, in the sports. So we kind of just follow it along here at this point, and it seems like this is the case where we're seeing every driver for themselves.
Yeah, but like I said before, this track doesn't give. It's because this track doesn't give a lot of aero push like you probably would see, for example, down in Sebring or Road America, where there is actually actual aero push. Let's just say go to the king before Canada corner, or going into her hurry downs, right, where the king that goes before hurry downs. So it's corners that usually catch out the driver. Even turn number one is an effect as Ollie Peacock climbs into sixth place. So it's gonna see how that actually translated. I think the only proper corner you would feel there's some aero push maybe might be the entry of Villeneuve and maybe Piratella, which are, I would say, the higher speed corners of the track since the this Tamborello got changed for the security reasons.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see a track change, but it is one of those that, especially again, as you touched on, the history, the nature, the significance of this track in many regards for sports fans, it makes sense why they did it. It slows it down a little bit too and adds a little bit more safety into the racetrack as we go through. Alfonso Sudo, Olympus Esports, that 921, still pushing to find a time, still in 11th place. And I'm curious if this is a case of just maybe having a friend would help here, or if this is maybe just Alfonso just finding that deceptively simple layout of Imola becoming a little bit trickier here. Comes out the exit of Tosa here, heading towards Piratella, and you can see this is definitely not going to be a massive push lap. This is just trying to get the tires set up and underway as he swerves there into Piratella, just trying to find a little bit more in that car to give, to try to find that just couple tenths to move up the grid. This is a very close cup grid here as it sits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's closer than what I initially expected it to be. But then again, I think the level of P-Cup drivers, I think, rose up quite a lot as Fiercely Forward now going to second place. And the 990 of Sim Racing Dots Cool actually goes into P1 as we're into the final minutes of qualifying, and this is going to be quite interesting to see how that is going to translate for the remainder of the of P2 qualifying, as we have a car spun around. Wondering who is that is actually spun. I think that's the Carlar car from what it looks like, but I could be wrong.
I believe that is there as they go through and around. Not ideal to end your qualifying that way regardless. I think that might have been the 985 of Racing Lab Esports.
Yep.
As they send it around here. Gregory Hovison in the 902, as there's less than 2 minutes to go in this qualifying session, trying to find just a little bit more time, a little bit more of a push to find just a little bit more in that GT3 Cup car and to bring it through. He's sending it up the hill here, heading towards Piratella, and is gonna look for it. Is he able to find something? Now we're gonna head downhill towards Aqua Minerale, and you will just have to hold your breath on this double right-hander. Gregory Hovison really trying to push that Porsche to find just enough time. A little bit wide on exit, but I believe that was in track limits and good to go. Igor Koss here, Walk Racing Esports, final opportunity to put in the time, bringing it through the first sector, using all of the road there through Tamborello. Now, or actually, sorry, that was Villeneuve. Now we head through Tosa. We will just push here. Now we jump back with Olympus Esports, use all the curbs, use all the runoff section there, and just push that car to its limits. Can he find more time? He cannot. Look at him. He's swerving there. He's just trying to keep the car together. That is not a case of, swerving is faster. That is swerving for grip, swerving for some sort of a warm-up on the tires. Hendrik Augustin here in the 960. That is the Carlar's car bringing it through. Currently looking fairly decent. Will he have any more time to give, though?
Yeah, I think he has this lap and potentially another one, as we're nearly running out of time over here. Meanwhile, Fiercely Forward goes up in the top of the standings. The gap, only 0.003 of a second, that separates Dalton Zavado, and Hendrik is just going to say, I don't think I have enough in me anymore. Don't know if the car is good enough for another lap. Basically tucks in back into pit lane now all eyes into Delta Sport over here, as what a lap by Dalton Zavadil. One of the a fellow American like yourself, Brett Dalton, and is one I've been keeping my eye on for the past, I would say, 3-4 years. Has been catching up quite consistently, quite quickly with these P Cups, and hopefully, maybe whenever the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers come in, could be a guy that could be featured within maybe contenders whenever the new season opens up.
Absolutely. It'll be fun to watch him and see what he goes through. I've heard the name a lot, and I've kept up with it a bit, so there's plenty there to be found as we come across the line here. Look at this, Aztec and Aztec giving each other a bit of a pull here down to the line. Is this going to give more time? Well, let's find out as they cross said line if there was more time. Sim Racing School gets up 143-171. Raphael tucked up behind the teammates there of Aztec Sim Sports and was just getting that little bit of a tow. There's not a lot of a tow here around IMOLA, but that main straight really can find it there through Variante Bassa, and it's just enough that SimRacing.School was able to find just enough time to put that 990 into the top of the timing tables right at the end. And look at that. That is a 10th that he was able to find there over Fiercely Ford. Carlar Esports was able to find third place. Hendrik Augustin was able to do very good. Gregory Hovison with Delta Sport Sim Shop is also just under 2/10 off of the lead run. This is a very, very close cup grid, and it's going to be fun to watch here. Igor Koss with Walk Racing Esports in 5th, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral in 6th and 7th, with Savjuk leading Peacock appropriately, and Valkyrie Excite and Racing Lab Esports and Impulse Racing rounding out your cars here in the Cup Series of the top 10. This is going to be a very, very close one. Alfonso Sudo and Alex during a 0.8 and 1.1 seconds off for Olympus Esports and Sim Racing City, respectively. This is going to be interesting. And the fastest lap by Sloshtik on lap 9. So it took several laps for those Porsche cars to find their peak, but now it's time for the prototypes to take the track here. And that is going to be the LMP3s. And this is going to be the moment where I have to ask, LMP3s, how much faster are we going to see them than the GT3s, the GT4s, and the TCRs? It's been just a few seconds separating each class, 149-ish to 143s between the GT4s and the GT3, or the Sport and the Cup cars. How much more time can an LMP3 find around here?
Yeah, interesting to look at that as well. We know they're right on par, if not a little bit faster than the GT3s on true pace. And we know because of the technology progressions of the Cup car, the Cup car actually is about 1 second, nearly 1 second, 1.5 seconds slower than a GT3 car is. So the sister car being about, and even on tracks, the Cup car is actually about 1 second slower than the GT3 car. So we're gonna look into this one. This, I think, is the more interesting category for me of sorts, because you have basically an open, I'm not gonna say an open field between everybody else in the current standings. For example, Core is actually leading the championship. It's kind of weird for me to say Core is actually leading a championship after so many years. Not picking on them, because it is a good thing to see Core back up at the top, you know, trying to having good results, having a win at Barber. But the point gap, they have 28 points to the 64 hydro ratio. That's number 64. Then 2 points separate the 64 to the 66 sister car. The Dallatraz is 3 points behind. WSR Sports Buttkicker is 21 points behind. And Moranda's M Squad is 3, and Sopak is 0. So if you basically sum all that up, that's 29, 49, 51, 54, 57 points separates the top 7, basically.
It is such a close battle, and we've been halfway through the season. I like to kind of look at this. Again, we had the American stints first. We have the European stints second. I like to kind of separate it that way, because the thing is, some drivers, some teams are going to naturally be better at the European circuits than they are the Americans. that's not anything bad. That is just in my experience. It seems like some teams, some drivers can just run any European circuit a little bit better than the Americans. I don't know exactly what that is, if it's kind of like a hometown setup, what it may be, but it does make a difference. I find it's the nature of the circuits, it's the flowing of the circuits. The American ones don't tend to flow as well in my experience compared to Europeans, and the American ones kind of demand a slightly different driving style. So we'll see how that championship shapes up here through the final rounds, because it's going to mix up a little bit. I will say it is going to mix up a bit, and it's going to be fun to watch as these LMP3 cars are getting their laps underway. Lap times I'm expecting in real life, an LMP3 can put in a 1:38.2. That is the lap record, and that was set at the 2022 IMOLA Le Mans Cup round that was held here at IMOLA. So I'm curious to see how close they get to that time frame. 1:43s were for the Porsche 992, and that is about on par with where a real life GT3 would be. So we should see at least, I would say, I'd say a 139 at least, if not a 138 here. All right, well, I'm completely wrong. 138.0. There we go. Miguel Vigo setting the precedent early here for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, and WSR Esports Butt Kicker immediately responding 0.4 of a second up. I mean, hello, welcome to the track. Let's see how this qualifying session goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think this one could go either way at any point. It could go up and down. This is gonna go like you would say, up and down like a roller coaster, like Lando Norris would say. I think that's Lando who said that.
That is indeed Lando Norris.
Yeah, I think Lando Norris actually said that. On his name. But yeah, these gaps they're not respectively what the race will, what the qualifying will be. This is going to come down. This might be just on par with what Porsche Cup just delivered for us.
A 137.397. We may see 36s by the time this is said and done. I actually do think we might see even faster times into the 36s, because that is just their second or third lap. And if you remember, just back a few holes, somebody well off the track on the racing line there, coming out of Toza. That is probably not where you want to be. Or actually, sorry, that was Variante Alta. Not where you want to be at all, right there on the racing line. It's the danger of the LMP3s here. The cars sit a little bit lower. Those sausage curbs are less forgiving. You have to be careful with curbs in this car. It sits so low, there is no forgiveness. And if you hook that front bumper on a sausage curb, you're not only going to damage the car severely, you have the possibility of just doing that and then sitting right on the exit there through Variante Alta.
Yeah, absolutely. As Team Hoisting thought, as you just look through now, Simon Graf going to the top of the standings. Corsi Racing follows suit, 1800ths of a second right behind, and we expect this maybe to come down a little bit more. You can see there's some commitment from Simon Graf trying to avoid that inside curve on the second leg of Dionev, which easily offsets the car, would lose about a tenth or two, even more depending on how the car bounces off the track. And for now, just really close qualifying between everybody. But of course, still lots of stuff undecided, as we're now looking into Pablo Arteaga's number 57% and Nomad's LMP3.
It's so early in this qualifying session. I mean, look at this, 12 minutes left to go here. There is still plenty of time for cars to find pace, and LMP3s are going to just continue to get faster. They're going to get comfortable. They're going to get more consistent. You got to remember, these LMP3 drivers have been sitting in session for an hour now, at least, waiting to be able to run. The warm-up ended at 2:10 p.m. UTC. So if you do the math on that, I mean, you look, it's 3:36 UTC when they start. So that is, I mean, a considerable time gap to not be able to run. When you get into these later sessions, yes, drivers need to jump in and go, as Hydro Race Geodesic again swaps back up to the top of the field. Top three separated by less than half a tenth of a second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have a qualifying on our hands. But when you sit in a race car for 90 minutes not running, it can take you a lap or two to get up to speed. Even the best drivers will tell you sometimes it takes a lap to really get calibrated.
Yeah, it is. And of course, Andrew Lingham, which is one of the Hydro Race geodesic managers, just basically said the car just gets progressively better as the qualifying goes on. So you can basically do a burst of 4, 5, even 7 laps up in this car, and the car just gets a little bit better because the car, the oil just gets a little bit higher, the water temps gets a little bit higher, the tire grip just gets better and better. The tire temps also get a little bit bigger. Of course, this is a very tricky car, especially under braking for both tires. So it's interesting to see how they progress as thing goes on as you take a closer look into that curve, into that angled curve that you would call it, of sorts, Brad, and eventually we're gonna see it 36 down the line. That's a given, given how progressively faster the cars are getting in qualifying.
We are. I don't know how deep into the 36s we're going to get, but it's going to be there. It's going to be there. It's a matter of when, not if, as we follow Alessandro Romanelli down and look at that Alexander Delatraz into the 136.8. So we've got the first 136 on the board. Now it's a matter for all of these teams to respond. And one thing too that I don't think we've taken into consideration either is setups. When you think about it, this is a team run through on these races. So setups have to be considered, and there could be a little bit of a compromise between setups. Maybe drivers could find a couple more tenths, but then their teammate, would lose out on pace. You've got to be able to find that sort of comfort mark between the drivers, between the teams as they go. We follow the Madness M Squad car, forgive me, as we go through. Alex Bergstrom is finding that number 70, currently in 8th place, but for 8th place, only 4 tenths down here in qualifying, not a bad run.
No, and I think they can make some progress. Of course, this is a team that is sitting 6th in the standings. It is the second to last car that is within the 57-point gap to Course Sim Racing. So everything is doable for them right now. And I know our Alex Bergstrom, we've commentated them not just in here, but also in the Precision Racing League when we had the LMP3 championships going on. Always a fast guy, very competent guy with that LMP Ligier. So I believe he can actually close down the gap, and who knows, maybe get even lead whenever this is all said and done.
It's going to be so much fun to watch and see how this rounds out. 9 minutes left to go here, and Miguel Vigo brings that number 62 up ahead as we continue to follow this end of the lap here for Alex Bergstrom. Can he find more time coming through and around Alexander Delatraz, now bringing the number 8 up? And where does Alex Bergstrom find himself? Well, it is a 136.8. That's good enough to put that Madness M Squad car in 3rd, now 4th, because Malik Palic is able to find even more time behind. Course Sim Racing now responding. I would like to be able to say that there's a clear-cut position here for who's going to be where, but there's not. Course Sim Racing currently leading the points with that number 80, and right now they are currently leading this LMP3 qualifying here in Clubsport.
Yeah, like I said, it's quite nostalgic to see Core up at the top, a team that when I started commentating here at RaceSpot in 2018, you used to be one of the primary teams that had a lot of really good drivers. I had to think some of them. I remember Mike, I remember Carl Jensen. So in the lineup, just it was a deep one. You could have, they were a scary team in HPDs back in when the LMP2s was the good and mighty HPD. Bring them back, hashtag bring them back into iRacing, make them relevant again. I just want to put that out. But it's good to see that, them, still participating. It's kind of like the same thing for Glacier and having good results and still be solid despite many years in iRacing racing.
I love seeing these top tier events come through and seeing just these big iconic names of drivers and teams that find their way out and run through and push and really continue to show up and show out, because it's what makes sim racing fun. It's the same thing as if you watch any racing series and you have your favorite team that runs through and you see them continue year after year.
Lord.
It's the same thing in sim racing.
Yeah, not only that, but Bergstrom just decided, oh, let me grab top spot, and then police said, not in my hair, I'm taking that top spot back from you. in a matter of 5 seconds.
They're gonna keep swapping spots. That's what's crazy about this. I know that Andrew Langham said the car gets faster and faster, but watching that come through and continuing to see them eke the tenths and the tenths and the tenths and the tenths of a second out of a lap, I'm really starting to wonder if they're not going to hit a 135 somewhere by the time this qualifying session is over, because they are continuing just every lap. You see a car cross the line, they find a 10th here, they find a 10th there, and it is just drivers are getting into such a rhythm. They are prepared and running and having a great show of it right now.
Yeah, and you can see there's no step of the car getting loose outside of the corners. It's just stuck on the ground. That's what matters the most. You really want a car stuck on the ground. Roseboro might actually do a 36 mid low. No, not quite. Not enough for him to actually move up the top of the standings, but Delatraz says otherwise. 36.2. Well, 35 is real.
This is getting ridiculously fast, and I am enjoying it. Alessandro Romanelli is now pushing that WSR Esports butt kicker. Again, this is the leader in the points. Or no, sorry. They were the winner recently, and how we just continue through. Core Sim Racing and that number 80 still competing through. We've went from where the top four were separated by less than half a tenth to now we have the field of 12 cars spread by 1.3 seconds.
You cannot call this dull. If there's one thing, this car is something else. I haven't personally haven't driven the LMP3, but it feels like an interesting car as we look into Haikon Lindmo try to do his lap. Is basically a launch lap for what it looks like from that percent of Nomad car. He's gonna have a few laps to try to get faster progressively. I would say 2-3 laps before this is all said and done. And we're looking to Boris and Hell Vando, a guy that I've commentated time and time again in NASCAR cars, but a highly competent driver in road as well. So let's see what Sopak has in store. Despite being at the back of the standings, just sitting P11 for a team that in the IMSA Esports Global Esports Championship sat at one point in 4th place.
The competition is so fierce here that honestly, sometimes it is just a case of maybe a track is a little bit more comfortable to you than it is to another team. So we see WSR Esports butt kicker now back up into 2nd place. Core Sim Racing sitting 3rd. Delatraz Automotive is in the pits. Interestingly enough, the number 56 here, Prestanda Nomad entry, sending the car through, doing a very, very good job of using all of the racetrack allowed through Variante Alta and pushing this LMP3 car as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And best lap was a 37.3 for Limbo. And he's gonna board the lap. I think we're approaching the checker flag then, and those who are not be able to attempt another lap and be fast with it, I think they're gonna have to abort the lap and bring it back to the pit lane.
And you can't blame them there either. It's one of those, is it worth the risk reward setup? Of course, we're in iRacing, so it's not a case of, if you bend the car at the end of qualifying, you have a problem for the race. But it is a case of, do you want to end your qualifying on that low note? Is it worth it for the extra push to potentially just kind of jeopardize yourself? Are you really going to find extra time now, or have you hit that point where you can be comfortable? I think if you're like Hydro Race Geodesic, maybe push one more. If you're Solpec Precision down in P10, maybe push one more. If you're Hydro Race Geodesic, respond with 3rd and 4th place as it stands. If you're Simon Graff in that number 48 for Team Huskeveld, you've got to find something here. Do you have anything to give? He does. 5th place, Solpec Precision finds 4th. Hydro Race Geodesic gets split down the middle by 2 teams. Hydro Race Geodesic just form a very, very meaty sandwich of challenging drivers between them.
And look at the margin that WSR got closer to Delatraz. 6,000th of a second.
I mean,
I think the rear wing says it all. Feel what you've been missing. It's quite fitting to put the slogan of butt kicker in the butt of the car. So basically, they're not wrong in this mindset as Arteaga brings the car into the pit box.
This is going to be a great race. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten something to eat or drink yet, you need some popcorn, you need some breakfast, some lunch, now might be the one and only time to go grab that, because once we start this race, your eyes are going to be glued to the screen here. It's going to be amazing. Here's the LMP3 results. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, 136.0. We almost got that 135. WSR Esports Butt Kicker by driven by Romanelli, 6/1000ths of a second off through Vigo and Hydro-Race Geodesic, finding a 10.5 off with Ovando and Solpec Precision in that number 60 in fourth place. Team Huskenveld in fifth place with Rosenborough and Hydro-Race Geodesic, the second of 3 LMP3 entries for that team in sixth place. Seventh place was Core Sim Racing, our current points leader in the Maradness M Squad, in eighth place. Trek in ninth, and the third Hydro-Race Geodesic entry in P10. From there, we've got 11th place of Lindmo in Prestanda Nomad in P11, and then the other Prestanda Nomad entry of Arteaga, the number 57, in 12th place in LMP3. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, what do we do from here? What is the plan? What are we going to do? Well, this is where warm-up comes in, and I always dislike having warm-up after qualifying and calling it warm-up. I like to call it a cool-down session. I like to call it a cool-down session because you've just pushed so hard. And look at those track conditions. Look at that. 100% humidity, 18 Celsius air, 21 Celsius track, 15 kilometer-an-hour wind, overcast here on the 15th of February. This is some good weather. It looks like rain is not in the air at the moment. It's a 0% chance currently. I know we kind of wanted some rain here just to see what would happen here at Imola. But no rain projected at the moment, but it is humid. It is a comfortable temperature, I will argue, and it is going to be a fun race here today.
For those viewing this broadcast at this time of the moment, I just wanted to make sure that it was Brad who said that he about rain, not me. So if rain ever happens, you can blame Brad, not me. If you want to blame Yellow Flag, sure, you can blame me, but don't blame Brad. But rain definitely blame Brad.
Here's the thing to remember. Lorenzo will be with you from top to bottom of this broadcast. Lorenzo will be here the entire broadcast. So if it happens after I leave, it's Lorenzo's fault. That is where I'm going to leave it and allow the YouTube comments to come after you.
You're not being smart over here, Brad. If something happens when you're not around, you got to blame the other lead. So you have to blame Ewan.
Oh, we know Ewan wants rain, though. I didn't think I had to say that out loud, but if you don't know Ewan's going to want rain. So this will be interesting to see. This is where we're at with the event format. It's the warm-up time. It's the gridding time. Again, I call the warm-up a cool-down session personally. That is something that I've gotten yelled at time and time again about Lorenzo. But I like the cool-down session because it gives drivers a chance to kind of walk around for a second, get up out of the rig, stretch their arms, get mentally prepared for this 4-hour run that they're about to do, and get comfortable with that. Get something to drink, use the bathroom, whatever it may be.
Yeah, or catch up to WRC if you're watching WRC. You never know if you're a rally fan like myself. So, the Rally Sweden is happening right now for some of these rally fans out there. But yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting how this race is gonna go. We just saw there a potential race length of potentially 134 laps. Last time we were here for the 700 kilometers was 143 laps, so we're not that far off in total race time. There was about a little bit over 4 hours. Over here, of course, it's a 4-hour racing, it's timed racing. Can't wait to see how this one is gonna go. But yeah, I don't mind some rain. It would be interesting to see Imola in rain, especially at Acqua Minerale. That would be some tragedy for sure in that corner.
I'm gonna just quote one of the admin that they put this in the chat earlier. posted this in the Discord chat for all the drivers to see, and I'm going to just directly quote them here really quick. Remember, you can't win the race in turn 1, only lose it.
But that's the general knowledge for everybody. I thought. Yeah, I know. I know.
Let's. Here's the thing. See, here's the thing. I thought I would get in more trouble for that or wanting rain. Or I thought I would get in less trouble for that sentence being said or wanting rain than I would be saying 21 degrees Celsius is comfortable. I thought everybody was not going to like that.
Yeah, but don't worry about that. What happens more than anything else is you gotta, as long as you don't think that Sebring needs to be paved, you're good.
You mean like the infield of Daytona?
No. Well, the concrete portions, basically the whole track of Sebring needs to be paved. You would be taking away the identity of Sebring for being bumpy.
Yeah, you can't do that. Hold on. I'm gonna very quickly forget that you said that because I'm hoping that is just you saying that and not actually believing that, Lorenzo.
It wasn't me who said that.
I don't want to know who said that. Then let's never say their name.
Yeah,
no. And also, I am not the agent of chaos here. This man just made a comment about Sebring being repaved. I am not the agent of chaos. Even if he doesn't believe it, he's now spoken that into the universe on behalf of someone else.
Yeah. If there's one thing I've learned throughout commentary, nearly on my 10 years of commentary, is if there is a good place for you to be the agent of chaos, is not driving, man. Trust me. I say this because I drove in the pre-qualifying of the Clubsport. I tried to get into Clubsport with my team. I couldn't. Neither my TCR team did. But of course, it's hard itself, and to make it to this takes a certain level of strategy, being able to circumvent the yellow flag stuff. But what's more important is of course we say that you cannot win on the first curve, you're gonna lose on the first corner, but the best thing is call out yellow flags or try to speculate stuff in the commentary booth, and if it happens, you can basically flex your muscles and say I called this, or oh, this is gonna be a yellow flag, and people just saying like, Lorenzo, don't call the yellow flag. Not yet, man. And but yeah, it's a yellow flag. What can you do? It's not my fault. There are rules for this, I didn't make the rules.
Listen, we just speak facts of what happens, and sometimes it just happens to be that we speak the fact before it happens. We have a telepathic sixth sense here in the booth.
Yeah. Think of it this way. The truth will set you free, even if it hurts.
I think what's really going to hurt some drivers here as they go is looking at how they're going to get through the first couple of laps. And I think what's going to hurt some of these LMP3 cars is figuring out how they're going to navigate traffic on such a narrow circuit. This is such a narrow circuit. I can't emphasize that enough. Look at this. We got side-by-side running right now from the sport cars. And like, as we watch that go through, think about that. You got two sport cars side by side. Where do you fit an LMP3 in the mix? Where do you fit a cup car in the mix? You almost can't. You almost are going to just have to be brave, be patient, and just really think about what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. No. Like I said before, because this track is so narrow, you don't have a lot of overlapping opportunities. Some of these corners are going to be high commit corners. You have to commit and pray to little baby C Racing Jesus that you do not get killed in the whole process of doing that overlapping. So and hopefully we don't get a lot of yellow flags in the process. Remembering, we did get yellow flags in that 143 lap race. I can say when those yellow flags were. The first one was on lap 9, and we had our green flag on lap 15. We had some pitters during the process, and then we had a longer yellow flag on lap 41, and then the green flag was on lap 48. And after that, we didn't have the yellow flags. It was basically a calm race as it goes in the as it went around for the remainder 130 something laps of that race. Sorry, 100 and something laps of that race. Wait, no, mathematics wrong. 90 something laps.
I'll tell you right now, if drivers continue to send those GT4 cars through Variante Alta up on 2 wheels in a BMW, it could be a problematic moment there. We check in with SimRacing.School's number 990 Porsche Cup car as it's coming around. It's following an LMP3 that is following another Porsche Cup car as they continue their way around this warm-up session. And I'm really interested that there's more cars out on track right now than I sort of expected. I was really thinking that more drivers would sort of take the warm-up session and relax in. But this is also, if you think about it, the first opportunity they really get here over the past few hours to drive through traffic and kind of learn to navigate traffic. If you're an Elantra or a Veloster or a Civic, you're getting comfortable in those TCRs at this point of having all of these faster cars around you and holding your racing line and being comfortable and just pushing that car through and following through GT4 cars that arguably you can have some pace on. I mean, look at this. We're watching the number 159 entry of RD Sim Sport that's following the 474 entry of the sport standings. And I mean, look at that. They're not that far separated. There is a slight pace difference in certain areas of the track, but overall the lap difference is just a couple of seconds. We could actually see some TCR and sport battles happen here.
Yeah, we will, for sure. It's gonna happen eventually, I think, especially if the track gets a little bit more mixed down the line. Of course, it's 4 hours. Will be a 4-hour endurance race, but with the mindset of a sprint race of sorts. So I know the fuel strategies, I think, for especially LMP3s and cups, I think are gonna be more interesting. Sports is going to be more standardized. It's just trying to see who's going to be able to cut down a few laps of pit stops with an overcut possibility. So looking forward to see how that is going to translate in a little while. But one thing I've seen, if I remember correctly, back in the 22-23 season is in TCRs, the TC field got well split after the first passing of the cars as we looked through the starting grid.
We bring up the grid here. We just saw LMP3 a few minutes ago, but if you're just joining us, we'll run through it really quick. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. The Alexander Delatraz himself in first place with Alessandro Romanelli in second for WSR Esports Butt Kicker. From there, it's Hydro Race Geodesic that have a sandwich of cars between them with Solpec Precision in fourth, with Team Huskenveld in fifth, and Hydro Race Geodesic rounding out the sandwich there in sixth. From there, it's Core Sim Racing, our current points leader in LMP3 and P7, with Bergstrom with Maradness M Squad in 8th. From there, it's Trex number 33 entry in 9th, with the number 66 of the third Hydro Race Geodesic in 10th. From there, 11th place is Prestanda Nomad, and 12th place is the number 57 entry from Prestanda Nomad. From there, Cup Series as it stands, Rafael SimRacing.School's number 990 in first place with Dalton Zavadil fiercely forward in second. From there, Carlar Esports in third, Delta Sports Sim Shop in fourth, Walk Racing Esports Igor Koss in fifth place in that number 911 992 car, and then Olaf Savjuk in sixth place there for Aztec. Aztec Sim Sports also has seventh place with Valkyrie Excite in P8. Racing Labs Esports Barons in ninth place with Nicholas Nold in P10. Alfonso Sudo for Olympus Esports in 11th, and then SimCity Racing's number 971 entry in 12th place. From there, we go to the sport grid here, and this is where things I think are going to get interesting. James Bume in Altitude Esports in first place with Aiden Young, WSR Esports butt kicker in second. Bart Horston with Delta Sports Sim Shop in third, and Zenith Esports in fourth. GridandGo.com Esports will find their number 445 entry in fifth place, with Antonio Rieger in sixth place for Hydro Race Geodesics entry here. Fiercely Forward with Alexander Pergrinia will be in seventh place, with Thomas Marks Burgess in Impulse Racing in eighth. Glacier Racing in ninth, and Daniel Sommer, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC in 10th. Ayrton Williams with Satellite Racing in 11th, and Ruben Bonga with BS Turner Motorsports in 12th. Victor Nicolay with Zakarl Esports in 13th, and Hugh Jass in P14. Torque Freak Racing in 15th, Orion Race Team in 16th, Orbit Drop Bear will find their AMG entry in 17th, and Door Academy will find themselves in 18th place. 19th place will be Rusty Spatulas, and SRN Motorsports will find their way in P20 in the sport. For TCR, we didn't get to watch their qualifying. We followed WSR Esports Butt Kickers pole lap, though, when it was all said and done. And RD Simsport, Mateus Penatala was in second place, not far behind. Third place, it's Nahul Fredes with Voracious Racing Team in third. Impulses Racing, number 122 entry in fourth. And then Semper Racing in fifth. From there, sixth place is Hydro Race's Geodesics TCR entry here today. From there, we go seventh place, Sure Esports in seventh, G-Force Racing in eighth, Grow Racing Team in ninth, and Sim Motion in 10th place, rounding out our wonderful grid of cars that are prepared to take on this IMOLA circuit for the next 4 hours. Race start procedures, Lorenzo. Pole sitters have to leave a 3 to 5 second gap to the class ahead, and then they control their cars. But it's going to be interesting to watch here because you have just informed me of a penalty that was handed out.
Yeah, so Fiercely Forward, the Cup car, one of the cars that are actually starting in the front, P2 in the standings, is getting a 20-second stop and hold. They impeded the S-Attack 997 car in turn 7. It's clear what it says, that apparently the ruling is that the 901 is not on a hot lap, and then the S-Attack car indicates early in the lap they are on a hot lap, and does cause apparently some confusion, and therefore the 20-second stop and hold has been applied. And trust me, there have been drivers who are not happy with this outcome.
Race Control does not play around here. They are very quick to make a ruling and very quick to bring down the gavel if they don't like what you did. And here we go. Look at all of these cars lined up on this track for 4 hours. This is going to be absolutely amazing to watch. We're going to see how this goes here. 18 degrees Celsius air, 20 degrees Celsius track temp. Again, that's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you who may not know Celsius. If you don't know Celsius, you should learn it. We get led underway by Delatraz Automotive and WSR Esport Butt Kicker. They will be taking those two LMP3 entries at the front. Again, your pole sitter there for the Cup class is going to be SimRacing.School and Fiercely Forward Gold in second. When you go back to the sport class, it is Altitude Esports and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. And then TCR again, WSR Esports and RD Simsport. I'm excited to see how this race start goes. It's going to be a very, very interesting, I'd say, 5 minutes, Lorenzo, before the field mixes together and we start seeing classes mix up?
5 minutes? That's 3 laps?
Okay, maybe more about 10 minutes then. Be about 6 to 7 laps.
No. You're accurate. 5. I give it 3 laps.
Okay. Well, as long as I'm somewhat accurate, I feel somewhat relegated here. But cars are coming around here. You see the gaps between the classes, and well, LMP3 is going to kick us off here. Delatraz Automotive's Alexander Delatraz himself will be leading the cars through. The pace car peels off, and now it's up to the pole sitters when they want to go on this race start. And as we come across the line, the green flag will get thrown eventually by Barney, the flagman here in iRacing. And we will kick off what will be 4 hours of multi-class racing here in Imola for the IVRA Challenge. And here we go. Clubsport is underway. Green flag is out, and we are racing here at Imola very quickly. And you can see the LMP3s wasting no time to get around. There on the right-hand side of your screen is going to be the next set of cars to get underway, and as they prepare to go through, here we go. This is going to be your sport cars bringing it through and around and home, and there we go yet again. We're back underway, and now all of our classes are prepped to go. We're up to go. On the left-hand side of your screen has been the LMP3s. They are running underway. They are holding it together as best they can, and they are going to be coming through Toza for the first time. As down on the right-hand side of your screen now, we are going through Variante Tamburello for the first time with the sport cars.
Yeah, and in the P3's got a little bit more aggressive out of the gate. You can even see some of the cars, you know, just getting shoved off at the exit of the Tamburello chicane right there. And I think that was the Miguel Vigo's car that got shoved out by Miguel Ovando. Boris Ovando in the Sopac Precision Racing, unfortunately, right there. But what can you do? It was three wide out of the corner, and unfortunately, they took out the short straw in there. Meanwhile, more action going in sport class, as I think that was Fiercely Ford making a dive into Piratella on impulse.
Indeed, as we come through, we'll check in with the sport class here as they head down towards Aqua Minerale for the first time. LMP3s have made their way through. The Cup cars have made their way through. This is the sport cars trying to navigate their way through, and it will be hard on the brakes into Variante Alta for the first time. And look at that. There's a dive just ahead there. That is the geodesic entry trying to find a way through as we come around, not able to find a pass there in the sport class as they continue through. Up front in LMP3, it's still Delatraz Automotive leading Hydro Race Geodesic in second place. SimRacing.School still leading the Cup class on Fiercely Forward, and we're following Hydro Race Geodesic's number 462 sport entry here as we jump back up here with LMP3. That is going to be the Maradness entry there that is trying to find a way through. God, there's a battle.
Yeah, we got a three wide between Moranis, Sopac, and WSR because of what happened to Team Hoisenfeld. Team Hoisenfeld just got lost. Lots of loss of grip coming out of the Villeneuve chicane right there. The right-hand turn allowed to become a three wide. Now they managed to fend off for now into a single foul, but everything just decided to kick off in the P3 category while Delatraz and Hydro Race Geodesic, the 64 breakaway. And you can see that right there on the screen. The TCR's already trying to follow the single train of cars, follow each other and try to save as much fuel as they can possibly save. So we'll see how this one will translate for the remainder of this initial laps of the race.
Battle continuing on the bottom of your screen there. That is the LMP3 entries as they go through and around. We continue to watch. This is the battle for third place on your screen as it goes, and we are enjoying this battle of LMP3. TCRs, again, they've settled into that single file format. Cup cars are also really in that single file format. The number 48 entry from Huskenveld here going through and around. They will lead this train of cars. The leader of Delatraz up by 2.5 seconds out front, and then another 3.5 seconds back for this number 48 to try to catch up. They need to get single file. They need to work together a little bit and play a little bit of catch up there. Otherwise, the race leaders are going to very quickly take off on them.
Yeah, absolutely. You can already see the leaders trying to take off. The last lap for Delatraz was the 37.9, and meanwhile, the rest of the field right behind them, 38. And this master train of cars is doing 40. So Alexander Delatraz is really on an otherworldly pace as for better or worse, the Team Hoisenfeld is being the leading car in the train, basically holding everybody back from what it seems. But it's early impression than anything else, and let's see if that's going to be the remaining case as they're soon approaching the TCR traffic, and I would say in about a lap or two.
Indeed, currently the spread through the field is 1 minute 15 seconds, and if you consider that the lead LMP3 is running 1 minute 37 lap time currently in race trim. Here we go. This is a replay. This is Cup class. This is the number 960, and that is the 960 going off into the gravel. There was a little bit of help there, I would say, going through. Bottom side there, that is live photos. That is Huskenveld, who is having a bit of a moment there going through. That's Simon Graff driving that number 48. Little bit of a moment there going through Ravazza, and now look at this under pressure from WSR Esports butt kickers Romanelli. Romanelli, and under pressure from Bergstrom and the Maradnes M Squad car. They're going to look for the move. Maradnes M Squad's car is going to look to the inside. We're going to go possibly 3 wide down into Tamburello. They think better of it, but side by side through Tamburello we go. There's a little bit of a bump and a run, and now we are going to see Romanelli trying to fight Graf, and then Bergstrom bringing it through as well. Who can get ahead? Well, at the moment, it is going to be Romanelli ahead with Bergstrom. Now Graf getting pushed through a bit more. Another car runs wide. This LMP3 clash, you would think it's the final lap here.
Yeah, they're driving like this is the final lap of a race right there. And oh, he gets turned around by Sopek. Big spin there. That is Simon Graf from Huskenveld. And there's another car up ahead. That is one of the Hydro Race Geodesic racing cars. That is Miguel Vigo, who has went around as well. So big dramas here in LMP3. And again, we're only 6 minutes into this race, Lorenzo. We're only 6 minutes in to a 4-hour race. Yeah. The chance of that happening or ending tears was nearly, if not certainly give it 100%. Meanwhile, we're looking to Jacob Behrens over here in the Racing Lab Esports. He made contact with Carlar. We just saw that on the replay. But that is going to be a certain penalty for sure. The Racing Lab are going to look at the replay. Sopek, Boris Ovando, spinning Graf around, and unfortunately both of the Hydro Race Geodesic cars get spun around as well. 360 no scope, I think that's for the other car. But the crazy for start of a race as Olympus goes on the inside of Racing Lab, catching them off guard as the 997S that couldn't do anything about it in the exit.
360 no scope like we're playing Modern Warfare 2. All right, I will leave the nostalgia into the background here as we follow these 992 Cup cars going around and through. We hop on board here with Pablo Arteaga as he is in the back. This is going to be the number 57 entry as he goes through. And look at what he saw there from the Nomad 57. What beautiful avoidance to snake his way through all of these spinning cars. Him and his teammate snaking their way through all of the spinning cars, both of the Hydrorac Geodesic Racing entries and the Team Huskenveld car, just very well to keep the cars moving, keep flowing. That's netted them some positions here in the beginning and put them up into 8th and 9th place respectively.
Absolutely, but again, more importantly, you can see there's a little bit of a gap given between that Olympus car and the next car in front, which is the Valkyrie competition driven by Jeremy Lemier. 5.4 seconds separate them at this time of the race. So you're not thinking too much about anything as we look into Chris McGrath's mistake into Aqua Minerale. That was a self-inflicted mistake. I think, of course, aided a little bit by the percent of Nomad of being a little bit more slower than usual at the entry of the second leg of Aqua Minerale.
Yeah, one of the things with the LMP3 cars, especially with moments like that, like if you are very much in a rhythm running through and you are a faster car that ends up behind a slightly slower car like that, that slight change in rhythm of that braking place of, you know, maybe you lift and coast a little bit can absolutely mess things up here as we follow this absolute battle of monstrous cup cars that are continuing to run through here in the mid-pack of the Cup Series. They are running the cars through and continuing around. They continue to battle, and at the moment, it's single file. It's really just someone looking for someone to make a mistake and continue to put pressure on the car ahead. Maybe they'll work together in a draft and try to find some pace through, but the cork in the bottle is clearly there as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely. As we now shift our attention into sport classes, James Bumy is leading the pack for Altitude Esports, a team that is trying to break the strides into the championship. Already led a few races early on, and I think is truly trying to find its place within the sunlight. And I think this is the first time they actually got a resounding lead in the sport class, as followed by the WSR Esports butt kicker Mercedes AMG GT4 right behind, and there is a little bit of a gap between Aiden Young and those who are behind him in the sports class. Meanwhile, a few penalties being under reviewed, one of them including in the sports class for now. Just gonna grab which car that is actually involved.
And as we look at that, let's check in with the TCRs here as they go through. TCRs are starting to get lapped now. We see the LMP3s finding their way through. The TCRs still holding that classic TCR single file train, just enough horsepower to be dangerous, but not enough horsepower to really force an issue here. The LMP3s are clearly going to send it up the inside, and I will say the TCRs are doing a beautiful job there of sticking around where they're at and sticking to that inside line. Now, if you're an LMP3 though, you find them there in the corner. That's the dangerous point. That's the spot where you have to pay attention. You have to make sure that TCR car knows you're there, and you've just gotta hold on to it as much as possible. Here we go. Up the inside is gonna go the LMP3s on the TCRs, and now around through. Look at that. The TCRs, they're so much bigger. They're so much heavier. They're so much wider. They are indeed basically a road car, add a roll cage, do some weight saving, add some fun racy parts, and then that is what you have here on track. So we watch them go through. They are, they're fast, they're fun, but relative to an LMP3, they're basically standing still.
Yeah, and I think I just saw 3 wide potentially forming down in the back between 2 P3s and a TCR coming around Piratella. But yeah, TCRs, they're not an easy car to drive, and I take this as an experience. I drove a Brazilian Championship, and the level of driving this car, like top tier level, is just something different. It really is tricky, and it is complicated for you to extract top level times and do what the top tier guys actually do. And so I think this is the first opportunity for Nacho Fredes to make the overtake on Pintala right there. He gives a push, and it's Scott McGarvey, I think, involved with one of the Hydro Race Geodesic cars from what it looks like. So SRN involved early on already.
Yeah. And as we watch the drivers continue on through here, Scott McGarvey getting that car back underway on the replay. Brandon Rosenborough, that is a hard hit there, sending that car around as well. Live down in the bottom right hand is the TCR battle as it sits. This is the battle for P2 between RD Simsport, and the car behind is going to be, well, that is going to be the Voracious Racing team, Nahul Fredris, that is going to be challenging through for position as they go through. It's Hyundai versus Honda as they go and they challenge and they battle. And well, for that 114, it is just a case of bide your time. You're going to find the speed by tenths of a second, by hundredths of a second even at times. Again, TCR is not huge on horsepower. They can't make massive late break lunges, but they can consistently gain little by little as they continue around. We're 15 minutes into this race now. Classes have started to mix up. Things have gotten crazy here as it stands. And well, as it stands, currently your pole sitters are all still basically leading.
Yeah, and Roseboro, just to bring it up, but to attention real quick, before he actually had that issue, he was P2 in the overall standing. So that was a big moment right there for the Hydro Race Geodesic car, as now Alessandro Romanelli is going to get featured that into P2. But for how long, that is actually the question, because I think they just went through the sport class field, dives down a little bit deeper than Alex Bergstrom, and retains P2 for now. But the Canadian driver is surely on the hunt against Romanelli.
That he is, and he's going to be in a good position to try to get that hunt done as we go. And we continue to follow this battle here up front in LMP3 WSR Esports Maradness M Squad going through. And here's the change of position. The big loss here of the day is Team Huskenveld down in 12th place, and they are down 7 positions on the day. We saw that spin early on and saw them really struggling for grip. I don't know what it was specifically that was causing such an issue with grip, but they were having a big issue early on. Unfortunately, it's found them down in 12th place as they continue through. We jump back in. Again, this is the Cup cars getting around the TCRs. This is SimRacing.School in the lead ahead of Fiercely Forward, and they are continuing to battle through, trying to find their way through. This is Schlostic continuing through in that 990 and very, very comfortably and very, I'd argue patiently, but aggressively finding his way through traffic.
Yeah, as they go around the TCRs, and just a quick correction, Bergstrom is American. I know the Unfialo corrected me. I know the team has some Canadians, and I'm going to beat myself up until this race is over about this. Well, meanwhile, Valkyrie XP and the Aztec 996 around the Impulse TCR around Piratella. No contact whatsoever, but the Aztec car is going to be able to go around. But the question is for how long they're going to be able to stay side by side. They decide not for long, as the 996 stays in front for the time being, and they have to catch a Delta Sport car that is just going through more TCRs.
As we continue to watch them battle through this class mixing, this is really the point of the race where I get nervous. This first case of all of the cars basically getting thrown into a blender and sent around. This is the case that I get nervous, because this is usually where, if you're going to see a big incident, a big moment, this is where it happens. And it's really, I mean, it comes down to a number of things here, Lorenzo. It's patience, it's heads up driving. Again, you know, the warm up, while again I like to call it a cool down, it's nice because the drivers can kind of get their head out of the qualifying moment and into how do I drive around faster lap traffic, slower lap traffic. There's the 921 of Olympus Esports' Alfonso Sudo, who has went around in a somewhat interesting spot. That is not where I feel like we traditionally see spins there on the main straight. So I wonder what has happened there. And I have a feeling that I've spoken this into existence, but I don't want to say it.
Now that you opened your mouth, you know you're going to have to say it, right?
I know. It's probably the literal thing I was just talking about classes mixing. So, yeah, I will, yep, I will own that one. I spoke that into existence as we watch Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's number 462 entry in the Sport Series be challenged here. From behind, they have a Porsche for company. And Alfonso Sudo, no, okay.
I knew it.
That was a solo spin.
I didn't want to call that out, but I knew it. I'm not surprised, because that corner is a little bit tricky for you to go around, especially in the Cup car. Meanwhile, Bergstrom went around Romanelli, is now P2 in the overall standings.
As we watch that P2 in the overall standings go through, 7 seconds is the gap. And I want to look at that 7 seconds and go, oh my gosh, that is such a big gap. That is such a big difference there. But at the same time, I remind myself, we still have 3 hours, 42 minutes left on the clock. There's still plenty of time for them to find. So it is very, very likely that they will find more time, because if you look at the last lap times, I mean, they were half a second faster the last lap than Delatraz Automotive. So they are in a good position, and WSR Esports Butt Kicker, of course, is not going to let them get away that easy. So we will see these cars follow each other through. As it stands, Delatraz currently 4th in the overall championship standings. They're in a good position here, but of course Maradness is in 6th and WSR Esports Butt Kicker is in 5th. They want good results because they're starting this European run, and they're looking at how can they claw their way back up the championship ladder to get to the top.
Absolutely. And again, this for a closely contested LMP3 championship, every point they need right now is well welcome, right? Despite the gap between the number 16 and the number 8 that is actually leading this race being quite elongated one, and the number 70 to the number 16 is 3 points. So it will be well welcomed at this point of the race. Just really quickly, I got penalties as I think Delatraz just got held up massively by traffic. The gap just shrunk to 5.5 seconds. It's going down further and further. Penalties, 2 penalties for Racing Lab that amounts for 30 seconds with collisions. And the 439 of UJazz getting a 5-second penalty for contact while approaching the race time.
So penalties being handed out. As I said, the stewards are quick and the stewards are decisive, and the stewards do not like it when you cause incidents and have big moments. So they will be quick to hand out the 1-2s, the big knockout punches, the submissions, whatever you want to call it. There, depending on your preferential of fighting setup sport, and they will make sure that you feel the wrath of race control. They do not like anything crazy happening, anything avoidable happening, I will say, through. Watch the battle for 10th in LMP3, Hydro Race Geodesic Huskenveld, and then Prestanda Nomad has dropped back again here into 12th place. So we watch this battle continue its way along. They're there. The number 57 entry is for Prestanda Nomad, but they have again dropped back. They are just looking to challenge. They're looking to get the moves going. They're looking to do something here. And at the moment, I think that something is just kind of follow along and go. We jump back up a little bit more. This is the Cup Series. This is the 971. I don't know why I keep saying series. It's probably because I've been watching NASCAR. Look at the LMP3 trying to charge their way through, trying to find some sort of a move here to get away from these 3 Cup cars.
And to make it matters worse, the lead is right involved in the middle of all these things of the race. So that Stella track just gone between all these P3 guys. And I just got an information that is actually quite big. Eddie Young had a disconnection in the sport class. So WSR Esports Buckkicker GT4 actually is relegated all the way at the back of the race. He actually was brought this just now.
That hurts. That hurts a lot. That is, but again, we kind of talk about it a bit. I tend to talk about it a lot with these endurance races. You don't really have to worry about, you know, cutting down a tire, your engine blowing up, or your transmission quitting and the shifter not working. But you do have to worry about losing power, losing internet. Those are the things that kind of add that uncontrollable factor into your race that sometimes as a team you just have to rally behind, deal with, and then keep going.
Yeah, fortunately for them, I think they're gonna have to come back into the racetrack and try to get points. So especially in a closely contested sport field, and of course that car is not well up in the standings. They're standing 15th in the standings, but that was their best place in the entirety of the race championship so far, standing P2 in a race where it's closely contested in the sport category, right above them.
That it is, and we'll see how that shapes up here through this back half of the season. As we talked about the schedule, we run IMOLA here, and then we run the Circuito de Jerez here in round 5, and then round 6 all the way out in April, if you can imagine that it's that far away, which really April isn't that far away. 4 hours of Portimao will round out our season on the 12th of April. So we'll keep that along, but all the focus right now right here in Imola, Autodromo Internazionale Enzo di Ferrari. Enzo Edino Ferrari. You have to say that name correctly at least once. I may not actually nail it once, so I will leave Lorenzo to say that name properly with pronunciations one time, for I don't ever claim to be the best at pronunciations.
Autodromo Internazionale Enzo Edino Ferrari.
There we go. There we go. Now give the WN. Or Lorenzo. That is what we that is why I lean on the commentary team, because I do not have that. I indeed have the American accent. I can throw you the good old accent for NASCAR any day of the week. Pronouncing the names in their native tongue is not always my favorite thing. As we go through Cup cars, still trying to battle. LMP3's lapping through Lorenzo. This race is really settling in.
Yeah, it's settling in. It's becoming a really good race. Meanwhile, you can see Walk just losing the position to Carlar because of the traffic that he's got involved in. I think that was WSR Esports and also the Moranes that kind of kicked him off. But that was, of course, WSR that kicked him off into the exit of Alco Minerale right there. And unfortunately, he lost the position to Carlar. But more importantly, here's the battle between P3, between Dalton Zavadil and Delta Sport. This is important because I think for Dalton Zavadil, he needs all positions he can have in this race because he has a 20-second penalty for that blocking. No, actually, we saw that blocking on the replay. That was around Taza that we saw 4 cars checking up between each other. And unfortunately, they got the short straw. So they're going to have to relegate themselves into the pit lane, lose 20 seconds, and maybe with the safety car claw themselves back into race contention. Just one quick thing: when you mentioned the name of the track, did you just make hand gestures as Zavadil's going to most likely take his penalty?
Oh, absolutely. You have to make the hand gestures because otherwise you're not doing it right. Fiercely Forwards 901 here of Dalton Zavadil is taking his penalty here, and this is going to be such a long one for him. But again, 3.5 hours left to go in this race. You still have time to claw back. It's just not going to be an easy uphill battle. Torres here with Zenith Esports back in the sport category, running that beautiful, beautiful McLaren, will be battling really quick there and going through as best as possible, trying to find some sort of a battle here as he goes. He's trying to hold off a battle, really, from the third place Delta Sport Sim Shops 404 of Bart Horston, who is just right behind there in that Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely. And good battle between these guys. I know Bart probably wants to try to get a little bit more points, given the fact that Team 75 Bernhard by CMRC and Hydro Ratio Desik 462 are not having the best race so far, as just going to quickly glance around here in the standings. The 462, where's that sneaky 462? We normally see them in races. They are standing fourth place right behind them, but it's 2 seconds behind, so Delta Sport having a little bit of advantage, but the gap so far between them, it's quite big in the standings. 27 points separate the 462 to the 475 between first and second, and 37 separates the Delta Sport to the Hydro Ratio Desik. But hey, every points you can get in the board are all welcomed by at the end of the championship.
Indeed, you have to have that long-term goal. If you're looking forward, you have to remember that at the end of the race, there is a championship to be won. You've got to just keep it moving, keep it grooving, keep it together as best as you can. Now, as we continue this battle through here with Zenith Esports in second place, we see they are continuing to have faster cars approach, faster cars around, and that was a dive there. I believe that is Delatraz Automotive that was making that move around. Another lap getting put down around from the leader. That was a scary moment there a little bit. That is brave. That is confidence. That is confidence in your car. That is confidence in the cars around you, knowing that you're there. So that is a very, very good move, very cleanly executed there for the race leader, and that allows him to continue to extend that 7-second lead that he has on the Maradna Sim squad.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a certain thing around. We often talk about an endurance racing, multi-class racing of sorts. Going around traffic, now you can see Bergstrom going around. I think that's the pickup cars are right. They're right behind the Zenith ones as we look into this quick angle. But yeah, it's that thing of being able to circumvent the slower traffic with effectiveness and speed and cleanness. If you are able to do that, especially on a high level, it's not many drivers that do this, and to be able to do that effectively, it's something else.
Indeed, as we watch the number 911992 bring that car on around here and fight through. This is going to be just lapping traffic, trying to find some position here if possible. The 911992, the Walk Racing Esports Igor Koss, who is just continuing to try to battle as much as possible and bring this car through. There's the Huskenveld entry of the LMP3's Simon Graf going around there the outside and very quickly getting through, and that is the power difference between the Cup car and the LMP3. But now the draft is there, and surprisingly the LMP3 does put off a little bit of a draft, but in the corners is going to be where we really see the difference in weight, the difference in size come into play. And look at the spread there, the difference that's pulled out very, very quickly between those two cars as the LMP3 continues to carve around sport traffic and just push that car moving forward.
Yeah, because we know for a fact that the Porsche Cup cars are actually really fast. They are faster than some of the cars. I think we have a movement for the sport. Apparently, Zenith had a problem and are getting tucked back several spots. I think you can see them 10th, 11th, 12th place. And I don't know if that could trigger a yellow flag. Oh, we just saw them there. They're spun around at the exit of Piratella.
Indeed, they continue to still fall down, and this is where the problem comes in for them, is they hit the point where they're going through and they continue to drop down. But this is the other thing too that I don't know that we've talked about is once a spin happens here and the grid is all mixed up, the whole field is spread through, it's impossible almost to find a safe re-entry point through the traffic, through the cars. You really, really have to be prepared to just kind of bide your time and sit and drop down the order for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to look on the replay what actually happened that we got what was P2 in the sports standings to lose several seconds, several spots. They're back in I was gonna say they're back in P13, but I'm trying to look where they actually are on the racetrack. They're back in P18 in the class, so lost 41 seconds as a total of all this.
That is a huge, huge loss there as they go. That is so unfortunate to see in the sport category. But again, still plenty of time left in this race, plenty of time to claw through. Muradness M Squad, don't look now, but your boss is watching and is looking to see how you do here. And I will report for you, boss. You should be very happy. They're currently sitting second place, 8 seconds back on Delatraz Automotive. They're looking like they're doing very good here in this Club Sport series as they continue to go through. We continue to watch this battle here in Cup that is led in by the number 918, pushing around, pushing through, trying to find any sort of gap, consistency, pace that they can. Or sorry, not the 918, the 911, 992. There's a lot of nines in there that are involved. So you just got to make sure you don't mix them up. LMP3 cars yet again finding their way around, and Pulse Racing's car is continuing to run through here with Walk Racing Esports.
Absolutely, and just quickly reminding that Impulse was the winner in Cup last time we came at IMOLA. So the lineup not pretty much all that changed from the Impulse, as now we're looking into Logan McKenzie into G-Force, one of the premier teams into this TCR force, standing 15 points, the closest gap between P1 and P2 in the whole standings. They won a Barber, nearly won a Sebring. They actually got P2 a Sebring and just couldn't get around the top of the esports butt kicker car. But it seemed to look for, and so far relegated into P4, P5 in the TCR standings with that Veloster TCR, which I think under the new build, I think the last time we drove was under the old build. I could be very wrong. I think that was before the new build came out and made the Honda, I think, the better car in terms of choice and speed. So interesting to see what the Hyundai boys are going to do to, you know, minimize the gap, and also BOP talk-wise, what has been done to make sure the Hyundais are competitive to the Honda.
Yeah, it is always interesting to see how TCR kind of balances that back and forth. Logan McKenzie there will continue to push that car forward as much as possible. Of course, a pro driver in this series who is continuing to push, looking very, very comfortable. There goes an LMP3 up the inside, and you can tell the TCR cars are really aware of kind of their position on track. They're kind of aware that really what they have to do is just hold their racing line. The faster cars are aware that they've got to kind of carve through them as they can, and those TCR are doing very well of just running their race. I kind of almost describe it as putting the blinders on a horse here in the horse capital of the world, because what they do is they're just basically, they're looking at no distractions. They're focusing on their race alone. And that is the best way to run a slower class car, in my opinion, is yes, you need to be aware that faster cars are approaching, but you almost need to just not be aware that they're even on track, if that makes sense. It's kind of that weird double entendre effect of you need to know they're there, but you need to not know they're there. You need to focus your race, focus your line, but also, you know, trust that they're going to pass you and make their way around.
Yeah, absolutely. And eyes all the way back into Brendan Roseborough. As you can see, there's the fiercely four car kind of like blocking the path of his teammate in P6 in the standings. That is the 66 that's driven by Chris McGrath that we saw having the mistake over here at Aqua Minerale at the start of the race. But so far, everybody just calming down. It's good to see that we have a calm race early on. No yellow flags. I was just talking about that on the YouTube chat. Of course, if a yellow flag happens, I'm probably going to throw myself out of the ground floor window right here where I live.
Please don't do that.
It's not going to be the biggest damage in terms of history. I think I'm just going to have a bruised shoulder than anything else. But other than that, it's been a very calm race of sorts as Delta Sport and Bart Hovesen has been looking into sports, trying his best to get closer to James Boomy and his McLaren 570S GT4.
Indeed there. That second place battle just separated by a second, continuing to close. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes through. We follow along with the LMP3 entries here, both from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, as they continue to battle along. And really, at this point, I wouldn't even say they're battling. They're really just working as teammates at this point, just trying to be consistent with each other, trying to run through. They're running very similar lap times. They're running very similar pace here. I'll be curious to see if they decide to invert positions at any point, if that number 66 with Chris McGrath feels like he is faster than Rosenborough and the number 64 ahead. Maybe they try to invert and make a charge up towards Solpec. Of course, there is 3 seconds separating them to the car ahead, but 3 seconds again, 3 hours, 24 minutes left to go. Plenty of time to change that up as we do see more cars going into the pits, doing what I would presume is serving more penalties, because race control, again, does not appreciate certain things. And what has happened here with the number 433 Torres? Well, this is 3 wide between a Cup, a GT4, and a TCR. And well, there's the bump. That was on the TCR leader. And then unfortunately for that number 433 entry, around and then just sitting stationary in the middle of the track. But you can't move, you can't move, you can't move, you can't move. And this is what caused them to drop so far. I mean, Amazon Next Day Air code Brown, clean up aisle 433.
Yeah. Oh, sheesh. I think that was the grid and go car that made potential contact right there. Luckily for them, they got away unscathed of all these things. And apparently we have pit stops going on for the LMP3s. I see Track into the pit lane. I see Hoisinfeld 48 is in the pit lane. So we're due to have seen leaders and other contenders in the pit lane as well.
All right, so we're looking at about 35 to 40 minutes for a pit stop in LMP3 is what that tells me. And what that tells me is that this race is going to be a 5-stopper, at least.
Yeah, what surprised me is the fact they went kind of long, nearly 40 minutes of racing. So if they go 40 minutes, that would be very impressive. As there's, I think, switching of the places. Yeah, there's McGrath. I think he's up in the front run now in front of Roseboro. And they're trying to catch Boris Ovando. 3 seconds separates them. We're going to look at the replay.
Little bit of contact there, just a little bit. Shout out in the background here, Ramiro, for the slow-mo camera action there, because that is, man, that is the scariest place I think I've seen a car stopped in Imola. Granted, we've seen big wrecks at Imola, we've seen big moments at Imola, but I can't remember the last time there was a car stopped stationary in the racing surface, facing backwards, just staring at cars on one of the quickest parts of the circuit approaching.
Yeah, and somehow, some way, everybody survived the whole ordeal. Especially on a corner that has a little bit of a blind exit of sorts, so that's slightly impressive. Just a quick update on Track. I think Track is repairing the cars a little bit longer. They're staying quite a while stationary in the pit lane, and we got more penalties. See, Hoisinfeld got 10 seconds. With the contact they had on the Moranis M Squad car. Brent Roseboro, I think, has a 10 seconds as well. And there's also another incident between the 33 and the 64, and apparently there was deemed an NFA.
Race control, very, very busy here today, but they are making very quick decisions here on many moments that we've seen. We continue to follow this LMP3 6664. Watch this. This is TCRs, Cup cars, and sport cars all mixing together here in the mix. That is the sport class leader of Buemi, who is currently running for Altitude Esports with Delta Sports Sim Shop, half a second behind there in the AMG. They've pretty well stayed like this for a little bit now, but it is closer than it has been. It was about a second of distance, and now it's half a second, 6/10. I have to wonder if traffic is playing the game of traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, or if this is a case of just really getting comfortable where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely. A good battle between the leaders right there, as eventually we could see a potential move from Delta Sport down in the wall if the gap actually opens. As you can see, James going around. That's one. I think the TCR, just looking forward to see which TCR looks that to be. I think that's a Semper racing car that is standing in P3, and Della tries to decide that the grass is not lava and goes around everybody else.
Delatraz not having the patience to deal with that traffic, very quickly taking the off-road route. And I don't like driving on the grass because I tend to always spin as soon as a wheel touches grass. So the fact that he has the car control and the patience to do that is amazing. Here we go. This might be your battle for the sport lead between Altitude Esports and Delta Sports Sim Shop as they come through. I thought that Delta Sports Sim Shop was going to look for a pass there, but no, the 404 will stay behind the 401 for the moment as they continue around. Buemi still holding that 401 in place in the lead. Delta Sports Sim Shop, I really thought had the run there.
Yeah, I know Buemi's viewers in the chat are probably going to be biting their nails if he actually is streaming on Twitch this time. So, but let's see if Buemi's going to be able to retain this lead for now, because Force is driving really well, that Mercedes. So that could actually open up a door down the line for an overtake. That's for sure.
Indeed, it'll make things very interesting as they continue along. We now see that is the P11 LMP3 entry. That is Huskenveld's team that is going through. Here's Timo Hayden in the 457. Just a little too much on the brakes there, little too much gas into Aqua Minerale, and the back of the car becomes the front of the car, but thankfully able to get that car back on circuit without too much of an issue.
Yeah, unusual mistake for Timo, a guy that usually drives really clean, and unusual to see that happen for the German guy, for the German dude. So certainly he's not going to feel affected by that all the way too much. So still a lot of racing left.
Plenty of racing
Delatraz
left.
pitting, by the way.
Ooh, Delatraz pitting in. I'm glad that you caught that here. What does Maradness M Squad do in response? Do they pit? Do they stay out a little bit? Well, we're gonna find out here.
No, I was just gonna say top 3 is pitting. Everybody in the top 3 is actually pitting. I would say top 5 is gonna pit as well.
That is hitting time there, and I mean realistically too, when you hit, you know, these top tier teams, they all run very similar strategies. Very rarely do you see teams of this level of competition really switch up that strategy on the beginning, especially when you consider that we've had a full green flag run for the first 43 minutes of this race. We've had all of the drivers being very consistent in pace, very competitive through. It would make sense to really see them all pitting at the same time. Top 8 are in the pits currently.
Yeah, and early exit for Bergstrom right there. There's a little bit of a driver swap as well. Milleru, according to Milleru, coming in for the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage. And Bergstrom staying in the car. From what it looks like, Katsudonis is going to come in for the number 16. My Police is going to remain in the car, and just looking where...
Looks like more driver changes happening as well through the top 9, if I'm not wrong, as we watch them go through.
Yeah, I was going to say McGrath giving way to Bull Rigger. Roseborough staying in the car. Vigo staying in the car. Arteaga staying in the car. Hakon Lindmo staying in the car. Ovando in the car. Yeah, only teams that did a driver swap is Delatras, WSR, and the Hydro Race Geodesic 66.
Well, Delatraz had a mega first stint there in that number 8 Delatraz car, so Millerou is going to be in a very good position here, up 10 seconds after the pit stop to go through that Maradness M squad car. Bergstrom has the rhythm in, has the comfort part in, and now if you're a driver that is just taking over here 45 minutes into this race, that first couple of laps is all about getting the consistency down, getting the rhythm back in the feel for what you've been doing, and then you've just got to send it at that point.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
See here how things go. We check in with 7th place LMP3 car. That is the Prestanda Nomad 56 entry as they go through. Correction, that is not the Nomad 56 entry as they go through. They had 6th place on the board, and it kind of faked me out a little bit.
And it's because the number of the side of the car only updates when you come into the line. That's what happens with the transponders.
It's core sim racing prototype Malik Palich. So apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. It is been a crazy race through. You have to remember to look at the pink numbers down in the bottom right. Lorenzo, that is one of those things to remember, that the number boards don't always immediately update.
Yeah, absolutely. Live and learn in iRacing, man. Or in motorsports in general. By the way, talking about motorsports in general, do you know Cletus, because this year American, do you know Cletus is driving ARCA this year?
I did know that, and that is one that I'm going to be keeping up with very, very hardcore. I will be keeping up with one Mr. Cletus to see how he does through the year.
I'm surprised that he's actually driving ARCA. And then that came out of left field for me, man.
Oh, it's absolutely out of left field, but there's nothing less that Cletus could do than come out of left field here. So you just kind of have to, it's his nature. So as long as Whistling Diesel doesn't decide to race in GT4, I think we're okay.
That is true.
Anyways, following along with this race here, we continue through with Core Sim Racing prototypes, sending their car around again. Core Sim Racing currently leading. Oh, what has happened here with Prestanda Nomad? Because that was an LMP3 around the outside. That was the Precision Racing entry around the outside with a GT4 around the inside, or a Sport Series car through. That was an interesting moment there for the number 56. What happened to them?
That looked to be the Variante Alta as we see Asetak coming in, the 996 car. I wonder. That's the leader. Salchuk coming in. Hofson is in as well. I think Cup class pit stops are happening early on before the hour, which is a little surprising in my books. But then again, strategies, things, man. So really looking forward to see on the replay what caused Lindbo to lose positions.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well what happened there. I don't think that was from a pit stop. As we go through, we follow the Solpec Precision Racing number 60, who's currently feeling the pressure from behind there, because that right there is going to be up the inside from Hydro Racing Geodesic. That is going to be trying to get through and around, and side by side they continue. This is going to be interesting to watch. Side by side we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. Well, we're going to send it through the left-hand of Piratella, keep it side by side. Let's head on downhill to Aqua Minerale. We go through side by side. We continue to the inside is going to be Solpec. To the outside is going to be Hydro Race Geodesic, and in the end, Solpec Precision is able to find that run, but Hydro Race Geodesic is going to continue to pressure. We'll have the inside to the outside for Variante Alta. Is either car going to back out? And that is a sausage curb of days for Hydro Race Geodesic trying to get around Solpec Precision. Bo Rigor does do so, but Ovando is going to be yelling foul very well, because that was well off the racing surface. And now let's just introduce Prestanda Nomad's Lindmo in for company as well.
And the other Geodesic car as well. So it becomes a four-way fight, as Ovando looks like to have a little bit of last straight line speed. Limbo is going to make it 3 wide down in the start-finish line. I'm already nervous how this is going to go on turn number 1. Is everybody going to commit? And the only one who commits is Limbo. Everybody just follows back into a single file of cars. And Rigger just follows suit with his Ligier for the time being.
Very wise for them to get back in the single file there through that section of the track, because it's just chicane after chicane through Tamburello and Villeneuve. Now we head through Toza. This is where I would anticipate some moves starting here with that Hydro Race Geodesic Racing black car of Rosenborough, the first car in the back there, and then again that Solpec Precision Racing, the Prestanda Nomad, and then the other Hydro Race Geodesic car ahead. I would anticipate seeing some battles heat up yet again. They may take a lap or two and just sort of gather themselves, and traffic is approaching, and again, lap traffic giveth, lap traffic taketh away. So if that traffic gets in the wrong spot in the way here, it can spell a massive battle.
I think I'm gonna grab this drop of you saying traffic giveth and traffic taketh. And I think, do you remember when we saw that apparently Delatraz decided to make the outside of Variante Alta, the grass, a rally cross line where you could actually overtake people?
Yes, I do.
Add 5 seconds to his counter. He just got a 5-second penalty.
Ouch. He was brave, he was bold. But again, Race Control doesn't like any of the argy-bargy. They'll make you pay for it. Just like we're seeing Solpec Precision Racing's number 60 there drop back behind Hydro Race Geodesics Bo Rigor there in the number 66 and continue to hold on, because now they're playing the traffic game. Race Control's not going to like you driving in the grass in a car that's not meant to be in the grass.
Yeah.
There is a spin.
That looked like to be Orion spun around.
I believe it was. I know that's a BMW missing a front bumper, and it was indeed. It looks like it might have been the 122 there as we jump forward. So that was actually a TCR. That wasn't a BMW bumper. That was a Hyundai bumper, I believe. Mamma mia. We are in Italy.
Che cosa Dio.
I'm not Lewis Hamilton, so I don't know any Italian beyond Mamma Mia to add in. I do know that Nomad Racing is going through, and that is huge ass in the background.
It's all kicking off, man.
I think we've hit that 50-minute mark, and I think for some of these drivers, just that mental set is starting to drop a little bit, if that makes sense. They're kind of hitting that point where it's sort of a wall of thought, and they've been running around so long in a straight, in the rhythm running through, that I think some drivers are just starting to lose a little bit of that mental sharpness.
Yep.
Watching the cars continue along here again, still kind of trying to see what happens.
Flags. Oh boy.
All right, well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, caution number 1 of the day is here, and it only took 53 minutes, but caution number 1 has been thrown by Race Control. They have said, all right, here we go. We got to get this back in order. Enough things have happened. We need to get this back through.
I think somewhere, I might get a message in a little bit, but I think somewhere in Fiercely for Frederick Schwartz might be celebrating this yellow flag.
For sure. Igor Koss there in the number 911 Walk Racing Esport car pacing around here. We go under caution for the first time under safety car intervention. And the way that this is going to work, ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time in an IVRA League race watching this here, the way that this is going to work is it's going to be just a nice little safety car period as we go through for this. You get everything through. Overtaking, of course, is not allowed, and Race Control will tell you what to do, when to do it. The safety car collects the overall race leader, and then anyone in the front of their class gets the first wave by, and then the class leader will, if they pit, lose the position, then it goes to the next person, etc. Then pit entry is opened by Race Control, and you follow Race Control's instructions. That is the big key of this race. Follow Race Control's instructions. And then after pit entry is open, they will tell you when pit exit is open. And then they split the classes. They send the second wave bars through. They add into lines, and then we restart. Unless race control decides to send a short safety car period, which is also possible.
And judging from voices from our producer, I think I just felt pain. Yeah.
I have a feeling that whatever replay we're about to see is gonna hurt a little bit, Lorenzo.
Yeah. If we made an Argentinian cry, it's certainly gonna make us cry as well.
Replay here. This is going to be Mike Dam in the 434. Oh. So that was the 434 of Mike Dam that sent that around. That was the Orion Race Team Sport 434 entry. That was indeed a BMW I saw a second ago that I saw a front bumper missing on. So that is why the safety car was thrown.
I'm trying not to laugh because you know what I thought at this moment? I don't know if you're a wrestling guy like myself.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately thought about Ron Simmons.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I was going to say, right?
Yep. Ooh. Man. You know, I do have to say though, I am thankful I always say this whenever there's big wrecks like that in the sim. I'm very thankful that we're in a sim, but then I remember that drivers have motion rigs and drivers have direct drive wheels, which can produce absolute carnage.
Yeah, I have a G29, so I'm not going to complain about it, thank God.
Fair enough.
But soon. But I'll upgrade that soon. Let me get my own place first. But here's the thing. A few takeaways. If you're Frederick Schwartz, I don't think you're going to be celebrating this because this could actually be another penalty to Fiercely Forward, which eventually is not going to be Fiercely Forward. They're going to be Fiercely Backwards. And if you're Delatras, more specific, Conata Milaru, you're going to be kicking yourself in the head with the fact that you haven't taken the 5 second penalty before the yellow flag came out.
It's gonna hurt so bad because if you look just behind that cup car there of the 902, that's Muradness right there. So Muradness M Squad's Alec Bergstrom will inherit the lead in theory once they pit through. I mean, that's gonna be huge for them. Honestly, it kind of just that 12-second plus lead that he had there going into the yellow flag period is just gone now. Let's recap this TCR class as they stand, because the TCRs have had quite a bit going on here as they've went through. It is currently WSR Esports Butt Kickers Stolzenberg that is leading, with RD Sim Sports Penatella in second, and then Voracious Racing Team in third, Semper Racing in fourth, G-Force Racing in fifth, Hydro Racing Geodesic in sixth, Impulse Racing in seventh, Sure Esport in eighth, Grow Race Team in ninth, and then in 10th place in the TCR class is Sim Motion as they stand currently. Curious to see what those TCR cars pull together. In sport, it is SRN Motorsports in the lead, currently in the pits with Team 75 in second, gridandgo.com in third, BS Turner Racing in fourth, Impulse Racing in fifth, Torque Freak Racing in sixth, Satellite Racing Hugh Jass in eighth, Door Academy in ninth, Fiercely Forward in 10th, Delta Sports Sim Shop in 11th, Hydro Race Geodesics, Sport Entry in 12th, Orbit Drop Bear, Zakarl Esports, Altitude Esports, Glacier Racing, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, Rusty Spatulas, Orion Racing Team, and Zenith Esports round out your sport category. I am really enjoying this race through, and we're only an hour in of 4. Plenty of racing left to here today at IMOLA. Cup Series, Delta Sports Sim Shop, Valkyrie Excite, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, SimRacing.School, Carla Esports, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral's other entry, Impulse Racing, Walk Racing, Esports, SimCity Racing, Fiercely Forward, Racing Lab, and Olympus. Your 12 cars in Cup as they stand. The only position changes between Aztec Sim Sport Visceral and Impulse Racing. It's interesting to see that Cup has been pretty consistent, pretty steady, but they've been challenging hard as they go through. And then we'll round out this LMP3 field as we pace around under this safety car for the moment. And that is, of course, Delatraz Automotive that is leading for now. They do, of course, have that 5-second penalty for running off the grass, heading down towards Ravazza, and they will have to serve that. And surely that will give the lead to the Maradness M Squad. Core Sim Racing, WSR Butt Kicker, Hydro Race Geodesics first entry in the number 66. Hydro Race Geodesics number 64 is in 6th place. Prestanda Nomads number 56 entry, and then it's Hydro Race Geodesics number 62 entry with Solpec Precision Racing in the number 60 and 9th. Team Huskenveld in 10th. They've had a little bit of a rough race. Prestanda Nomad in 11th, and Trek Racing down 2 laps, currently in 12th place. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at 3 hours to go here. So that means my time in the booth has been said, done, dusted. So it will be game over for me. It's been fun to take you through qualifying. It's been fun to take you through the race. Lorenzo, it's been fun to be here for this first hour of racing and for qualifying. I'm excited to see how this race ends. I'll be watching on the way after the fact. I'm going to go to the couch, grab a bag of popcorn myself, enjoy the rest of this race. I am going to leave you, ladies and gentlemen, in the more than wonderful, capable hands of one Mr. Ewan O'Leary. Ewan, take it away.
Thanks very much, Brad. Thanks very much for covering the first hour, indeed, of qualifying as well of this race. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, with Lorenzo Bonda for the next part of this race, indeed, to the end of this race. And the first action during my stint is going to be pit stops. There's going to be quite a lot of them. 4 pit stops in LMP3. For the 4 that are going to become the last 4 on the lead lap in the field. There are only 11 on the lead lap as it stands right now. There are some Cup cars coming in as well, about 5 or so of them, and then a few more sport cars as well. As you can see, that's Beau Rigaud stopped on the exit of pit lane. Why he's quite stopped there and not inside pit lane. I wonder whether he accidentally ran the red light at the end of pit lane. Not entirely sure. He may have done. That may be a penalty there, Lorenzo. I'm not sure you're quite supposed to stop there.
Yeah. I'm curious either because we didn't say I didn't see anybody giving the pit exit open. So this could be quite interesting and see where this goes. Looking at race control, I'm seeing a few progresses. I'm seeing the Boris Ovando getting a warning for trying to leave space against the 56 car, which is the Prestanda Nomad. I think we saw that on the replay. And the Fiercely Forward Porsche Cup just got reported on the contact they made against Orion. And I don't know if that is going to bring themselves another penalty that is just going to damage the race a little bit more.
We'll see on that. Yeah, they are under investigation as we speak, or they're about to be. The number 8 car didn't decide to come into pit lane that time round, so the class split will now happen. In fact, the leaders of all the classes stayed out, which does speed this up a bit. In case you're not familiar with how the safety car periods actually work, that when the leaders all stay out in all the classes, it actually does make the whole thing a lot quicker. A little bit quicker. Yeah, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it does mean that the LMP3s will now work their way towards the front. Then we'll have the Cup cars, then we'll have the Sport cars, then we'll have the TCRs. So it's going to feel a little bit, Lorenzo, like a single file version of the start of this race, where we get a few laps of clean and green racing at the front before traffic begins again. And from that point, it is just madness, as we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. But still, they just still have to figure themselves out as we're gonna reshuffling of the class of sorts. So once everything is shuffled, I'm interested to see how this is gonna go into green flag running, because knowing that Milleru has a 5-second penalty, he has to take that 5-second penalty. He cannot do that under yellow flag. It's gonna be quite interesting for us to commentate on if he's going to be breaking away right off the get-go against the Miranda Sim squad. I know Daniel Morad who's watching us over here on our broadcast is going to be happy with the fact they're potentially the net race leaders, of course. If Core has other things in their minds, WSR as well. So can't wait to see how this restart will go for everybody else in the grid.
Yeah, it's going to be going to be an exciting restart indeed. So just to explain that, the penalty stuff, you know, the race leader 5-second penalty, everyone would be thinking, well, no. I guess some people, if you're not seeing the series, be thinking, well, surely it's been more than 3 laps since that was awarded. Well, it's not quite how it works. You get far more than 3 laps. In fact, you get a timer on the amount of time that you have to serve a penalty in this series, and so that is what basically denotes when you have to serve it, of course, and how long you've got. That generally is, or that whenever a safety car comes out, is reset. So you don't have a timer that's going to run out because, as you explained, you can't serve it under yellow. It would be unfair for a timer to run out because you can't serve it anymore as you're under yellow. So the timer gets reset every yellow you have. Effectively, what the number 8 car will be needing is a green flag set of pit stops to come in and serve the penalty in the penalty box, which you've already seen earlier on this afternoon. That's at the very start of pit lane, and there's actually quite a lot of space here at Imola to do that, and compared to the other circuits. And so that's what you're hoping for. I just wonder whether Deltas are actually going to get another green flag stop in this race as an LMP3 because of how long the green flag runs might be. That's what they'll need, though, if they want to serve this on circuit. If not, it's going to have to be applied post-race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen, I think, talking about endurance in the endurance series, we've seen already some team taking this penalty pit stop early on, right, to try to minimize the damage and see if that thing of yellow breeding yellows is going to become a fact into this race. Of course, I don't know if this is going to be the case over here in Imola. We know Imola is a little bit more narrow than some other tracks we've commentated on in the season. Of course, the American rounds we went were Sebring, Barber, and North America. No Barber for sure is a tight track comparison to this one. But looking forward to see how these guys have penalties and have to take them are going to take this early on and try to minimize the damage as the race goes on and maybe come with another safety car. Thinking about over here because I know the Cup, the Fiercely Forward Cup decision has not been made yet. I think we're going to have a few moments while we look into the replay of that Cup being sent.
Oh, it's a big crash, wasn't it?
Oh,
it's one of those really awkward ones where you sort of get head on with the barrier and there's just a slight bit of contact. And well done, by the way, to those 3 drivers who had to sneak through on the the left-hand side, especially the Prestana Nomad car. I noticed that, on the first replay. That was really close for one of the Prestana Nomad prototypes. That was very close there to getting clipped. And as I say, well done to everybody for avoiding trouble there. That was really well done. Thankfully, everybody avoided, and that ended up with just a 1-car incident, but it's very unfortunate for Orion Race Team, who are still getting repairs and have done for at least a quarter of an hour now while we've been under caution. It's a real shame that their race has had to befall that. By the way, the pit timer I was talking about is 90 minutes long. You get 90 minutes to serve your penalty, and it resets on every restart if need be. Effectively means if it comes in the last 90 minutes, you don't have to serve it on the circuit if you don't want to. And if you don't do a green flag stop, then you generally don't. Just depends how long this green flag run is going to be. I think we should be grateful, though, Lorenzo, that we got 55 minutes green flag run at the start of this race. You'd expect that to be the most incident-filled part of the race. You'd expect there to be a lot going on. And there was a lot going on, but no crashes that brought out a caution, which I think for 55 minutes at the start of this race is pretty good going.
No, I cannot complain, given the fact that the PTSD didn't strike within the first 4 laps. I was reminding last time we came around in Imola, when me, Andy McEwen, and I think that was Taylor Burris were commentating here. We had a first yellow flag on lap 9, and then we had another at lap 41. So we're approaching lap 41 of this race completed. Of course, we have up a total estimated 147 laps. If our lifetime it would be correct until the end. But having a good stretch of clean racing and and not a single yellow flag inside, in spite of 4 categories in Imola, it's well welcome into my books. Given what we've seen in this competition, not just in Clubsport, also entrance as well with the early yellow flags.
Yeah. The classes are now sorted pretty much, although Fiercely Forward are just coming back out the pit lane here. They're racing their way up to the other Cup cars. They should just about make it here, and then we should be able to go green at the end of this lap, I think. We'll wait and see whether it is possible or not, because as you can see, they've got a lot of sport cars to race on past here, down the or up towards the top of the hill, I should say, up towards Piratella. And there's a sport car coming through as well. Yeah, maybe we're not quite all sorted just yet. We'll wait and see. The lights are off, though, aren't they? There, so we will be going back green.
On.
Oh, they're off.
Oh, they're still on. I can see the blink. I can see the blinkers.
I see the lights off on top of the.
Oh, no! I was no. Apologies, me. I was looking through the broadcast on YouTube, not on live pictures for a moment.
The delayed, yeah. Well, the lights were on. There we go. But not anymore. So,
by the way, Ewan, rain or no rain?
Oh, I don't. I think it looks like it is going to rain to me, but I've got no idea. I know Ramira's praying that it doesn't.
Yeah, but do you want it?
Well, oh, of course. Well, oh, yeah, of course. But
I knew it.
It couldn't get more exciting, could it? I don't think. If it starts to rain, we will see. We will see if we get there or not. Stay with us here on RaceSpotTV. We'll be live for the next 2 hours 50. Myself and Lorenzo taking you through to the end of the race. There is the look at the back of the pack. They've got to be careful of the big stack up here. There's a real big standing on the brakes that happens right out the final corner. They've got to be careful. They've got to be careful, anticipate the braking. Otherwise, they're all going to smash into each other. And they're all ducking out of line just to make sure they don't. Now the green flag waves. Downstairs Automotive decided to wait for a little bit there before they go. And well done. Good presence of mind from everybody down towards the back of the pack, because they didn't end up smashing into everybody else like they could have done. Side by side, meanwhile, for the lead in GT4, or up towards the front anyway. It is side by side for the lead as Grid and Go into battle with Fiercely Forward Pink in towards turn number 1. It's going to be Fiercely Forward who come out the other side with the lead. Ahead of Grid and Go, then Team 35, Impulse Racing and Talk Freak Racing. The top 5 on the right-hand side of your screen. Out front, it's Downstairs Automotive who have taken that race lead on the restart and taken it through the first few corners.
Absolutely. Oh!
It's Team 75 and they're going to end up off the circuit. Contact with Impulse Racing. They were battling for 3rd place and now they're going to drop all the way to the back of the field.
And 475 T75 Bernhard by CMRC has a broken wing on the Porsche Cayman.
Well, the rear wing doesn't do a whole lot, but you're certainly going to be wanting to get that repaired. It's the worst possible time in the restart as well to get spun round, because you're going to end up many places down on where you were before. And don't forget, in that class, that almost everybody's on the lead lap. 18 cars on the lead lap, apart from Zenith and Orion, who we've seen get involved in accidents so far this afternoon. It's a good restart from Downstairs Automotive. Madness are going after them. It's Mike Pellish for Course Sim Racing, who is the cork in the bottle in 3rd at the moment.
Yeah, and I was talking about with Brad. It's interesting to see Course Sim Racing leading the championship. You know, securing really good results so far, even though he's getting massively chased by Tom Katsudonis. And you can see right behind, there's an attempt of movement by Horatio Desic, and apparently some error between Impulse and the Daniel Somers cars in the CMRC one.
I did just back it into the wall at the very end there, yeah. Didn't spot that live, but yeah. Oh! Second! Off the road and off just in behind there, one of the geodesic cars as well. The Madness car from 2nd place ends up off the road through the Villeneuve chicane. Oh my goodness, that came out of nowhere. Oh. Alec Bergstrom making an uncharacteristic solo error there.
What? These restarts, man, I know it's tricky on the LMP3s, but what is happening? Luckily, the car's unscathed, though.
Looks fine. Just gets over the outside curve. Oh, it snaps. And goodness me, I'm not sure how he's okay after that. That was pretty big contact with the wall on the outside. You saw Geodesic just in the background going off the road as well. 2 totally separate incidents, but totally solo incidents by the looks of it as well.
And I was telling Morad, they were grabbing some important points in the championship. I was telling the difference between first and seventh is 57 points, which is completely ridiculous. So, and the difference they have on the car next in front is about 3 points. So, this is going to damage in the long run. Hopefully, they can get it back racing quickly. But, ouch, man.
This is the lead in the sport class. Jesse Tekela for Grid and Go ahead of Fiercely Forward. And that Aston Martin currently being driven by Patrick Hingston at the moment. Down in towards the final 2 corners. This is Rivazza, turns 17 and 18. Now back out onto the front straight again. It feels very quiet at the front here for the moment, doesn't it? But certainly won't in a few moments' time, that's for sure. And all of these LMP3s come roaring through, and that's the most difficult point in the stint for the LMP3s, because don't forget the sport class is the biggest by some margin in this series.
Yeah, by a sizable margin. Meanwhile, I was talking, and apparently the reason why Fiercely Forward is so far ahead in sport is because whenever we had the issue with the Orion car, they were in the last sector, so they told it to come into the pit lane. So that's a good call.
Very good. Very good call. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead in the Cup class. These guys didn't stop, by the way, because they had just stopped on the green. Delta Sport, Valkyrie, Visceral, 1, 2 and 3, but really you can call it the top whatever. It's 12 cars on the lead lap, and they're all here pretty much in one long line, bar a few off the back at the moment who have gotten off to a bit of a sluggish restart. The bottom 5 all came in, by the way, under the caution. Jeremy Lamier came in right, and Valkyrie came in right as the caution was being thrown, basically. So legally, of course, but he did come in pretty soon before the caution. He's got out in second place, just in behind Delta Sport, who are still leading the way and are holding back quite a few of their rivals just for the moment. We're only 44 minutes away, don't forget, as well, from halfway points being dished out. It's going to be very important for Valkyrie, number 977, I should say, who are currently in second in this race, also second in this championship, looking to try and close those 41 points to Racing Lab in first.
Yeah, and knowing that Race Lab is all the way at, I was going to say all the way at the back of the field, but you got to grab every point you can. Yeah, they're second to last, so you got to grab everything. And we know they had the penalties. They had up to 30 seconds of penalties early on in the race. I don't know if that was actually served. I was looking at the control board, the race control board. Apparently that is served already. But Miguel Vigo in the 62 got another one of those the yellow flag procedures, the class split procedures that which round have we seen that? I think that was on Dangerous not long ago.
Oh, side by side, 3 wide nearly. As Zenith are coming through here. They're multiple laps down, but they're still making a race of it. Back in the pack. This is the previous race leader. I wonder if it's still James Beaumate at the wheel for the Altitude car. No, it's Ryan Martin now, just ahead of Glacier Racing. This is for 11th place now, after the race leader came in from the sport class. It's the only race leader to do so. There is the 482 just in the background. So that's Orbit Drop Bear, who have just been overtaken by Zenith, and they're under pressure from WSR Esports at the moment. Ashley Finch looking up the inside on the way towards Piratella. Is that car alongside enough? No, not quite, but that Zenith car looks very quick at the moment, I've got to say.
Yeah, it was one of the fastest cars around in the racetrack prior to their incident earlier on. But just quickly seeing Garrett Messam, that's a name I haven't seen in a long while. And I mean in quite a while, I would say about a year or two. Raced against Garrett a long time ago, I would say nearly 10 years ago in TC competitions and like. So it's good to see him here in IVRA, doing well so far with the Orbit Drop Bear. So let's see how they're going to do at the remainder of the race.
Yeah, looking for a top 10, I would have thought, as Core Sim Racing move into second place further up. This is Moradin SM squad looking to get back to that second place here with Alex Bergstrom. And towards the chicane, that's going to be a dangerous one. Not going to go for it there through Variante Alta, turns 14 and 15. Now down the hill, back down into Rivazza. Really difficult braking zone down here, of course. You can get quite late on the brakes, though, since it's downhill. It does extend the braking zone in these otherwise pretty good prototypes for getting slowed down just in places like that. Now Bergström is going to have his shot down in towards turn number 1. He's going to have to do it soon if he wants to, because there's going to be traffic very shortly for all of these LMP3s. They can't be far away from the TCRs now, and so Bergström is going to get it done before then. Outside line on the way towards Tamburello. Here he goes. Oh, he's broken too late around the outside and he's through. So Prestana Nomad very much letting him have that one. Hakaned Lindmo at the wheel of that one, and now down to 7th. That was very nice, really, to Alec Bergström.
It surprises me that car is still going and looks to be undamaged.
Yeah. It's surprising. Corentin Milo, meanwhile, has lost a lot of time through the traffic, and all of a sudden is under pressure from Core Sim Racing, but this is where it gets difficult. Now they're ducking through left and right and in the grass almost, trying to pass the RD Simsport TCR there. Wow, this is the first big bit of traffic after the restart, of course, and it has effectively lost him his entire lead.
Yeah, traffic gives and traffic takes, doesn't it?
It's taken a lot from him there. Yeah, it's taken a lot from him. Patrick Hingston has taken the lead, meanwhile, in the sport class. It's a change for the lead ahead of Jesse Telkala. So, fiercely forward move on up into the lead for the moment, as these two race away at the front of LMP3. But with a third of this race now complete, it's Dadshaz Automotive still leading the way ahead of Core Sim Racing, but just as they've passed all the TCRs, all the sport cars are now right ahead of them here to negotiate as well.
Yeah, and this is going to become just as nerve-wracking for them as it was through the first time they went when we had the green flag off this race. Meanwhile, looking at the battle between Voracious G-Force as Team Hoistingfeld just goes around on the inside at the exit of Tamburello. McKinsey try to go up, like I mentioned before, these Hyundais, I think with a new build, it looks to have a little less straight line speed in comparison to the Honda. So looking forward to see how the BOP and the car setups are done to compensate for this, I'm not going to say lack of speed, but disadvantage in speed maybe.
Yeah, it's an interesting battle here for 4th position. I mean, so far Fred is looking pretty secure in that position, to be honest. The LMP3s coming through is the only challenge really, but most of them have done that now. But maybe all of them have in the field. Yeah, they have now. So all the LMP3s gone. They're certainly not gone from these sport battles. And, well, this is where it gets very interesting. WSR working past their own teammates here. Geodesic round the outside of Altitude Esports here in towards Ravazza. That's pretty wide for Geodesic, and they are going to lose out, and there come their teammates now through as well. It's always interesting with these teams who have multiple cars in multiple classes. The Moragnas car really gains on all of them here, and maybe we're going to see a free wide moment in a few moments' time here as Alec Bergström tries to make up a place just up in front here. There's a Trek car trying to get out of the way. They're multiple laps down, and so they're just pulling to the left-hand side, ready for Geodesic and Moragnas to go through on the inside line, and they do, but they're only just halfway through these sport class cars.
Yeesh. It seemed like after the crash, Bergström just became faster. I don't know if he took some weight out of the car. Oh, Vigo! Issues.
Contact. And, oh, not quite more. He just gets back onto the circuit and avoids. So Bergström up another place, back up to the top 5 again. Yeah, that was number 62. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing going off the road through Villeneuve.
Wait, that was close. Meanwhile, massive development to Sproul. 20 seconds stop and go for the Delta Sport GT4 and the Zenith GT4 as well, with 20 seconds in stop and hold due to car contact.
That's very very long time. They'll serve that in their next green flag stop if they have one. Other penalties, by the way, includes a stop and go for Sam Blees in the TCRs. That's the Geodesic TCR for a 5-second rule violation. Miguel Vigo's got 20 seconds, as you say. 10 seconds for Timo Hayden for Impulse. Bart Huston for number 404 has got 20 seconds, as has the Zenith GT4. So yeah, plenty of drivers with 20 seconds. Solpek and Geodesik's incident is being investigated at the moment as well. I'm not sure I can remember where that was, but that was on some point on the restart. Well, they must have come into contact, I suppose. So we have a little slow-mo of all the cars hopping over these curves. They're pretty ridiculous anti-cut curves, to be honest with you, but there you go. 4 hours of pretty harsh suspension work over the top of the hill there as they continue with this race. These LMP3s have indeed got through on the sport class cars pretty well, so pretty much in the clear again. Not quite past the leaders, though. 54 now ahead of gridandgo.com esports at the front of the sport class.
Yeah, you can see the battle right in front of them as Jesse Tekala trying to climb up top, going to Piratella. Meanwhile, they're going to get overlapped by Miguel Vigo. A little bit of an open door left by Grizzly Ford, and Jesse just decided not to go side by side at the entry of Alfa Minerale. Just playing the smart game for the time being. They know they have a good gap to the cars in front. I said about car context for the last 20-second penalties. That was actually overlap before the start-finish line during the restart.
Yes, some contact incidents, some overlaps. Not allowed to be overlapping before the start-finish line, of course. That's why I was mentioning being careful as they made their way out the final corner, because some people were really accelerating and then having to come to a dead stop pretty much at the end of all that. Thankfully, though, we got away with one there, and we got a clean restart underway, and we've got a clean first run through traffic as well. But normally in these races we think about first run through traffic, then you're okay from there. You can deal with it from there. However, in this series, it just continues, and indeed at IMOLA, it just continues to be difficult. Here's some difficulty for Impulse in the Cup competition. That is Nicholas Nolde going for a spin at Variante Alta. Oh, ouch. And Beauregard there getting smashed as well by Solpek. That is the incident that's under investigation between those two.
And now this is the incident that got Zenith penalized. No, actually it isn't. It is the overlap, actually. Completely unrelated. But yeah, might actually be another penalty for them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is under investigation now. I'm afraid once this race started to unravel at Sebring, they did get involved in a lot more penalties, and they became quite a nuisance, to be honest, for everybody else. And I just hope they don't do that again. That's them interfering with a very high-running sport class car. I know they're quicker than quite a lot of them. They've clearly got good speed, but if they cause the trouble that they did last round, then race control are really going to be unhappy with them. They were a real nuisance for everybody else, unfortunately, towards the latter end of the race at Sebring. That was, of course, in 2024. This is the 2024-25 Clubsport season. In the 2024 part, we visited 3 American racetracks. We're 3 European ones, 3 Southern European ones through the second part. We're going to Imola, Jerez and Portimao for our championship finale. Portimao's the only circuit on the calendar which is being visited by both series this season, if I'm not mistaken. It's our finale here this season in the Clubsport Championship. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I think Portimao, we're going to see round 6 in the entrance calendar, like you said.
Oh, we are, yeah. And of course,
kilometers.
And of course, we've already had Sebring, of course. So I was thinking so much about rounds that are already to come that I completely forgot that we'd already been to Sebring in both. Anyway, you get the point. There aren't too many of them, because ideally the two series are different styles of racing a little bit, aren't they? I mean, it wasn't that long ago since we had the Cup class as the top class in this series, which gives a very different feel to the Endurance Series. I know that it still does have a pretty different feel to the Endurance Series, but we do have prototypes back in the Clubsport Series again for the first time in quite a few years now in the last couple.
Yeah, I think ever since we kind of made the transition to make Clubsport become the sister series to the 24-hour esports series, right? Whenever the winners of each category actually got a automatic spot into the 24-hour series esports. I think we lost that LMP3 as being the complete factor around the racetrack, right? So it's good to see them back, since now the 24-hour series esports is basically defunct for the time being. So have some I'm trying to find better ways to kind of call this the prototype cup of sorts, but kind of like IMSA emulates, but I know IMSA does P3s and GT4s. And Core, nearly having issues outside of Taza.
Yeah, that was quite close. The LMP3s are coming through on the Cup cars again for the first time since the restart. Gregor Hoogson still leading in the Cup class, and there are different tyre sets on these cars in the Cup class. Those who pitted under the caution will be coming through on some newer tyres, and that could be quite important as we get later on in this race. Still 2.5 hours to go of this one. The 4 hours of Imola in the IVRA Clubsport Series 2024-25. 30 forward, still leading ahead of Grid and Go. And just after that moment of madness in the traffic, it's all calmed down a little bit again, and we've got very much a defined top three in the sport class at the moment, with these two, and then Satellite Racing, and then Delta Sport Sim Shop are not too far behind either. But track position gives you such an advantage, as you can see from the way that the opening traffic has given these guys such a big lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of funny. Never in my books I would have said that Satellite is actually flying top three. But then again, I said this on another broadcast. You probably know the broadcast I'm talking about, because I know you were busy with the NLS. Satellite always has the weirdest strategies I've ever seen in sim racing, and usually those strategies pay out so well for them. And in this case, actually, it's paying out for them.
So far, they are in 11th in the driver's standings, or the team standings, I should say. I was just trying to work out their best result of the season so far. I think they had a top 5 in Road America, if not just outside of the top 5, and picked up a whole load of points that day. Well over a half century of points, so that took them along nicely, but unfortunately the last couple of rounds haven't been quite so good. Although they have got to the end of both, which is a good thing. In fact, we've only had one retirement in each of the 3 races so far, which is fantastic. Orion haven't seemingly given up just yet, although they've been in the pit lane now for a very long time. Hopefully they do get out onto the circuit, but they are going to get to a stage at some point where the laps down are so many that they are just not going to be able to score any points and be classified anyway, even if they do re-emerge. So we'll keep an eye on them as we go on board now with one of the TCRs. This is Logan McKenzie and G-Force Racing, looking still trying to get past Verasius Racing Team here for 4th position, as the Cup cars come through and the LMP3s at the same time now.
Yeah, and we just saw Percent Nomad coming into the pit lane, so just trying to see if they had a penalty, and from what it looks like, that wasn't the case. And McKenzie actually has a warning for I don't know if the Voracious car is the 145. Let me just confirm real quick. It is the 114 actually. So they made a very aggressive overtaking. They had to give back the position.
Right, okay. Yeah, passing using contact was the judgment by race control. So have to give that back. Geodesic are the ones next with Impulse Racing and Grow Racing Team just in behind them. There you have it. 1, 2, 3 in a line. Then Share Esport in 9th as well, just in behind. Then Sim Motion, who are a long way further behind, 12 seconds, but they are at least on the lead lap for the moment, and that is the most important thing. At least for this stage of the race, it is. The gap at the very front of this race for Delta Automotive is still half a second, and that is getting closer now as they go through traffic. The reason I bring that up is because we can't be too far away from pit stops, and indeed Core Sim Racing are into the pit lane. We can't be too far from pit stops here, and that means Delachos are going to have to serve their 5-second penalty, I would have thought, in their in the pit lane, unless they want to take a risk and not serve it. The reason I'm mentioning it, though, is because it could lose them a couple of places before halfway points in 26 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is as a program pit stop, they kind of have to do it. Of course, let me just see. I don't think Core has a penalty, though. So
nope.
I think they had a warning source. I think they got away with something. But anyway, it's good that they have this early pit stop compared to the other ones, because since they're probably going to get stuck with traffic most likely, it could be a good opportunity for a good undercut whenever they come back out.
We'll see if that works for them. I suspect they may find themselves behind quite a lot of the traffic they've just overtaken in the TCR class. The pit stop for Core Sim Racing was 19 seconds, so it wasn't a full stop, but they at least took on some fuel. I wonder whether they just took on enough fuel to make it to halfway, and then they'll pit in immediately afterwards. I'm not entirely sure, but that seemed like a pretty short stop to me.
Yeah. Only, just grabbing real quick, 19 seconds. Yeah, could be the case. Can you do a good chunk of fuel in tires in 19 seconds? I don't think you can do that.
Well, I don't know if maybe you can take 4 tires. You can't do them at the same time, so maybe they just took as much fuel in as they would have while doing tires, I suppose. Okay. 20 seconds for tires seems kind of likely, or kind of reasonable. As well, the geodetic comes in. Miguel Vigo is into pit lane in number 62. It's worth remembering that a lot of these drivers who are coming in now didn't pit in under the caution, and that means they're running out of fuel very quickly here, and they'll be out of fuel very shortly as some more curb action down at the Variante Alto again. Well, they basically all cut the corner there, don't they?
Yeah. I'm sorry to deviate. I was just looking into the race chat that we had on Discord, and then Casper the Court, which is our league organizer, just put a picture of people complaining about rain, and then he puts a picture of 1% precipitation at some point in the rain, and the memes coming in like, so you're telling me there is a chance of rain?
1%, is that the...
You can check for yourself if you want to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, it really isn't going to rain, is it? Wow, I've just seen that. Everybody's complaining about... First complaining about the fact there is rain. Now complaining about the fact there was no rain. These people are going to never be happy. These...
Esports, man. Esports.
Yeah, I know. Can never please these lot. Anyway,
yeah, it's a tough crowd, man.
Yeah, it is, and that 1% chance lasting a very short amount of time as well. So you probably have your answer there as to whether we're going to get it or not. It is pretty bad visibility. The fog's not that bad, but you certainly notice it around here in this circuit here today in these weather conditions. Not sure it's affecting any of these drivers really. It's just a good sign that the temperatures are quite low, and are likely to stay quite low throughout the day, as we just saw from the weather graphics. I mean, it is still winter. It's 21 degrees, even in the middle of the day. We're racing on today's day in Sim. So tyres are going to be very pleased about that, considering the wariness of this circuit generally, especially the higher speed cars really tear their tyres apart around this circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You're starting to see those who serve penalties and those who do not have served. So just taking a quick look over here, apparently, of course, the leader in overall still has to take their pit stop. While we just saw the WSR Esports butt kicker at P3 going around them at the entry of Rivazza.
So close for the lead in the sport class between Hingston and Terkele. the traffic is not quite as mixed in as I would have thought by this stage, actually. The LMP3 is coming through for a second time. The Cup cars still haven't got to these guys, really, for the first time. So it's still pretty quiet for these leaders in the sport class, but they're going to be quite pleased about that, because they'll be wishing it was like this again in a few moments' time when all the Cup cars try and come through. Here are the TCRs. That's the battle for the second place there. So you see they're not exactly too far away from TCRs yet either. But, you know, we're a good half an hour into a restart here. I'm surprised the groups are not a little bit more mixed together again.
Yeah, I thought initially that the TCRs, especially the TCRs and the sports, would have like a massive separation, become gap racing at some point. But still seeing, like, for example, Semper and RD fighting for position is kind of cool, even though I think there will be a little bit of a separation between them. But there's a bit of a mistake from Pientila coming into Rivasa that is going to allow the Semper TCR to come in and do an overtake. Damien Owen Harris, which normally we'd see for Wave Italy, driving for Semper this time. So still a high category field of sorts in TCR. It's basically a good mix of guys we've seen from Apex and other teams, just mixed in with other, this time borrowed to other teams, but still driving that top level tier field.
Absolutely. It is the closest, or two of the closest battles on the circuit on your screen at the moment. Look at that at the top there. Now we've got the traffic mixed in. First in the sport class now with Cup and LMP3 traffic coming through, and immediately a 3-wide moment, perhaps a 4-wide moment in the background very nearly, as it's side by side for third in sport. A couple of the Cup cars going side by side as well here. That was Rafael Stotzek coming through there into second place in the sim racing school car. A good job from him to get ahead of the Valkyrie competition Porsche Cup car, and a good job likewise by the Delta Sport Bart Hodgson driven Mercedes, ahead of Ayrton Williams in the satellite Aston Martin. So yeah, look at this. This is where the traffic gets mixed in. This is where it gets interesting. And as I say, or as I said just a lap ago, you know, felt very quiet for a moment, but they'll be wishing to go back to that now because of how many other cars are around them all of a sudden.
Yeah, as soon as you put 3 cars from different categories out together, it becomes a little bit of a... I'm trying to find the best way to call this, but it's confusion to say this at best. As a little gap between the leaders. Actually, Chirac and Rosborough actually went through. Something happened for Miller to lose P1.
Oh. And they're coming in. That's the urgency to get through, is that they were coming in, and now the penalty is served. So I wondered whether they would wait until the halfway points and wait until after that to serve the penalty, because they will have a timer set to about, what, an hour from now, maybe. Yeah, roughly an hour from now. So they would have had another green flag stop if we go green, and if not, then they would just have the 5-second penalty at the end, which I suppose maybe they don't want. But either way, they serve the penalty now. Surely that's going to cost Delta Automotive some points in the standings.
Yeah, looking over here, their deadline in iRacing, I think, would be with 2 hours and 45 minutes of racing done. So I think it's better for you to take that now all the way until your second to last pit stop, where you would be potentially kind of like a little bit close.
I don't know. I would have thought waiting was a bit better because it's more spread out, first of all. And second of all, the points have been awarded in 17 minutes. You know, serving it now has cost them a few points. If they'd have waited, they could have got those points. However, I think it's perfectly valid for them to think of it. And have a look at this, by the way. This is a pit entry. Have a look at that. Just about makes it in safely. You don't want to be on the green there as you're coming in. But yeah, doing it now means that you lose the points now. Maybe they're sacrificing losing the points now as opposed to doing it later, because we may well get a caution before they have to stop again, and that might effectively mean that they end up serving it as a post-race penalty, if you like. And if there's the late restart, then you know you could lose absolutely loads of places.
True, and I think at this point you kind of have to think about the grid. kind of weird for me to say about the greater good. You know, you might be interesting what I want to be talking about. You know, just trying to minimize the damage that you have left and thinking about the end of the race. The point gap you have until the 66 car rather is 3 points. You're swinging 263 to 260. So these you can basically catch until the end of the race. So, and you can see the gap between them is the top 4 or 5. So.
Oh, contact! Oh, that was close. The Moradis car. Oh, and there is contact finally. The Moradis car just about squeezed through, but the altitude car got straight into Geodesic and then into WSR Esports. My goodness, lots of contact there between Sport and LMP3 traffic, just showing the dangers again of the multi-class nature of this race.
My question now, I'll throw you a question. Can you really blame altitude right there?
Well, let's see if we can. Difficult to tell from that angle, to be honest. It did look like Geodesic came down on them, though, to be fair, rather than leaving them space. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, because I really want to look from their cockpit perspective, if possible, or their gyro, because from what it looks like, if, let's just say, Geodesic goes around right on the outside cleanly without even a single hint of contact, that would have been a problem. I think they probably would have checked the altitude car up, and the checkup would eventually trigger a massive pile of cars, because I don't know if the WSR car would react in time to potential crash avoidance.
2 hours 15 to go. This is what Ryan Martin saw. Now, there's the squeeze, first of all. He wouldn't have been too pleased about that. Then the Geodesic car comes through and does take the apex when I'm afraid there wasn't space to. Then there was also that sort of bit unlucky for WSR really to get clipped, but you got to feel a bit sorry for a sport class driver in that situation. There's so many prototypes around them trying to all come through at once, and I'm afraid not all of them doing it cleanly either.
Yeah, there's a point where you cannot be bothered to be, you know, be bullied, because the slower cars are going to be bullied, whether you're going to be a TCR or a sport class, right, a GT4. So eventually you might face yourself into a situation like this where the other cars are going to try to bully you around so they can get you around quicker, because of course they're battling for positions, but then again, you cannot simply just stop the car, let them go around. You just have to keep your line, and I think in that point he was being predictable in my point of view.
Oh Jesus, look at this. Absolute madness all over the circuit. This is exactly what we come here to see, though. It's what the IVRA Clubsport series is all about. 4 different classes as opposed to just the 3 you get in the endurance series, and generally some smaller circuits as well, like we saw already this season at Barber, like we're going to see later on this season at Jerez. Some circuits you maybe don't get endurance racing at all the time, seeing multi-class racing here in this series, and it is absolutely fascinating to watch. And generally, I'd say these races actually go a lot cleaner than a lot of people expect. Not that you know it from that replay we saw, but you know, these races are generally very, very well behaved indeed. I mean, for example, we haven't had any penalties come through for the last half an hour now. No penalties awarded, just a couple of warnings after the collisions that have gone on in the last couple of moments. So, very well behaved by everybody. Now, we've seen some LMP3 pit stops already. I wonder when these Porsche Cup cars are going to come in, to be honest, because they are, well, we've been restarted for quite a while and some of them didn't come in.
I think they came in about 20 minutes, like 15 minutes in. I think right before the yellow flag actually came out, they were doing their pit stop. So that caught me off a little bit by surprise. I'm not gonna lie, but I think that's the way to go. As we look at what happened to Gareth Massam, already losing the back of the car at the exit of Villeneuve. I think he got into contact with someone else, but I don't know if that will be avoidable though.
Yeah. That's going to send him down the order. Unfortunately, that car is now running 18th. That's the last car on the lead lap, and actually they're very close to falling off the lead lap as well. They've got to be a little bit wary of that over the next few moments until there is another safety car, which there may not be. There's no guarantees. We don't throw them at any odd stage. the car can't be recovered, as in real life, then a caution is thrown. And we bring the field back under the control of the safety car again, as we've already had to once here this afternoon. We're focusing in on the cup battle for second place. This is Messam again going for a spin. It did look like a solo incident, although it may have been helped round with the last part by that Mercedes.
Yeah, I think Zakaru's contact might have been a collateral. I'm not going to blame Zakaru right there because, yeah, Messam's car was slightly loose already out of the corner. So I don't know if Zakaru's have any blame whatsoever to what happens as pit stops and cup happening.
So that's the answer to my question about 2 seconds ago. They need to come in now is the answer to it. So some of those drivers who came in under the caution, or indeed all 5 of the drivers and teams in the cup class who didn't come in, or did come in under caution rather, won't need to come in now. And the same goes for the 4 who stayed or came in under caution in LMP3, although there's only 3 of them left out front now for whatever reason. Oh yeah, that's because Prestana Nomad had been overtaken by Course Sim Racing. So number 66, number 48 and number 60 out front are going to stay there, and the same is true in all the classes. Actually, we saw split strategies under that caution, which means that the halfway standings are going to look very odd compared to how the standings have been for most of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a head frowner, that's for sure.
We will give you an update on the halfway points when we have it, because we're in the second half of the season. We'll try and pay a bit more attention to it, although it's a bit of a nightmare to work out. Alpo Rigor's in for number 66. That's a surprise. I thought he would have been able to stay out to the caution break, but or the halfway. Maybe they can't make it.
I don't think any car at this time in the grid can actually make it till the halfway. I think everybody has to pit, so Hoiseveld has to pit, so Pack has to pit. Prestana Nomad, I would say they have to pit. They're on 27 laps in their stint, so I don't think they would have enough fuel to go and break the 2-hour mark.
I think you're probably right for LMP3. I'm not sure about some of the other classes. I think some of the others might be able to. Anyway, we'll focus on this battle in for the moment as Tom Katsadonis is under a lot of pressure from Graham Sanders here. That's a bit of a squeeze, 3 wide, and these cup cars are really fast in a straight line. Have a look at this. It will break a bit earlier to let these LMP3s fly into turn 1. They've both gone quite deep. Oh, great pass, Graham Sanders. Great pass round the outside, and he's up well inside the top 10 now. 9th place for Geodesic. That was a really good pass into Tamburello.
Yeah, absolutely. That is textbook movement right there, and the Katsadonis gave him a little bit of room, but Graham just masterclass on doing overtake around the around Tamburello and making it clean. And of course, Faria right there, Bernardo Faria in the Frischly 4 car just decided to, you know, I'm not going to get myself involved in this, just backed off and just let them go moving forward.
It's pit stop for the leaders. Team Hoisingveld and Solpekka in. You were right about LMP3s. They're not going to be able to make it. I still suspect some of the other classes will, of those who stopped at the caution. So Fabian Seaman gets at the wheel of the Hoisingveld 48, and that leaves Course Sim Racing out front. And this is a great success for them because they're on 293 points at the moment, which, by the way, is less than any other class leader, I should add. But they are the championship leaders in LMP3. If they're about to take the halfway points as well, the full 34, then this is going to give them quite a big lead, actually, considering the gaps to everybody else.
Yeah, because the gap, like I said before, gap first to 7 is just 57 points. First to 7th place, which is insane.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So number 64 are involved in that. They're actually second in the standings at the moment, so it could be same 1 and 2 in the championship, same 1 and 2 on the circuit. We'll see about that. As Prestana Nomad make their way out on the bottom of your screen to the circuit again. Down the very long pit lane. I would wonder how they've managed to get so few pit boxes out of such a long pit lane. Never mind. Out of Tosa comes this battle for 5th. This is Dallas Automotive, and this is what I was talking about. Look how much time it costs them serving the penalty when they could have left it until the next pit stop phase. Whether it would have mattered for any points or not, I'm not sure. But either way, it's put them all of a sudden down in 5th place when before they were battling away for the race win, and they were in the race lead, of course, for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think for now that more like especially for Moranis, I think they need to get the position up and capitalize on those issues. Oh,
Patrick Hingston under a lot of pressure from Jesse Telka there in towards Tosa. That was a big defence from the Aston Martin. We're getting towards the halfway point now, 6 minutes away. These guys should make it, but it's going to be quite close. And in any case, they're going to battle for it hard as well. It looks like Delta Sport are going to get involved as well. Look at this, 1, 2, 3 battling for the lead.
Good battle between them, and not far. And if they leave any room for overtaking and overlapping and things like that, and they lose a lot of time in the process, Satellite's not far behind. They're 3 seconds behind, just coming out of the frame right there as they just came out of the corner. So this could be a 4-way fight if they let it.
That bit of traffic there has just given Fiercely Forward a bit of an advantage. But yeah, it could be if they just fight a little bit too much. With just more than 5 minutes to go. The Sport Class Championship, by the way, is currently being led by Team 75 by some distance, but we saw them spin at the restart there, so they're still down in 13th as things stand. That would only be 9 halfway points, which is not very good, really, when you consider they're going for a championship. Although 462, who are closest to them, are not doing that much better. So it's really as you were in the Sport Class. It's up to some of these guys to try and do a bit better. Some more cars coming out of pit lane. It's going to be quite close as to whether these sport cars can make it all the way to the halfway point, as it is for the Cup cars as well, like Carlisle Esports, who are now leading the way.
Yeah. So it's going to be very interesting in my point of view, and this could open up the battles in the Sport Class as TCRs have a lot of another battle as well. A little bit of a weave, I think, from SimCity Racing on the inside of the entry of Rivasa. There's the car done. That's Geodesic. Which one is that?
It is. No, it's not 64. They're still second. It may have been 66. It was Bo Rigor there, who's now right ahead of Hoysingveld and right behind WSR. So we saw that all happening as they rejoined. This is the battle for 4th in TCR. GeForce Racing just in behind Share Esport, who have made their way really up the field late on here. Although they've just come in, I think. Well, somebody's just come in. Yeah, it was them who just lost quite a lot of time. Maybe they didn't come, no, they didn't come in pit lane, but they have lost a lot of time. So GeForce Racing are now in 3rd ahead of RD Simsport. And then it is Semper Racing running up the top 5. It seems these Cup cars can't quite make it all the way. So they're going to pit into the lane, and it might leave Visceral Esports to go ahead and take the halfway points. They didn't take any tyres at the last stop. Neither did Sim Racing School, who have only taken fuel at their last stop as well.
Yeah, and also really quickly, Wojciech Svidovic actually wasn't able to make the overtake on RD Simsport. We just saw the mistake coming in from Daniel Mills outside of the corner of Villeneuve right there, and also another battle between Scherer and Impulse for the points.
There's Vincent going through. So he gets up into 6th place now, ahead of Miguel Freitas in the Impulse car, and then it's Verasius who are 7th. Grid and Go about to come in from the front with Fiercely Forward in the Sport Class. Wow, that leaves the Delta Sport Sim Shop car out front for the moment, Bart Hosten, but can he get all the way? 2 hours 2 to go, and don't forget, the halfway points start when the leader crosses the line after 2 hours. So they may end up having to go, 1 hour 57 to go. Can they make it there is the question here. Delta Sport have come in the longest to go of a lot of these GT4s. It might leave Satellite Racing out there to take the victory. Meanwhile, Impulse get back down the inside of Scherer. That's not quite going to happen this time in towards turn 1.
No, and to make matters worse, they're just losing time in the process of all this thing. You know, they're losing time to RD. Of course, they're catching Daniel Mills bit by bit, but the thing is, they have to be concerned also with the fact that Gael and I think that's Damien Harris driving the Semper car are managing to essentially Wojciech breaking away from them. So they can still make this a TCR train of sorts and fight it out, but it seems unlikely with the body language they're doing on the cars.
It looks like that is settled for the moment. I think Scherer probably have the speed to hold on to this just for now as we get into the final minute of the first half in this race. So Jan Winters also went for a pretty short stop here. He's now right ahead of the sim racing school car of Rafael Stolczek, who also made a pretty short stop. Neither of these guys took tyres last time. Stolczek's looking for the inside. He's not going to get it. The Carlisle Esports car just breaks on the defensive there in towards turn 2. On the exit, maybe Stolczek's going to have a go into Piratella. He's going to have to really throw it down the inside there. It's not going to work. So Carlisle looking for second place points here with a big defense late on.
It's your Racing Dasco. I think they probably want to have some of those points, given the fact they are sitting at the back of all this, and they could break away one position on Walk, given the fact that Walk is struggling quite a lot in this race. And Carlisle, in the meanwhile, sitting in 6th place, I would say about 18 points behind the Aztec Visceral car. So all the points they can get right now, it's going to be very well welcomed for the long fight.
Valkyrie have just got past Delta Sport in the Cup class, who have got off somewhere, or at least they're dropping down the field at an abnormal rate. Now, how has that happened for them? They were running 4th. That's going to give Valkyrie 4th place points, by the way, and a bit of a gain over Racing Lab, who are going to finish 9th at halfway by the looks of things. Impulse, their other close rivals, are only 11th, so that's a pretty good return for Valkyrie by the looks of things, as we do now cross that mark, and the race leaders just crossed the line a couple of moments ago. So that is the finish there for Cup. Jan Winters has held on, and he's done it. Now the sport cars just about made it as well. Delta Sport and Satellite and Glacier, I think they came in just after taking the points there. I think they will have taken the points. Now this is how Delta Sport dropped down. Madness getting into them through Piratella, and that's going to be contact with the wall, is it? It's not quite. They get away with it just about, but they lose positions. So in towards Aqua Minerale comes Carlisle versus Sim Racing School. It is a big battle between these two that has gone on for just since the pit stops in this class. They pitted 2 and 6 laps ago, respectively. Carlisle getting the closest to halfway before having to make their stop. This is what we saw from Nathan Olsen. It was a 3-wide moment on the inside line, and just a slight bit of contact. That one's going to be argued about between the two teams.
Absolutely, and I think this could be a penalty for Moranis and squad, most likely. Judging just by that cockpit cam right there, but then again, I'm not race control. Meanwhile, I think Trek got a 5-second penalty for an excessively aggressive overtake attempt.
Let's have a look at the penalties that are coming in the last few moments. Yeah, it looks like it. 5 seconds for them. No further action on all of the others. So that 5-second penalty is just over 20 minutes after the last penalty that was judged, and that penalty is now 20 minutes ago as far as race control judging things is. So it's a pretty large margin there of isolation for that penalty, which means it's going well out there on the circuit and means that the racing is nice and clean. exactly what we hope to see. Someone mentioning in YouTube chat, and a good afternoon to everyone, by the way, who's watching along at home, that I hope it rains, makes it more exciting or interesting. Yeah, unfortunately, the chances seem pretty low, but I don't think there's any doubt that it would make things more exciting in this race. Not that we particularly need it right now.
Yeah. I know the chances of this race. Oh, Winter just having a small skid of the car because of the curbs outside of Orientalta right there. Managed to keep it in the track, though. That's the good thing. But the chances of this race raining are the same chances as Manchester United become a relevant club in England again. And I say this as a supporter, which are very low at this current moment.
Nice. Thankfully, Lorenzo's not watching his team today.
Yes, absolutely.
Out of the pit lane for a lot of the sport cars. The sport cars were absolutely clinging on for the 2 hours, by the way. That's made me not be able to figure out the halfway points, but I can tell you what I think they're going to be roughly for the LMP3s. The course sim racing car took the full maximum points, and so they should be even further ahead of Geodesic. I think it will be 32 points now. Delatraz lost a bit of ground. They are 42 behind in third place. Then it's number 66 Geodesic, who are 48 behind. Solpex should be 54 behind after finishing 7th. Moradness a little bit closer. They'll be 59 behind, and 69 behind. Then 70 behind will be WSR Esports, I think. That's roughly how it would be. So the gap has got a little bit larger, but you'd expect that because the championship leaders, after all, took the full 34 points.
Yeah, absolutely. As now, of course, going to do their pit stop.
Yeah, well timed. Very well timed from them. In the Porsche Cup standings, Valkyrie should have got a little bit closer to Racing Lab after that and a bit further away from Impulse as well. So it's now 30 points between first and second. You know, it certainly does matter, but after all, you know, we can't overplay these by any means. You know, Valkyrie were a good 5 positions ahead of Racing Lab, but only gained 11 points on Racing Lab because you only get 33% points from halfway as to what you get at the end of the race. So, you know, it's not a huge gain, but it is certainly significant. And you'd certainly like to have them, that's for sure. Driver change, meanwhile, made for Core Sim Racing. Pascal Stix getting at the wheel of that one.
Good old Pascal.
Long-time driver for them, for Core Sim Racing. This is one of the battles in the sport class here. Talk Freak Racing holding on from, I think that's Team 75 just behind them. And then Zenith, who are many laps down. I think they're 5 down at the moment in the race, and they're looking for a way through here. They are indeed 5 laps down, looking for a way past. A driver inside the top 15. Gruber gets a bit wide there. He got into the grass on the way into the corner, and that's surely going to give the Cayman a chance to go through. Just hits the brakes before turn 3. Ducks to the inside, and he's going to have a look in towards Villeneuve. Is he going to stay alongside? Yes, and through. So one of those big championship contenders gaining another place in towards the chicane.
Yes, there's some near contact in between the cars right there from what it looks like that to be Prestanda. And the Impulse on the inside SimCity Racing tries to get around Racing Lab, but couldn't get it done. So Antasa. So for now, good battles in between the Cup field. Of course, some offset and small offset in the strategies in between everybody in the pit in the field so far, actually. But it's good that we're seeing pockets of battles every now and then here on the racetrack. It's not a true gap racing of sorts as normally we would see, for example, on other racetracks here in the season, for example, like Sebring or Road America, where the track is eventually much larger. They are the 2 largest tracks in this whole season so far.
That's quite a helmet for Uthman Alawi, but excuse me, for Leander Angeveld, by the way, for Racing Lab Esports. I don't know if you saw that through the windscreen, but he's got a fantastic display going on, or design, I should say, going on there. Anyway, Kazuki Fujita versus Zoltan Zavadil now, going on towards turn 1. Zavadil's a former SimCity Racing driver, moved on to fiercely forward in the Cup class. Fujita holding on in the Visceral number 996. I'd say Visceral have been a little bit below where you'd expect them to be so far this season. This car's in 9th place in the standings currently. Number 997 is in 5th place. They're not too far away from being in championship contention. But yeah, Visceral are a real top Porsche Cup team, especially at this level, at IVRA level, where they've been very successful in the past. They've got many race wins in this car in this series. Always, it seems, their 2 cars are up towards the front, but not particularly this season, really.
Yeah, given the fact they actually won in Clubsport already in 22-23, so it's a little bit weird for that to happen. So, but then again, I think it goes to the fact that there is no more the 24-hour series esports anymore, and the level I think in Porsche Cup has raised within the past few years. So I would assume it's natural to maybe, I'm going to say, falter under tougher competition as green. Yep, second one.
Caution flies as WSR Esports Bookkickers Sport Car returns to pit lane. Now, was Aidan Young involved in the reason this caution has come out? Really well timed, actually, for Core Sim Racing in LMP3. We'll talk about who it's well timed for in more detail in a few moments' time, and who it's badly timed for, indeed, as well. I don't think there's anybody really caught out, but I'd just be a bit concerned some of the LMP3s might run out of fuel. They are 22 laps into the stint at most. It should be okay to carry on, but it could be badly timed for some of them. We'll get a view on that in a couple of moments' time. First of all, we'll try and discover what went wrong to bring out our second caution of the afternoon.
Yeah, completely caught off guard by this one.
Yes, it is WSR Esports in the sport class. Hearing that it may, well, we're hearing from our producer that it may have been a disconnection. We're hearing from race control that they towed.
Yeah. So the 461 is.
Sorry, it's a looks like a technical from race control. They're saying
Not again.
It's not a disconnect, but a technical, and they've towed back to pit lane, which is why it is a full course yellow. This is what happened. Oh, there you go. Eric Groves at the wheel now. It was Aidan Young who was at the wheel earlier on, so that has brought out a second caution of the day. And as I say, now then, who's going to be caught out by this? Well, Core Sim Racing are going to go back to the lead, I would say, in LMP3. They're going to, unless they come in with everybody else, it's going to be interesting to see what they do here, because it's unusual to stay out under caution, to be honest, especially under 2 cautions. So, yeah, going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do here.
Yeah, unless you're a lap down, but that's the second time Aidan Young has an issue in this race. Remember, he was actually P2 at the first hour of the race prior to a disconnection that allowed Zenit to become P2, but then Zenit's undoings basically prompted them to be in the back, and then again, unfortunately, Aidan Young just being on the short end of the stick and getting involved with more technical issues.
So the field will catch now the safety car. And to explain what happens, effectively, anyone in a class lower than LMP3 caught between their class leader and the overall leader. So when the overall leader comes through to lap everybody, obviously they haven't always lapped everyone when a caution is flown. You don't lose out because of that. You are given a wave bite before the pit lane is opened. Still going at quite a speed here. I wonder who the pace car's picked up at the moment. Still going at a real speed for some reason. All around the racetrack at the moment. There it is. Sometimes it does take quite a lot of drivers to go past the pace car for it to finally pick up the right one. If the race leader's just gone past pit lane, for example, when the caution flies. So we've got the GT4 leader at the front. I think we've got the TCR leader as well, WSR Esports Bookkicker. And as long as we've got the Cup leader at the front of the train as well, which it looks like we have, we should be ready to go for a pit stop very shortly. I think that's all the wave arounds dealt with. They'll be catching up to the back and we'll be getting some pit stops. So, Lorenzo, who comes in here? Because only the LMP2s have got drivers and teams who have been out for more than 10 laps in a stint. That's very unusual. Well, yeah, other than them, do you think, well, here's my question then. Do you think anybody in the other classes who's coming in the last 10 laps decides to come in as well? That's the interesting thing here, because we know the LMP3s are going to come in big numbers.
I would say Cup. I think at this point you can kind of like restart and thinking about, you know, just have your pit stop. You're probably gonna have one more service until the end of the race. I think at this point onwards. So it wouldn't be unwarranted to say these guys coming in as well. Maybe Sport. I don't think anybody's gonna come in unless they want to try something extra, because it would be a waste of time. Everybody would have to pit under the hour and still. I don't know in terms of strategy how that would pan out. TCRs is where I'm leaning also towards, because we know TCRs historically have their length about 1.5 hours as we look towards the conditions pretty much maintained, just now overcast with some fog. But the thing here is Ewan. it's weird. But
good luck seeing who's coming in from here.
Yeah.
The
if you can see anything.
Yeah, it's very difficult. There are some of the wave around cars just catching up to the back. So who has come in here? Well, I thought a lot of the LMP3s would be in, but no. It's only WSR Esports Bookkicker, 62 and 66 from Geodesic, who are into pit lane. Do Prestana Nomad and Solpec come in from the back of the field? Well, they've come in most recently, so maybe not. Well, in that case, most of the teams and drivers have stayed out then, unless pit lane wasn't open that time, but I wouldn't imagine that's the case.
I see more cars coming in. WSR, Hydro Race, Geodesic 62, 66 coming in. Then we see the issue for
that's the crash.
The WSR Esports Bird Kicker. Yeah, their crash as they went into the barrier. Just another thing here, I was looking into TCRs because they can go about 1.5 hours. I know they can go over than that. I just don't know what's the maximum threshold. I don't know if they can make 1 hour and 40 minutes. You know what I mean? So if somebody can actually go into that length, because the track is kind of short, you can kind of save fuel of sorts. I don't know if anybody would kind of like pit stop right now, restart your TCRs and see where it's going to lead you out until the end of the race. And if this becomes a proper sprint race of sorts in the first stint, and then becomes maybe who comes out on top with the strategies and everything once you do your final pit stop.
Yeah,
if so.
Let's see on that. It's very bizarre that so little of the drivers who will have come in here. Finding it hard to believe, but there you go. There are some of the standings on the left-hand side. The LMP3 is currently being led by Hydro's Geodesic Racing, number 64. Then it is Delatraz, Moradness, Hoisingveld and Core Sim Racing, rounding out the top 5. Core Sim Racing have been in most recently from those teams. I didn't go through the standings halfway for TCR, where first and second in the standings finished first and second at halfway, much like in LMP3. So WSR Esports are leading the way there, now by 19 points ahead of GeForce. And Scherer lost a few points. They actually gained some of those back again by some late overtakes. So that's how we stand there. And you can see the Cup and the Sport standings. Visceral leading in Cup ahead of Sim Racing School. Carlisle third ahead of Valkyrie and Delta Sport, running out the top 5 there. In Sport, Fiercely Forward are leading ahead of Grid and Go. That was a long time battle that was split apart actually late on in that run, followed by Satellite Racing, BS Turner and Glacier Racing. Most of those teams had come in after halfway, so caution shouldn't really affect them too much, at least not in terms of their running order anyway. Might see some of them towards the back making their stop, but I agree. I think we could be seeing very minimal Sport pit stops coming up here. Now then, now pit lane's open. I thought the last time looked odd. So last time round it was pit lane not open for everybody, but we did see 5 teams coming in. Now we're getting a lot more. Satellite Racing stay out in the Sport class, and it's probably easier for me to tell you who's staying out at the moment. Core Sim Racing are staying out. That's no surprise. So are Team Hoisingveld, BS Turner in the Sport class staying out. In fact, a lot more of the Sport cars are staying out, but that is to be expected. The LMP3 leader will be Course Sim Racing. Someone did stay out along with them, but it wasn't Huisingveld, as I said before. They're in pit lane. So here's the busyness, and we'll keep an eye on the top of your screen there to see who wins the race off pit lane. Lots of Cup cars staying out as well. Valkyrie first for them, ahead of Fiercely Forward. Geodesic staying out in TCR as WSR come in for some short fuel, but now the red light is on. Make sure you're careful of this at the end of pit lane, everybody. Make sure you brake early enough. Looks like they have done. Grid and Go will be out first for the Sport Class cars, but not many of the Sport Class cars came in. Oh, there is contact in the background. I thought it would happen, and the G-Force car has been smashed in the rear by an LMP3. They're led out by Huisingveld, then Moradness. The Cup cars being led out by Carla, who didn't need very much fuel. They've been in pretty recently. Now, who hit G-Force? It looked like Delatraz Automotive. The long-time race leaders look like they've hit one of the TCRs on pit lane.
We knew there would be some confusion, but we didn't expect it would have this major implications.
It always seems to happen, though, at the end of pit lane.
Yeah.
It's just always a surprise, isn't it? You know, when the pit lane is closed, and it still needs to be closed, by the way, because the cars coming through on the racetrack obviously need to be ahead for the procedure. So the red light has got to stay on, and unfortunately, every time, well, not every time, I'm exaggerating, of course, but, you know, a lot of the time, it does seem like that does end up happening at the end of pit lane.
Yeah. Also, it's because there is that confusion of sorts with the rules and everything. You're gonna see Gael Valero.
Oh no! It's even worse because Delatraz are running side by side with Delta Sport. Why on earth were they doing that?
Can we see Delatraz perspective or Delta Sport? I think Delta Sport's perspective might be a little bit better.
Oh, they've got rear left damage as well, G-Force. They're going to be in again.
It's over.
That rear engine is absolutely broken.
It's over.
It's a real shame. We'll get another replay queued up in a couple of moments. Meanwhile, the number 70 has been given 10 seconds worth of a time penalty. That is Moradness M Squad, Nathan Olsen, for causing contact with the Delta Sport Cup car we saw at Piratella earlier on. So that was 10 seconds to them. That is going to be investigated down on pit lane though, and so right, there's a lot going on here. So Delatraz has seen the Delta Sport car coming up behind him. Delta Sport have decided to drive it straight through the Delatraz car, and as Delatraz is looking behind him, he's obviously not looking in front of him at where he's going, and so he pulls to the right to give the Cup car some space, and in so doing, he pulls right straight into the TCR, which has now got big damage.
Pit lane, man. Oh, they were pushed around by the Fiercely Forward team, I think. Oh no.
So
I wonder if Fiercely Forward had anything to do with this.
Well, they were all inside each other, really.
Yeah.
Well, that is very puzzling. Answers on a postcard, please, for that one. Race Control have added about 5 incidents to the sheet in 1 second here. So there's another look. I mean, those two cars, Fiercely Forward and Delta Sport, are just not concentrating on what's happening ahead of them at all. They're too busy racing each other off pit lane here, deciding who should be out first. It probably should be whoever's in the lane first, but anyway, they're racing each other down the lane. They're not seeing what's going on ahead. They're not going to smash into anybody because they're already ghosting inside one another. And it's unfortunately caused 2 major running cars to get a lot of damage in this race.
You know what baffles my mind of sorts? Because it's multiple cars, right? With multiple classes. Is actually all 4 cars of the car classes got involved, right? Which is a little bit odd. It would have missed. It would have missed the fact, or go with the fact that if they wanted to, it could have been behind one another because track position at that point was irrelevant for any one of them. Yeah, because the class bit eventually would happen.
Yeah, that's a very good point. It's a very good point. So just for those that haven't seen the series before, we don't restart with them just as they are, because that would be madness. We split them up into order of speed. So here's the proper start of it. Delatraz come in and they merge in behind like you should do. Somebody's not merged there. Somebody hasn't merged, and Fiercely Forward have actually hit Delatraz before Delatraz have hit G-Force. So somebody between those two hasn't merged properly like Alexander Delatraz did. And unfortunately, it's caused an innocent TCR to be the victim in all that.
And what's worse is that I'm trying to think, is the pit limiter speed here 80 kilometers? Because it is 80 kilometers. In my point of view, I don't know yours, but then again, it's hard for us to judge for that at that angle. It sounds like the Delatraz car hasn't picked the speed to come out of the pit stall fast enough to merge with speed out of the pit lane, because he knows there's already a traffic jam right in front of him. So he's like, what's the point of me going fast?
Yeah,
you know, yeah. on that proper moment.
Yeah, it did look like they were going a bit slower, but as you say, that there's no point in going much faster, to be honest. They were all going to have to stop eventually anyway. It should be worth noting that anyway that Galvalero did pull out of line because he was going to hit someone himself. It's obviously unfortunate he's got so much damage and he's now down on pit lane repairing it. He's likely to go a lap down and finish at, well, low down anyway. They're not going to be on the lead lap. Some more MP3s now come in. I hope they haven't hit each other on the pace laps. But yeah, it shouldn't have happened, that's for sure. And you're absolutely right to make the point that those two cars racing each other, Fiercely Forward and Delta Sport, I know they're racing for the win. They are going to be the two of the contenders for the win here today, and I'm not disputing that. However, should they be racing each other down pit lane like they were? And the answer, as you know, is absolutely not. No.
Yeah, it's because of course you're not racing. You're just trying to get back as fast as you can and try to retain some track position. The clutter of the cars eventually would happen. It's a given. You said that already, because the pit exit is going to be red. They wait until all the cars that are actually on track to go through to open up the pit lane. So it's odd because you have such a big party of cars. It's just hard for you to make that judgment of how hard you really want to get out, because there's a traffic jam already in front of you. So these calls that make the life out of people a little bit more difficult. I know not everyone is a fan of it. So
and just to sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say I really don't want to be race control.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's just, sorry. I was going to move on to something else, because what you would have seen on your screen a couple of moments ago was a few teams and drivers pulling out to the left-hand side of the road, and effectively dropping to the back of their class. Now, if your penalty is large enough, you can serve it under caution by going to the end of your line. Now, it is optional actually, so. You don't have to if it is above a certain amount, your penalty. However, you can do it. Some of these drivers have decided to on this occasion. For example, number 6, where is it? Was it number 66 that got the 20 seconds earlier? Can't remember. Number 62, sorry, it's one of the GNSX. Migo Vigo got 20 seconds of penalty earlier on for an overlap on the way towards the restart last time round. So he's decided to serve those 20 seconds under caution. Now that's served, but he does have to start from the back of the train, along with everybody else who's had to serve those end-of-line penalties. Yeah,
absolutely. And as we're looking into the car splitting of the class splitting of the cars, basically this, so you're going to try to follow suit one another. What is going to be interesting for me over here at this point is we know this race is going to restart right about now. It's going to be a 1 hour, I would say, in 34 minutes at tops of racing if we go green flag all the way. The question is, for the TCR, who has fuel enough to make it to the end? And one thing, also WSR Sports Buckaker, the 127, they have a 5-second penalty by causing a collision.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see all the TCRs in again, but let's see on that front, as We now make our way towards the start-finish line. Restart is upon us. 92 minutes to go here at Imola, and the race leader, Core Sim Racing, decides to go a little bit earlier this time round, although look at that in the background there on the right-hand side of your screen. It's a little bit of a stack-up, but it's not too bad this time round. They've all got to stay in line, of course, before the start-finish line, and so that will prevent anyone from getting a huge run, but you can make a move by turn 1, and Moradness are not waiting around. Nathan Olsen up to 3rd, ahead of Austin Young. Then it's Alexander Delatraz, who's in 5th place, holding off the Sole Paper Scissors Racing car, Michael Diaz at the moment, and that's a pass there for Delatraz. Immediately up 1 place into 5th, as there's a Porsche Cup car off to the left-hand side. There's somebody going through the grass on the right-hand side through Tamburello as well.
A little bit of a chaotic race start, but we kind of expected that with 1 hour and a half of racing left here in Imola. So interesting to see that. No, Olsen is moving with desperation up into P3 because he knows he has 10 seconds of penalty, so he has to kind of like commit aggressively and get the penalty sorted out real quickly, and maybe pray for another safety caution for him to actually properly restart in the race.
Let's see if he can. He's very urgently trying to work his way through the field. It was the SimCity Racing Porsche Cup car, by the way. They ended up there as he's gone for a spin. Spin in the background for Olsen. He gets up onto 2 wheels through the Variante Alta, and it's going to cost him a couple of positions here. Austin Young and Alexander Delatraz are going to move through, and Olsen drops back to 5th place. Goodness me, that's a costly error, but you said it, almost desperation. I'm not sure I'd quite call it desperation myself, but it was certainly real urgency from Olsen, and it's urgency gone wrong, I'm afraid, for him that time round. He's gone back down to 5th position.
Yeah, and I think I just saw from what it looks like that's Miguel Vigo's car coming in. Graham Sanders, the 62, coming into the pit lane. He has to serve the penalty. He had a penalty yet to serve. So this is going to be interesting, as we just saw this G-Force car coming out, and it's going to block the path of Core against Team Hoisingveld. Who would have thought we would see Core versus Hoisingveld in 2025 battling for the lead? In LMPs, in prototypes.
Bizarre. Don't show this to people 10 years ago or whatever.
Yeah.
That'd be weird. Out of Tosa they come. Look at this run for Siegmann. Fabian Siegmann is on his way to the lead here, surely, as Pascal Stix is forced to the outside line for Piratella. He's got his nose alongside Siegmann. Is he going to back out, or is he going to go for it? He'll go for it over the top of the hill, and he's going to get the position back down the other side. He's not quite clear yet. Now he is. Fabian Siegmann takes the lead ahead of Pascal Stix. I don't think many people even 10 minutes ago would have seen that coming. Siegmann through now, leads for Hoisingveld with Pascal Stix 2nd. The battle for 3rd is fierce in behind. Austin Young holding off on Alexander Delatraz into Variante Alta, and he just about holds on to the position. But look at this, for 3rd place, at least 5 cars involved.
And not only that, because of all this battling, they're managed to break away from each other. So there's already 1.7 seconds that separates them already in this racetrack. So it's like, I know that Delatraz wants to get around. He wants to get around quick, because I don't know if he's going to get a penalty or something like that. But as we see Nathan Olsen's skid coming off of the Variante Alta, that made him lose 2 positions. But still, a lot of things going on as we look into Justin Rams.
Wow. So that was the best running car that had pitted under the caution. Going for a spin. That's out of Variante Alta. The next corner, Ryan Martin going for a spin in the Altitude Esports Sport Class car. So a couple of spins in this class. Oh, David Barraclough as well, trying to go down the inside of Piratella. That did not go well at all. And he's blinking. He'll get back away with that, but 3 spins for the Cup car. Oh, wow, very nearly another spin for Delatraz. Moradness had to stamp on the brakes. Here comes the WSR Esports prototype down the inside. This is Alessandro Romanelli trying to get into the top 5, and it looks like he's managed it as well.
Yeah, well done. Just capitalizing on the mistakes of everybody else. Just keep it quiet. But once you have an opportunity, take it.
It was a very good opportunistic driving. Seeing the opportunity ahead of him and just going for it. So that is 4th place now for WSR. The Delatraz, and then Moradness in 6th position. This is further down in the Cup class. Sim Racing School have ended up down here because of this. Oh, wow! Contact on the way towards Rivazza for Marcin Robashek, and he just about gets away with it, but does drop to 11th.
Somehow avoided the wall, which is the most important thing. I don't know if Racing Labs is going to get a penalty for that. We have to look on the replay.
We'll look at this. Oh my goodness, the stewards have got 11 incidents currently queued up.
I told you.
We'll wait. We'll wait for them to get through those, and we'll report on those when we get some answers down there. But Race Control will look through the incidents with, of course, a careful look at the replays, etc., and adjudication on who should get what at the end of those incidents. This is a battle right the way from 3rd place down to 8th in the LMP3s, and it stems from Austin Young, who's at the front, although he's kind of getting away. Romanelli at the front of the train now, really, with Taylor Lane on the back for Preston and Nomad. He's lurking there, and the Trek car you can see involved is 1 lap down. So if there's another caution and a bit of a wave around for Niels van Handel, maybe that car will be back on the lead lap after their troubles.
Yep. Which would be insane if we're talking about it, how this race would have gone for them.
Of course, the G-Force Racing car will be searching for a couple of cautions as well. They are 2 laps down as well on their competitors. Zenith still 5 down, but still running in the sport class. Unfortunately, the Orion GT4 that we saw have a crash just out of Villeneuve, of course, the first caution of the day, has indeed retired from the race, as you would expect. Hour and 25 to go. This race is flying by, and I can guess and I bet, Lorenzo, that the last 85 minutes are going to fly by here in this race as well. This is breathless stuff, and it's all action at the moment at the front of LMP3. This is what happened on the very start. You will have seen a lot of dust and a cup car in the wall. It was Uthman Alawi for SimCity Racing. Oh, there was a bit of contact there with Visceral, and they just about avoided the wall.
Yeah, narrowly, but managed to avoid it. I don't know if we have to look at the replay and see if that ass attack, the 996 actually had to do something with it, but from what it looks like, looking from that angle, it was just basically unavoidable. So we're going to look at that on the replay as Fiercely 4 are defending on the inside of Impulse, going to the Temporello corner.
This is allowing Walk Racing Esports to just get away a little bit now. The battle for second. Fiercely 4 just having to go a little bit on the defensive there of Impulse, then Valkyrie. Impulse and Valkyrie, 2nd and 3rd in the championship standings coming into this race, don't forget. With the Racing Lab Esports car consistently running behind them. This is a case of grab as many points over the leaders as you can. And they'll need to get through on Fiercely Forward to do that. BS Turner, meanwhile, have overtaken Satellite Racing for the lead in the sport class as well. There's quite literally too much going on at the moment. Davide Alves Lorenzo gets into the lead then in the BMW, just ahead of the Aston Martin of Niels Court. Then John Butchford for Geodetic Racing, just in behind. 1, 2, 3 here for these sport class cars that did not pit, by the way, under that caution.
And this is another case of where were you when you saw BS Turner leading a race in sport class, because we didn't see that as Sebring. They struggled quite a lot in there. And this time we're going to see the replay of them overtaking on the inside prior to Temporello. So it's good to see the Zebra Turner car leading here at IVRA Clubsport.
The iconic half and half.
Yeah, the half and half.
Looks fantastic, doesn't it? The idea of a symmetrical livery, asymmetrical livery, is not very appetising, I would say, but they've made it work very well. And they've, I'm glad to say, kept it for season after season. This has been a lead change as well. WSR Esports Bookkeeper getting through on Geodesic, who are now under pressure for second. Scherer down the inside into Aqua Minerale, but they'll just back out in time. Geodesic will hold on to second place at least, but traffic is upon us. The LMP3 is coming through for the first time since the restart.
Yeah, and I think for sure this is the golden opportunity for them, because the one thing they cannot allow is that WSR Esports bucket car breakaway for more than 5 seconds, because they still have to take the 5-second penalty. And Scherer is clean, so they can fight it out with the Geodesic car and try to take away as many points as they can get from WSR and G-Force, knowing that G-Force already is several laps down, and they're basically a non-factor into this race, despite taking, I think they got 30 points at the halfway mark.
Solpec have to tow there. They're certainly making a long stop. Solpec Precision Racing have been involved in an incident here in LMP3 because they are having a very long stop. Meanwhile, Geodesic are being overtaken by Scherer as Prestanda get down the inside of all of them. There goes the Scherer Esport TCR. Sven Winter moving up on Stephen Walker. As we have a look at the incident, he clips the curb. Oh, he was clipped by the Trek car a lap down as well, and that's how Michael Diaz lost all these positions. He rejoined. But it's that anti-cut curb on the inside line that you've really got to avoid in these prototypes, to be honest. Oh, and this went on as well, down at Ravazza. That's Austin Young with Alessandro Romanelli there. Romanelli ran wide, then clipped Young. Oh, dear me. What a mess.
Yeah. You stole the words right out of my mouth.
I mean, Young there saw Romanelli going off and then just took the racing line. Romanelli rejoined, and well, that one's going to be argued about by the two of them as well. So, no further action for the incidents that went on towards the end of that last green flag run. Now race control are going to look at the caution, I think. Yeah, they are. So they're just reviewing that incident we saw on the caution now for G-Force Racing. And Delators Automotive and all the others who were involved, Piercy Forward and Delta Sport and the rest of them. We'll bring you the answer to that and the result of that when we get it. Miguel Freitas, meanwhile, for Impulse, gets ahead of Stephen Walker for Geodesic. He looks like he's got a bit of damage to me. Has he? Not sure. We'll look at that again in a moment. Here's David Boschke. He's under a lot of pressure here for the race lead, isn't he? Goodness me. Walk Racing Esports, Fiercely Forward, Impulse Racing and Valkyrie XP covered by nothing here in the top four of the Cup class.
Yeah, and engaging a really good battle, and more importantly, Walk trying to have a really good result after the win in Road America. They got nothing at Barber. They had a good promise because taking P2 in the halfway points, but then again, their race just decided to be shortcut a little bit before the end of the 4 hour, and were non-present in the round of Sebring, so they need all the points they can get. But there it goes, Dalton Zavadil on the outside.
For the lead into Tamburello. Fiercely Forward, trying to make their way through into the lead ahead of Walk Racing Esports. Zavadil outside for the first bit, inside for the second. Oh, and through on the inside. Impulse Racing are going to take the lead. Pascal Costa with a great bit of driving there. He saw the two ahead of him going door to door, and Pascal Costa takes the both of them into Tamburello, and he takes the lead of this race.
Oh, and his car got so loose coming out of the Villeneuve sequence of corners right there, but managed to keep the car inside the racetrack, which is the most important thing. What a move, you know, just waiting on, piling on the mistakes of both drivers right there. Walk going from first to fourth. So what an insane sequence of scenes over here at Imola. We're going to look that on the replay.
In towards turn one. The two went absolutely, it was good driving between Boschke and Zavadil, to be fair, but Costa just said, there's a space here, I'm going to go and use it. And he's taken the race win. What a great bit of driving that was from him. And he moves on up to the lead for Impulse Racing. That, yeah, I mean, we've been spoilt for choice for passes here this afternoon, but that was one of the best.
Definitely, 100%, and shows why that Cup team is a race winner over here in the Cup category in the IVRA Clubsport. Last time they ran, they won Club, they won the Cup, so that's something to be noteworthy. Meanwhile, I was just taking a look at the standings here in the sport. First, Glacier Racing, fourth place. Where were you when Glacier was in the top 5? And second, where were you when the Hydro Race Geodesic car was in second place?
Yeah, it's all changed because of the pit stops under caution. It'll be very interested to see whether these guys who stayed out can make it on just one more stop, or whether they have to splash again later. But it is going to be very interesting indeed. That was Satellite getting dived, and Glacier Racing going to have a chance at third now. It's going to be 3 wide with some of these prototypes still coming through. But Jukka Eskalainen is going to have a great chance at passing the Satellite Racing car now, and does, in towards Ravazza. Niels Kaur has been overtaken. Zenith Racing just in behind them, by the way, are not involved, not on this lap, but Lacey racing up to the podium. Satellite Racing, unfortunately, after restarting in first, to dropping down a bit.
Zen is not a factor in this battle because he's not for position, but it's going to be a factor if Impulse comes. He's going to open up the door. He's going to make sure Lino score. It'll lose a little bit of time, and it's going to allow those two cars behind, which are also fighting for position, to become a factor into a four-way battle.
Yeah, as well as the lapped Zenith McLaren. The LMP3s have mostly worked their way through the sport class now for this time round, so they've cleared that. This is what happened to Graham Sanders not so long ago. Spin at Variante Alta. That car is now running in 10th place, the last car on the lead lap. Although they did make a pit stop quite soon after the caution. Unfortunately, Solpec Precision Racing are out of the race, which is a big shame for them. 5th place in the standing coming into this race in LMP3, out of the race with an hour and 15 still to go.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to see.
And this battle for 3rd place still completely locked together, these 6 cars. Although they're not, or 5 I should say, they're not all involved in the class battle, but they are all a part of this train that are having to get past some TCRs now. That is in towards Rivazza, around the other part of the circuit. The main part of the TCR running order is coming through Piratella and battling away for positions just off the podium here into Acqua Minerale. The Cup cars coming through on them. We're very much into the rhythm of traffic again. It didn't take very long, and now there's cars everywhere, all over again. But I mean, I've been amazed at these restarts. They've been so clean for the most part, bar a few spins that time round. You know, really clean battles on the restart.
Absolutely. When we normally would expect a massive drama for some of the cars. I know, like I said before, this is not a track where you have a lot of space for you to overlap. You don't have a lot of spots for you to do that a little bit more cleanly. You kind of have to commit into some of the corners for you to do that. But I think everybody just thinking for those who've driven over here in 22, 23, just thinking that experience and knowing, oh, this track we have to take it a little bit more cautiously. So just maybe lean back on the accelerator and just let them go and go for preservation for the time being, as Zenith now on the charge against Glacier, even though again it's not for position.
No. This car just trying to unlap itself, really. They have looked pretty quick in that McLaren again, but Sergio Ignacio's got to be very careful about getting involved and in too much here in the sport class. He's got to be careful he doesn't start affecting the leaders too much with his driving. So far, I think it's been fine so far since the restart. Delta Sport having a look down the inside into Rivazza here, and they have got it. That is the change for 5th. As Jordan Bachmar got down the inside of Sven Groot. You don't often see moves go well, actually, down in towards Rivazza, but that was a pretty well executed one there by Bachmar.
Yeah, and also wasn't completely fought back by Impulse. I think Impulse just decided for preservation, and Groot just decided to let the Delta Sport driver go, as now Zenith goes around the Glacier Racing and now makes this a train of cars right in front from 3rd all the way down to 7th.
Yeah, with no interruption by a lapped car.
Exactly.
Yeah. No drivers involved who are on different laps, so this is what's going on in the Cup class. Impulse Racing have very impressively got away here since making this pass. Kind of makes you wonder quite why everybody was stuck behind David Boschke like that. I mean, it is obvious now that these two as well were quicker than Boschke, but I mean, Aidan Young, excuse me, I've just seen Aidan Young pop into one of the rooms, sorry. Pascal Costa, sorry, has got out front here, and he's pulled a couple of seconds pretty immediately here. I mean, it's not like these two are battling too much. But that Impulse Racing car looking very quick all of a sudden. And they're putting themselves now into the lead of the race by some margin. We've seen this race change leading hands so many times, especially in the top 3 classes. WSR Esports have been pretty dominant in TCR, but in the other classes, it's been so changeable today, the race leader.
Yeah. It's been I'm gonna say a roller coaster of emotions of sorts for everybody on how this race is actually kind of going. But even if I'm you, open up the race control board.
Oh heavens! Okay. Oh heavens! Right. Okay. Well, let's go through that, shall we? Well, that's all going on. So, since the caution, Aidan Young with a 2-minute penalty in number 461 for towing without permission. That car is a lap down anyway, but they're going to be at least 2 down now after that. 20 seconds for the number 412. Now, which one is that? Number 4. That is fiercely forward. I thought it was. That's Alexander Pellegrino for causing a collision with the Delatraz number 8. They failed to see that pit exit wasn't open and cars were stopped, and so the 412 got into the back of the 8 car. Then the 902, Nikolai Pedersen for carrying on. That's the Delta Sport car, by the way, for carrying on as if the 8 doesn't exist, clipping the 8, and eventually causing the 8 car, the Delatraz car, to collide with the GT4, and then eventually the TCR at the very end of the cycle. So to condense that, 20 seconds to Fiercely Forward for their part in it, and a minute to the Delta Sport car for their part in it. And to be honest with you, out of the 4 cars that were involved in the 4-car incident, I think those are absolutely the 2 right cars to be penalising in that in that one. I think that's absolutely the right call there. Those teams are going to be disappointed and perhaps annoyed as well, but I don't think they've got too much to complain about, personally.
I agree 100% what you just said. I have there's no counterpoint to that. I know some people might be pissed with me. I'm not going to mention names because I already did mention before in the broadcast. But yeah, that pit lane sequence was a little bit of a mess, and those who needed to get maybe a punishment got a punishment. That's what it is.
Yeah.
If we get another yellow flag, though, boy oh boy.
I hope everybody's going to be going so slowly out the pit exit because they're being careful, but I have a feeling that might not be what happens.
Yeah, no.
for whatever reason. So there you go. We will see. Race control very busy as always. Meanwhile, Zeka Rally Sports go for a spin down at Acqua Minerale. They will rejoin without too many problems for Dan Drakiet. So it's a quick spin down there for them, just getting it wrong in towards the corner. No contact with anybody else. I've just lost it in turning, really. 1 hour 8 still to go. This is Austin Young holding off Taylor Lane at the moment. Number 64 recovering after their incident through the second part of Hrvatsa not long after the restart.
I'm just trying to do mathematics over here in the championship battles between everybody, given the fact of track presence alongside everybody. Because I'm doing mostly for the TCRs, because TCRs can change just like that with the way this is going. Oh!
Wow, that's Jordan Backmire, who was running up towards the top in Sport, and that's a really damaging spin here for Delta Sport. We've just seen one of their cars receive a 1-minute penalty and have now gone for a spin themselves in the Sport class. Meanwhile, the Cup class leaders in. Pascal Costa in from the front of that class. He didn't pit under the caution, unlike the likes of Visceral Esports, who are now up to 3rd. And so it's time for them to come in now, but they can't make it home on this fuel tank.
Yeah, so well, the good thing for Pascal in that moment, he knows everybody else has to come in. It's just now a matter of if my strategy would be the better strategy. Because from what it looks like, in my point of view, Pascal, I think he still needs to do a splash and dash into the end. He's not going to be able to make 1 hour and 6 minutes here in IMOLA from the way I think the cars are naturally going.
I think it's quite close in the Cup class. I don't think so though. I don't think so. We'll see. And there indeed he comes out on the right hand side. This is on board with Stephen Walker, Geodesic, just in behind. Third place, that is currently being held by the Impulse Race. Excuse me, that's not Stephen Walker, is it? We're on board with Semper Racing. Stephen Walker's at the head of this train. We must be on board with Wojciech Svidovic. There he is. Battling with Grow Racing Team and Semper Racing as Impulse get themselves on the outside. Patosa, then go very wide. Still Pascal Costa at the wheel. I just expect him to be staying in to the finish now for them. In TCR, by the way, WSR Esports Bookkicker are still leading the way. Most TCRs came in during the last caution. And that has allowed WSR to continue their dominance, which they've been experiencing for a little while now.
In TCRs, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're trying to, I think they're capitalizing the momentum they had on Sebring, where they dominated the race from start to finish. Didn't give a lot of room for mistakes for other drivers to come in and get closer. That's why they have a 15-point gap on G-Force. Mostly also because G-Force didn't have a good first half of the race. They kind of have to claw themselves back into the podium spots at the end of the race.
Valkyrie XP now into second, ahead of Visceral number 997. Gaetan Anger in this position at the moment, ahead of Vince Peters. Hasn't stopped yet though. Anger since the restart, and neither has Dalton Zavadil. So the top two will be in at some point shortly, and that will allow number 997 to lead. That, I guess, is what Vince Peters is waiting for. And even if they can make it to the end, to be honest, these guys who are pitting in now, Peters' last stop will surely be a lot shorter.
Yeah. There's not going to be a splash and dash, though. That's for sure.
No, it will be shorter, yeah. So Peters within the pit lane last time for 41 seconds. Suggests quite a lot of fuel, maybe some tyres as well. But I wouldn't expect him to maybe take tyres at the very end of this race. As they make their way down in towards turn number 1 again. 3 classes on show all at once. The LMP3 and Cup classes, as we talked about before, really quick in a straight line, almost as quick as each other. But when it gets to the corners, it becomes a very different story indeed. And there they are, all in towards Tamburello. Making their way through, 3 wide. Prestana Nomad right on the inside line there of the 7. Which now does make its way through, but is now nowhere near as close to the Valkyrie car as it was before, with an hour and 3 still to go. We earlier on awarded the halfway points to everybody, so I'll go through those in a couple of moments' time and get the point standings correct from halfway. But either way, we've already talked about 3 of them. I'm just worried about the sport class. Alexandra Delachos and Alessandro Romanelli, meanwhile, are battling away still. It's been quite a long time since the restart now, and so the prototypes, the LMP3s, can't be that far away from a pit stop. They'll probably be hoping to get to a stage where they can make their final pit stop of the day.
And just taking a quick look over here, how many laps are in right now? 19 for Delachos, 21 for Romanelli. Potentially they're going to go up to 29 laps-ish, I think, counting with the yellow flag one. So, yeah, so it could be one more pit stop.
See how far they get, first of all. The gap for the championship lead now in the sport class, by the way, is 22 points. for Team 75 over Geodesic, who did actually gain some positions quite late on because of the pit stops happening. Teams couldn't quite get to the 2-hour mark as they needed to. So it did take a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Kaitananga is into the pit lane, so that allows number 997 to get into the lead, and that sort of the corrected order, if you like. They've now made the same amount of stops as Sim Racing School get down the inside of Olympus for 5th position. That's Marcin Rabashik getting back up into the top 5 again after going off down in towards Ravazza. A pretty good recovery there for 990.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing they were one of the teams that had a really good qualifying into this race, and went through an up and down field of emotions, and finally getting back within the top 5. That is always a good result on their book, especially for a team that sitting last in the standings for teams that actually had partaken into the all 3 rounds. So this is going to certainly be for now their best result in the championship, and could open up the door for a few spots up on like Walk, SimCity Racing, and the Aztec Visceral 996 car.
Yeah, this is Fujita still. Kazuki Fujita in 7th at the moment. Just trying to get ahead of Christian Arp now on the way towards the chicane. They're going to be separated from the Sim Racing School car as they get caught behind Zekerl. As the onboard with Fujita. They get the exit here. It's not quite there for the moment, but I'd imagine he'd be quicker. It's 2 teams that will be fairly well matched, but we're hoping that he's a bit quicker here, down the hill, down the inside, and through into the first part of Ravazza there. So officially now we tick down to 1 hour to go in the 4 hours of Imola, the 4th round of the IVRA Clubsport Series for season 2024-25. The track is even cooling down from here. It's 3 p.m. in the afternoon on the 15th of February. It's not going to get dark. It's just going to stay very gloomy and overcast and foggy by the looks of it. Rain not likely for the moment as far as we're aware.
Mm-hmm. You stole the words right out of my mouth again. I know Ramiro is going to be happy in Argentina for not having that side-by-side for the leading sport.
Wow, that's John Butterford getting it alongside Daniel Alves Lorenzo now in the BS Turner BMW. Geodesic, very close behind. And they're absolutely clear of the rest of the field into the last hour. These guys will be able to make it home on fuel if they stop. Well, again, from a stop I'm talking about, not from now. That's going to be pretty important for them, and their pit stop can't be that far away. But have one eye on the pit lane now. Interesting, though, that even with that proximity to the pit stops, Butterford's still very much wanting to get through here. And look at that! BS Turner being rather aggressive there and keeping a cup car behind.
I was going to say, I don't know if that was aggressiveness or lack of communication, but that was enough to keep the gap stabilized about 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, maybe it was lack of communication, I suppose. You might be right. It certainly looked like aggression to me, but there you go. I didn't really see the benefit of keeping him behind there, to be honest with you, but never mind. Maybe if he was feeling if the cup car went through, then the geodesic one might do as well.
Oh, bad exit.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bobble. And here comes John Butterford. He might have the position on a plate now anyway. That was a mistake through turns 1, 2, and 3. And through goes geodesic in towards Villeneuve. Do they? Yes. John Butterford gets the lead ahead of Daniel Alves Lorenzo, who worked really hard to keep him behind. Even through lap traffic at the end of the last lap, he handed it to him on a plate through the first part of this lap.
I could be wrong, but I think where's Team 75 Bar Harbor Sim RC right now? 4th place. I don't think that's enough for them to actually pass them in the championship. I think the point gap is still big. Of course, I would have to look into the halfway points. You have the halfway points there in hands. I don't. I think it's going to be very close.
It would be enough for Geodesic if they ended as they are right now. Geodesic would actually take the lead by about 5 points, I think, based on my maths. 5 points it would be. So, yeah, that's a very big pass because they've gone from 5 points behind, effectively, on the road to 5 points ahead now.
Okay. That's big. Okay. It's funny how this implies in the championship just one spot and being a premier spot of sorts.
Yeah, the points gaps between positions are quite big up towards the top. Certainly encourages great racing. 8 points it is between 4th and 3rd, so they would retake it again if they were able to get back on the podium, Team 75. But then again, they've got Satellite and Impulse queuing up behind them. It is hard to know who is going to be where at the end of this sport race, to be honest. The one thing that Team 75 have got over the others is they've got 5 laps less on their stint than the likes of Geodesic and 7 less than Glacier Racing. So maybe a shorter pit stop can be used to get themselves up towards the front here.
But would it be enough to get closer as we look into Rusty Spatulas, Jukka-Pekka Ollikainen having a little bit of an issue outside of Aqua Minerale? Would it be enough? So.
To win, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure 5 laps of fuel is going to cover the 6 seconds, is it? But it is going to cover a little bit of that. They might get a bit closer, at least, in the stops. Meanwhile, this is a bit further down in the sport class. That's fiercely forward, trying to hold on from Door Academy. Jonas Banner just in behind Alexander Pellegrino. But don't forget, the number 412 has a pretty hefty penalty of 20 seconds still to serve. Other penalties that have come in meanwhile include for the TCR 154, excuse me. Now, that is Sim Motion, which are now out of the race, unfortunately, for causing a collision behind safety car. Moradness, number 70, has got a penalty for repassing cars it shouldn't have done after responding slowly to the class split. 20 seconds given again to number 412 for Alexander Pellegrino for also being slow to follow the class split and then repassing sport cars. The SimCity Racing 971 before making their spin overlapped with others before the start-finish line, and so got a 20-second time penalty for that, as did Jack Stiles, unfortunately, for RaceSpot Zone, for the 482 team. That is Elby Dropbear, of course. Name escaped me for a moment. That's 20 seconds there as well, so that's 420. I wouldn't like to know how many seconds all that adds up to, what happened under caution there. Goodness me, that's about, what, 2.5 minutes there given to the field as a collective.
Yeah, something like that. Meanwhile, Core is pitting. Second to last pit stop.
Oh, can they do 54 minutes? I'm not sure.
No. So I think leader's done 38.
Sorry, Delatraz and WSR have already been in. Core and Sim Racing are in now. Can any of these prototypes make it home? I mean, Preston and Nomad's 2 cars came in on the last lap of the caution, I think maybe to try and stretch out the stint long enough so that they could make it on one more stop. But I'm not sure these guys are going to be making it. I'm not sure any of these guys are going to be making it on just this one more stop.
No, it's impossible. Right. We had a green flag pit stop about 40 minutes in average for the LMP3, so nobody's going to be able to make it. Unless you are able to have refueling mid-race in track, like the air jets, the fighters would have the refueling mid-air with the... so I think that's unlikely.
Yes, I would suspect so. These pit drivers will be pitting in again, or will they pit under a final caution in this race? Because there does become a point in the race where the pit lane doesn't open again in the safety car procedure. I will just check at what point that is for the moment. It's just within 15 minutes of the start or any restart. I thought there was one towards the end. Maybe that's IMSA.
Yeah.
Anyway, meanwhile, here's some of the penalties. Now, you don't have to serve them on the in the green flag stops, but of course, some of these were awarded for them, Moradness, before than an hour and a half before the end. So, in that situation, if it's awarded before an hour and a half before the end, then you do have to serve them in the race, and that is what's happening to Olsen right now. He's not banking on there being another caution, and he can go to the end of the line. In any case, going to the end of the line might be more damaging than doing this, to be honest.
In fact, Nevertheless, it's rough though. This time loss, as you can see, there's a little bit of a lifting coast from Uthman Alawi's car just to try to get a little bit of a better exit outside of Jacopo Minerale.
Oh, it's going to be a squeeze. Oh, and he backs out. He thought that Christian Arp was going to go for that. And that overtake and that three-wide moment. So thought, I don't really want to be part of that, thank you. In the end, he could have stayed alongside. It was a bit of a game of chicken they were playing between the two of them. Now then, maybe into Ravazza will go for it. No, again, stays behind. So still the battle for 7th continues with Alawi struggling to make his way through. And now pit stop for Team Huizenfeld. The race leaders overall are in, as are the race leaders from the sport class. Now they can make it with 51 minutes. In the sport class, you certainly can.
Yep, you do.
Here comes Alawi. No, not quite this time. Can't get down the inside on this occasion. This SimCity racing car, of course, is recovering from those that spin on the restart, but they do have a 20-second time penalty to serve at this pit stop, which will send them a long way back.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to see if there's anything else going on. There's a few other penalties put up, but have been reviewed. As you can see, I think that's track just coming out.
That's awkward. Orbit drop there. Oh no, Orbit drop there, serving their penalty directly behind Fiercely Forward, who are going to be there for hours, of course. So that's, well, 40 seconds. So Jack Stiles had to come in behind him, then reverse out from behind him. Dear oh dear. It's not ideal. Coming out the pit lane then is the number 66 geodetic car. Still third. Ahead of Delatraz. There comes the number 8 just on the start-finish line. You would have seen it in the background. Oh dear. There's how to merge properly. Taylor Lane gets in behind the Glacier Racing McLaren. That's what should have happened earlier, unfortunately, but it didn't.
Yeah.
It's a big shame for G-Force Racing and everybody else involved. So Huizenfeld came in from the lead, and they're still in the lead here in number 48. At the very front of this race, ahead of Pascal Stix, the Call Sim Racing car. There's Orbit Drop there, now making their pit stop as well, getting down off the jacks. It's a green flag pit stop time here in the race. Haven't seen too many of those this season.
Yeah, and so far we only had 2 yellow flags, which is basically a carbon copy of what we had in 22-23. So it's all very welcome if we keep it that way.
Certainly is. I think we have more at Sebring, to be honest. Certainly have more at Barber.
Let's not talk about Sebring. Please, otherwise I'll get the PTSD from commentating on the Endurance series. You know what I mean.
From Sebring, yes. Okay. Right.
Yeah, from Sebring the Endurance. I think in the first 50 laps we had like
5 cautions, I think, wasn't it?
5 cautions, yeah.
I know at one stage we were averaging 1 caution every 10 laps, but you know, it's one of those remarkable things, wasn't it? And this happens quite a lot. Lots of cautions followed by lots of cautions, and then a green flag run suddenly stems the tide, and suddenly we go from 5 cautions in 50 laps. I think we went over 100 laps, maybe 150 laps to the end with no cautions. It's weird how it works like that.
Yeah, I joke around that whenever I actually left the commentary booth after Connery took over, I think he commentated a few hours before I actually ended, and we were still under those yellow breed yellows. As soon as I leave the broadcast booth, and I don't know if that was you or someone else coming in, no more yellow flags. I don't know if that was even Brad that actually came in, and there were no more yellow flags. I'm like, come on, am I really the guy that is actually triggering all those yellow flags and the superstitions are actually true?
It was Mike Nowes, by the way, but yes, it was.
Mike Nowes, yeah.
They're all Americans, sounds the same. Joke, of course. Joke. Yeah, it was your fault, it seems, at Sebring, to be honest.
True.
It was certainly messy while you were there, that's for sure. Meanwhile, TCR pit stops are happening, actually. So final stops in TCR of the day, by the looks of things, for Impulse Racing, WSR Esports by Bookkicker, and RD Simsport as well into pit lane. So this will be the last stops for them as well. This is Glacier versus Hugh Jass, who we haven't seen much of in the last couple of hours, actually. But they're working on forward. Giovanni Romano He's been title contender with this team in the past in the IVRA Clubsport series. And he's trying to work his way through. Whether Glacier will still be on the podium remains to be seen. And in fact, the answer to that is going to be no. He'll be 6th when all this shakes out. But either way, that's good progress for Hugh Jass now.
Yeah, I think this is one of their best races so far in this championship. If not the best race they had in the championship so far.
They did. They finished on the podium at Sebring. Yeah. And apart from that, yeah, it was a pretty miserable bar at Motorsports Park race, that's for sure, for them. They didn't even get to halfway to score those points, so a big donut in the middle of their race there. There's some more slow-mo action from Variante Alta. Very bouncy, these cars, when you look at them in slow-mo. Just imagine what your road car would do over these equivalent road cars. These are a bit stiffer, of course, for road racing. But
I really don't want to think about it.
Springiness for the curbs around this circuit.
I really don't want to think about that. Imagine I take my Smart 4.2 around one of those curbs. Oh, I would feel the pain.
Yeah, you certainly would be feeling the pain. It's a characteristic of this circuit, really. It's a good job these cars can take the suspension pounding that they get round here. As TCR complete their cycle of pit stops, it seems that the contending drivers were just effectively split over 2 halves there. Split into 2 halves. Out onto the track again comes Valkyrie, making sure they don't break the 5-second rule out of pit lane, which is not driving through too many pit boxes. An incident between the Delicious Automotive and WSR Esports Bookkicker cars in the LMP3 class is under investigation at the moment.
Yeah.
No further action on the first bit, but there's a second bit 3 minutes later. It's being investigated. Again, we'll bring you that when we get the answer to it. Romanelli's already got a 5-second penalty for overtaking outside of track limits through turn 4. I presume that was a lapped car overtake, wasn't a positional overtake. This is the battle for 6th, though, in Sport. Impulse Racing leading this one. Just some of these cars have dropped back a little bit. Glacier Racing looking to return back to the top 3 again after a seemingly slower stop than some of the others. They're looking down the inside, very nearly forced onto the grass on the way in towards turn 1, and look at that, out of the pit lane, coming a lap down, Sport class car. Glacier Racing down the inside through Tamburello. They'll be on the outside for the second bit, and they will get through into 6th.
Yeah, I think that was the WSR Mercedes GT4 that went to the outside, and there's still more battles between the GT4. Hugh Jass trying to look for a room. Couldn't get around at the entry of Yona.
Not quite. That was close, though.
Yep.
Was quite close. Impulse there were very much banking on the fact that Hugh Jass would back out of that because there was an overlap, and they could have enforced it actually in the 439, but decided they didn't want to lose quite so much time to Glacier Racing, and so they let them in. But if they'd have stayed there, that Porsche could have spun right across the nose of the BMW and would have been big trouble. Would have been very big trouble for the Cayman. As we go to 43 minutes to go in this race now. 43 minutes to decide who is going to win from here, and it is difficult to tell who's going to win in any of these categories, really.
True. Yeah, because I think there's so many things still yet to break away in this race. I was seeing the gap between Hoisingveld and Core going down. Impulse and S-Attack can happen some stuff in there as well. Port is still wide open. We're gonna look what happened to Moranis once again. Ooh, taking Delta Sport out.
Delta Sport, Jordan Bachmeier on the outside, and I'm afraid Moranis are having this race really unravel for. That was a rash move, as that was pretty rash as well. That's the Trek car that's lapped down in the LMP3s. Sergio Ignacio now reversing out of the way through Variante Alta, but I'm afraid, yeah, this is going bad to worse for Moranis M Squad. I have a feeling they may have another penalty coming their way, unfortunately.
I was on another broadcast. It's like how many penalties can one car get?
Yeah. In the last few moments, even they've had loads. Last time down on pit lane, they would have served probably 30 seconds at least.
Yeah.
I'm afraid they may well end up with more there. Alessandro Romanelli's got another 5-second penalty, by the way, so that makes 10 for him to serve before the end of the day, although he could let that one tag on to the end of his race if he wants to. We are in that stage of the race now where we are not likely to see all of the penalties actually served on the racetrack. Instead, they will be reversed after the race results. This is in towards turn 1 for Miguel Freitas down the inside. Oh, that's ambitious down the inside and was hit there by WSR Esports. Bookkicker, goodness me. So Freitas tried to go down the inside of somebody. Oh dear.
That's the BS Turner car that actually emerged in front.
Now race leaders, Ruben Bonga at the wheel now. Yeah, that looked pretty desperate really from Freitas. I know why he wanted to get through there on Semper Racing, because obviously they were just coming out the pit lane and it was a great opportunity, but he broke far too late coming down the inside there in the end.
And the anti-cut curves basically did the rest of the job.
Yeah. Well, that puts him down to 5th now. And it puts Wojciech Svedovcik in the lead, in 2nd place, I should say, and promotes Sven Winter into the lead for Scherer Esports. So 6 seconds the advantage at the moment for number 116, who earlier in the day, by the way, won 2 classes in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, so they're having a very good day. And if they can take a class here as well, they'll be very pleased. Starting the day 38 points off of WSR Esports. Booking with the halfway points, they'll now be 50 points behind. They can gain some of those back and maybe start to reduce the margin overall on the day with a race win here, and they're closing in on that at the moment as well, because TCRs have all made their final stops, as is the same in the sport class.
Yeah. And Semper having a little bit of an issue coming out of Aqua Minerale as Hoiseveld goes through in the LMP3.
Overall race leaders. 5 seconds ahead of Core Sim Racing. Are you going to see pop into view? There they are. Just coming through in a moment. Here comes Dory Sports Academy as well, one of the sport class cars coming through. We're going to see 3 wide on the front straight, perhaps, with 3 different classes. Maybe not, actually, they're maybe not quite aligned quite right, but this is a good green flag run. This has been a good flow of traffic throughout this race so far. 3 hours 20 gone. And great racing here in the TCR class. Oh, caution!
Oh, no.
39 minutes to go and caution. We have yet to see all the stops in LMP3. We're yet to see some of the stops in the Cup class. The Impulse Racing car of Pascal Costa and Walk Racing Esports car of David Boschke are still out there, whereas all of the others have made their final stops. It could really screw over those 2 cars.
And I think I know who caused it. The Hydro Ratio Desix 66 are back in the pit lane. I think they towed the car.
And the Ashley Finch-driven GT4 is back in pit lane as well, as is Boschke, who's in right now. He might be out, well, he can't be out of fuel, surely. He's only done 16 laps, but he was in after the caution was thrown, that's for sure. So Finch takes a narrow line in towards Variante Alta, goes straight on into the wall, back out onto the circuit. No. Now rejoins. So that car was just damaged. They're in unrelated to the caution, I think.
Interested to look if that is actually the case.
So it's happened after this, and Chris McGrath couldn't get back to pit lane. That's why the caution was thrown. Ashley Finch was trying to get back with a damaged car and did so eventually, but Chris McGrath couldn't.
And I think that was the contact that was prior to actually Finch spinning on the Variante Alta. You know, that was the initial point of things. So, can we say this is not on us because we said late race, late yellow flag in this race. Not on us, right?
No,
No.
I'm not going to take any responsibility for it.
Nope, same. Even though I'm even though I'm the emperor of yellow flags, I did not take responsibility for this.
We're going to see almost all of the sport class cars coming through here because the safety car will pick up second place in the sport class. And that will mean that effectively the entire field will have to come through for them. The TCRs are pretty much already sorted out though, because that's Sven Winter right in behind, so nobody's been caught between the class, and now the class split will begin to happen. So we watch down pit lane, you get a bit, or watch down the pit straight, you'll get a bit of a view here as to just how it happens. You watch some of the sport class cars coming through on the left-hand side. You may even see some cup cars as well, though I don't know who the leader's picked up here, whether he's lapped all the cup cars. Oh yeah, he has, so it's only going to be GT4s that come past, then the pit lane will be open. And then, Lorenzo, I think we're going to see all of the LMP3s in, unless you think the LMP3s can fuel save through this caution and stay out to the end now.
No, they have to make another pit stop. Now, because the majority of them are already 10 laps in, 9 laps in, you're basically past 1/3 of your stint. You cannot save 1/3 of your stint and have that time back until the end of the race. You cannot put 35 minutes of green flag racing, or whether it's going to be 30 minutes, whatever. You know what I mean? And have enough fuel until the end of the race. That would be a huge gamble. I think it's high risk. It's a high risk, high reward, but I don't think it's one a driver should take.
Oh, WSR Esports Bookkeeper were in most recently, only 2 laps ago. For 12 seconds of fuel. Did they preempt the caution somehow? Did they pit in under the caution? We'll see. Number 70, unfortunately, has got another 20-second penalty for causing a collision with 404. We saw that into Acqua Minerale. It's a pretty miserable race for them, isn't it? But the beauty about this series is that they can go to the back of the line on this restart. They'll restart in 8th place, maybe 10th at worst, if the one-lap down cars get through. And, you know, suddenly they could be in the running for a good result here, despite all that's gone wrong in the last couple of moments.
Which is insane, of
Yeah.
sorts. Daniel Mora was actually a little bit earlier with the rest of the Moran SM squad boys. They were very happy about the result, and I can't wait. It's like I can figure how do they feel with how the rest of the race has panned out for them, you know.
Yeah. I imagine they're not feeling quite as good as they were earlier. I'd a guess. The sport class cars do indeed make their way past now in that category. Ruben Bonga is leading for PS Turner. I do wonder whether there's any benefit in some of these guys coming in for that class, but we'll get to that. The Cup class is currently being led by Pascal Costa for Impulse Racing. It's Vince Peters, who should be in the lead after the stops. Then Carl R. Esports car of Jan Winter. It's unfortunate timing for Impulse Racing. They're the only ones still needing a pit stop here, as far as I can tell. Unless they can make it home from here, I'm not entirely sure. But, you know, there are winners and losers in all pit stop and caution phases. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
I think Impulse Racing may well be one of the losers of the Cup standings after this caution, but we will wait and see in a few moments' time. And there are the TCRs. They should all be able to make it home. As you can see, look at the amount of sport class cars working their way around now past the safety car and back to the back of the train. So at the end of this lap, we should be seeing the pit lane open in a few moments' time, and that will give us another very exciting few moments, I would have thought, and hopefully not a crash at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. All I know it's gonna be a nail biter. I'm trying to guess. I cannot remember if Barber, we had a late yellow flag at Barber.
Yeah,
But I don't think we didn't, right?
we didn't, or we did.
We did, right?
Yeah.
That kind of dictated the race becoming more of a sprint-based race than an endurance-based. So I know basically everybody takes, of course, a 4 hours endurance race with the sprint mindset that every time that you go on, you kind of have to go flat out in sorts, because you never know what tomorrow brings. Like, you can have the yellow flag like we had right now. So, I'm trying to think if anybody has like something up their sleeve whenever the pit is open until the end of the race is done.
It's difficult to know what you can really do in a lot of these classes, to be honest.
Yeah.
Different to the rest. Yeah, not really an appetizing prospect. There's not much different that you can really do in this pit stop phase, to be honest.
I'm trying to think here. If they did 10 laps, this is gonna go under 30 minutes. Most likely we restart. What, 25 minutes remaining, give or take?
Yeah, maybe less.
Maybe less, right? Let's just, all right. Let me just put about 22 minutes. These cars, the good majority of them can do about 26 laps, right? Some of them already did 10 laps. You have. You know what? There is a good stage. That would be a good case for you to not pit in the LMP3s right now.
I don't know. I'd be in here. I don't know if he can make it, to be honest. Considering some of these guys came in 55 minutes to go. I think some of these drivers have pitted in quite recently and might be able to give it a go. Prestana Nomad, for example, pitted in most recently, along with the likes of Huizinga. It's going to be very telling to see if they stay out or not, but let's see. We've got exactly half an hour to go. I think the pit lane will be open this time round, and I personally think we're going to see almost all of the LMP3s in. Are we? Not this time. No. Well, maybe they aren't open yet. Not sure. Oh, there are a couple further down.
Cars pitting.
Yeah, maybe the LMP3s are going to stay out to the end then, in that case. As Impulse Racing come in as expected, they weren't going to make it in the Cup class. Delicious Automotive from third have come in. They'd pitted in longest to go, I suppose, so they might have needed the fuel. Geodesic and Trek have decided to come in from LMP3, and Geodesic are still in, of course, but Trek have decided to come in because they know they're not getting back on the lead lap. They're not getting a wave around, so they are going to pit in anyway. Impulse Racing and SimCity Racing come in from the Cup class. I think SimCity came in because they're going to be last anyway. They might as well. This is what it looks like down at pit lane. It's a lot less crowded, and here is the red light at the end. Delicious is going to be hyper aware of that this time. Not that he wasn't particularly aware of it last time. He did get crashed into.
Yeah.
And now the green light will be on. See how much safer it is for everybody when nobody comes in. Have a look at that. Anyway, Huizinga still lead. Interesting that Delicious decided to come in. Maybe they weren't confident they were going to make it, but this is giving them a lot of work to do. 8th place with less than half an hour to go.
Yeah. You know what I'm getting at when it's like I'm trying to do the mathematics, because you do what, 137 average. If you have 16 laps of fuel, 15 laps of fuel, you have about 20 minutes ish left.
Yeah, a bit more.
A bit more.
23 minutes.
Yeah, give or take. But if it is 26, you have 16 laps, and you're doing 137s and things like that. And we start with 20-something minutes remaining as we look into the conditions of the track, pretty much unchanged. Despite the time of day, of course, it is. The time of day is changing. Track conditions are not. This race is taking such a crazy proportion for me in terms of calculations and fuel stuff and strategy-wise that for me it's all going to come down to when we get the green flag.
May do a little bit. I mean, clearly these drivers are quite confident that they're going to save enough fuel under the caution anyway. So the LMP3s have been put towards the front. The class split basically happening now, and it may well do for another couple of laps before we get back green again. Problem being that the TCRs were right up towards the front when the safety car came out, so they're going to have to be overtaken by nearly everybody before we can go back green again. There's Ruben Bonga. He had a nice healthy lead actually before this this caution, so he's going to be a little bit annoyed that that's all been wiped away now. And it's Team 75 who are challenging in the championship here with Geodesic, who are in second place. Geodesic, for their trouble, by the way, they're third, so that is first and second in the championship, running third and second in the race.
Yeah. It's gonna get interesting for everybody, nevertheless. It's like 26 minutes in county. Now my question is, which class is gonna get the more action? I feel for Ramiro right now, man. If I'm the producer and try to get into different cameras and things like that and try to find himself in the truck, is gonna be crazy. But I don't think there will be a moment for you to sleep on as Impulse is coming into the pits in TCRs.
Wow. Why on earth have they done that? Miguel Freitas has come in from Impulse on the right-hand side. There you can see it.
And he's putting tires.
And he was leading. At the moment, Zenith are doing something. They're adamant they should be at the very back, but I'm not sure that is true. Anyway, I'll leave them to it. Yeah, why has Miguel Freitas decided to do that? Outside of, damage in a crash, I can't see why he would have had to do that.
Same. Because grip-wise, if you put tires, your tires are gonna get, you might have, of course, better wear, but still, in TCRs, I know it's like, it's better if you stay with the car a little bit longer, because you're able to maintain the tire heat and the pressure. So for you to get that early pressure going, it's gonna take a while to develop. So I think on nature you're gonna be a little bit slower until the laps properly come in. So, man, can't wait.
This is why I run the caution.
Yeah.
Chris McGrath ending up in the wall after contact with Ashley Finch there.
Yep.
And they're weaving around outside of the very same corners because we're going back green again. 23 minutes to go. We're going to have quite a restart on our hands here. It's going to be Team Hoysingveld in control of the field. And everybody else behind, weaving around in a frenzy. The Moradin's car hasn't decided to go to the end of the line, so that penalty will be applied post-race by the looks of things, and that's going to hurt them quite badly. I don't think there's going to be many gaps more than 20 seconds in the next 23 minutes, so they'll just have to cope with that. Meanwhile, we'll try and keep an eye on both sides of the screen. We may need to split screen the entire time. We'll see as the race leader gets control of the field. Now the pace car pulls in, and for perhaps the final time in the 4 hours of Imola, we are under a safety car restart. Fabian Siegmann into control of the field here with Pascal Stix right in behind him, waiting to react. He waits and he just lets the field bunch up behind him before leaving it to the last possible moment almost here before going. They need to be careful not to overlap, otherwise they'll get a penalty. There's a big crash at the front of TCRs and the back end of the sport class. They must have thought we were already green flag racing, and they've all smashed into each other down the back there. I saw the Shara esports car going the wrong way. They were right up towards the front as that restarted. Oh goodness me, a big smash down at the back. Zenith Esports were right down towards there as well, of course, because they were towards the back end of the sport class. So were many of the other sport cars. SRN Motorsports were involved as well. We'll have a look back at it in a few moments' time. It's absolutely on here, though, for third place in the overall of this race. Side by side, Moradnes Prestanda over the top of the hill. It's Nathan Olsen trying to get past Taylor Lane right the outside at Piratella. Surely that's not going to work. He's still on the inside. Time for Echo Minerale, and he's going to get it. Moradnes suddenly onto the podium for now.
And also for the lead, Cord trying to chase down Team Hoiseveld. You can see also presented over, trying to look on the outside, going to Variante Alta. Not enough for him to actually kind of force himself through. And we're going to look what happened in the restart. Oh my God.
What was that all about? Oh my goodness me. Oh, nicely recovered from Sven Winter, but what was that all about? This happened further behind. Grid and Go got smashed into there by Talk Freak and David Barraclough, who was losing control. And he ends up in the gravel. What in the world was going on back there? How did that even start? Oh dear. So it's the SRN Motorsports Porsche that I think thought that they were green already. Sven Winter couldn't react, and then he gets hit as well by Semper Racing, who smash in. Somehow WSR miss it all. Grow Racing go round it. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jesus.
So WSR are now, this is on board with Sven. He thinks we're going because the SRN car does as well. But all of a sudden they're all stamping on the brakes and bang! Oh dear. Well, the actual root cause and the car that was at fault there is going to be argued about, I think, between those drivers. But that was a big smash. Yeah. It's left WSR Esports in the lead of the race, ahead of Grove Racing Team, then Impulse Racing, RD Simsport and Veracious Racing Team, who are the survivors of the crash. Semper Racing and Share Esport have had to come to pit lane.
Yeah, unfortunately to see that happen.
Oh, this was in Cup, where Fiercely Forward and Dalton Zavadil got dumped into the gravel.
Sheesh. Meanwhile, battling the lead of Sport, actually kicking off a little bit. SimRC trying to find bases between Corentin Ganez and Ruben Bonga. And for the Team 75 RC, Bernhard by SimRC, they need all the points. Break away.
Yeah, if Geodesic finish on the podium, though, it doesn't matter where Team 75 finish, they will not take the championship lead tonight. So at the moment, John Budford's doing a good enough job to hold on to that championship lead, but he's got Dory Sport behind him, Glacier, Impulse, Hujas and Satellite all in a line there with 19 minutes to go. What big pressure on Ruben Bonga here in the BS Turner BMW.
And also battle in TCR. Where were you? And I was gonna look at the replay what happened between Senders and Pristina Nomad. Oh, and curbs.
He did get on those curbs in a bad way there. He's back up to 7th though, ahead of Teletras, as side by side for the lead. Oh, briefly. Guinness, he knows here, doesn't he? That Corentin Guinness, he knows that Ruben Bonga is obviously going to defend this hard, and he also knows if he can put Greenay a bit wide and let John Butchford get alongside and start to take position from him as well, he will do. So he's being very wary here to balance going for the lead with trying to hold on to second, and that's why you see him not being quite as maybe aggressive as he would be if he didn't have a queue of cars behind him.
Absolutely, and meanwhile we have the battle in the lead of TCR's Impulse, the WSR and Grow Racing Team. The Portuguese team, I think, fighting for the first time here in this top 3, which is insane. How the race transpired in TCR restart, where we would have thought a Scherer might have this race in the bag, but no, they after everything happened, and WSR just being handed off the lead of this race.
Well, it's not secure yet. I mean, top 5 is still very much involved in this TCR leading battle, and the LMP3s will be onto them pretty soon. For now, WSR are back to the lead. This is going to be a fantastic finish in all 4 categories. The only leader that has more than half a second, is Aztec Simsports Visceral in the number 997 car. It's been a remarkable restart from them to have 2 seconds over the rest of the field with 17 minutes to go. Here comes Green on Ruben Bonga, who has to defend in towards Tamburello. He again breaks early. He doesn't want to go around the outside of Bonga at any stage because he knows Butfer will just punish him for it. And again, almost there. Again, almost there through the final part, Tamburello. Now he's almost being pushed into it by the geodesic McLaren and almost forced to defend. Here he's going to go for it now because it gives him the inside for the next bit. He's out of control almost. He has to stop it on the apex. There's contact. Bonifant there was hit by the Dory Sports Academy car, which is being mugged now from 2 angles. Oh, goodness. Oh, there is contact. Ruben Bonga goes around down at Toza after leading for the longest time. The geodesic car gets involved in something, and now they're climbing all over him. John Butford's going backwards after the contact there. Through goes Dory Sports, then Impulse Racing as well. Oh, the championship lead is going wide, and they're losing their lead with all this. Oh, so many positions lost there for John Botford. He's down to 7th, and he's lost his championship lead on the road.
This race is taking so many different dimensions, man. It's hard for us to keep proper track what the heck is happening on the track. You know, the only thing we know is current thing today is leading this entire pack. We're gonna have to look on the replay if Betafur was actually on the inside already, and Ruben Bonga just decided to close him at the entry of Taza. We're gonna look there. There's a bit of a dive.
Oh, that's a difficult one. I think Betafur was there, to be honest. I thought the geodesic car was there. It's a real shame for BS Turner, who worked really well to get back into the lead. And suddenly now they are way down the field, outside of the top 10. And that is a real shame for them. Now, do these guys work together in the battle for second to try and bring Contact Green back? Or do they just battle for second place? They're going to battle for it. Here he comes. Jonas Fanner is going to be on the defensive here from the Impulse Cayman. Just looking down the inside. That's Thomas Marks Burgess looking for a way through. Couldn't do it. This is going to allow Team 75 surely to win this race from here. As we have a look, meanwhile, at what's going on in the Cup class, because Valkyrie have gone off the road. They're top 3 in the championship. They were hit in the rear through the second part of Tamburello. And there's the decisive blow right at the very end. That car is now down in 12th.
And from what it looks like, we know that Impulse really want to get back into that podium spot. Meanwhile, Betafur in the inside of Satellite. So just getting one position up, 14 minutes left into this race. So still a lot can happen. Meanwhile, lead battle overall between Sigmund and Pascal Stix nearly as close as it's ever been. Between 0.2 of a second separates the leader of LMP3 to P2.
Botford needs to be on the podium here tonight if he's going to hold on to the championship lead. Here comes Pascal Stix. They come past the TCRs for the first time. Sigmund not quite having to go defensive in towards Piratella this time. But it is a true, proper battle for the lead overall with just less than a quarter of an hour to go, with all of the sport cars still to pass at least once more in this race. They're going to have to come through on this train at the top of your screen.
First car is the George Freak one.
Pascal Stix with a decent run through Alta, but not a great exit. So Siegmund is going to come through. Somehow the SRN Motorsports Cayman still going after all the TCRs that hit it in the rear earlier. Not sure how they've managed that really, but anyway, that's not a good run for Siegmund. Not a good time to catch the Porsche, and so Pascal Stix is going to have a good chance on the bottom of your screen here to take the lead here in the LMP3 class. Siegmund brings it over. He wants the inside for the first part, does he? Or does he want the outside to give him the inside? The second part, he doesn't have a choice. Stix goes on the inside. There's contact. There's more. They've somehow held on to it. Unbelievable. Siegmund still on the outside. Pascal Stix brakes late. He brakes too late. He's off in the gravel. He gets back on the circuit. He's in the lead. He's surely going to have to give that back up. He gained a place going off the circuit, and he does give it back up. Siegmund weeds over, and it's to say, what the hell are you doing? And he gets the lead back again, Fabian Siegmund. Unbelievable. Now look, Geodesic are into this as well. Coming into the fray, Austin Young wants positions as well. Oh, 12 minutes to go, and it's not over for the lead yet. Austin Young looks up the inside of Pascal Stix. He can't do it for now. Siegmund's got his lead back again with 12 minutes to go.
And you can see already Austin blinking his headlights to Pascal Stix like, mate, what are you doing? So I know Pascal, I think, just having some issues with the car from what it looks like after going off the track. You can see first contact, second contact, how they keep the car on track. And Pascal overcommitted the car, catching a little bit of air, and once he comes back, still retains a little bit of that draft train. Still a top 3 battle for the win of this race.
And they're about to get into the thick of the sport class now. Get through on Zenith, who, by the way, have picked up a small penalty of their own, although they are many laps down anyway. Siegmund with a better run through the final quarter this time. There's no Cayman in the way. Not that it's really their fault, but you get the point. Here's the train, here's the group, and now the key moment of this race, I think, the decisive moment in this final part of the race. Do these two get split apart at any stage, allowing Siegmund to get away? Does Siegmund lose the lead because of a pass he makes? Down the inside into Tamburello, he has made that work, and now he's got a bit of a margin. Can he retain that? Can he retain that over the next few moments? Oh, off, just to be front. The Tory Sports Academy car's been in the wall there on the exit of Tamburello, and Geodesic are going to come through here. Austin Young takes advantage of the traffic to take second place away from Pascal Stix, but he's off in the gravel. He's off in the gravel and he loses it again. Pascal Stix back to second.
And now Moran and SM squad actually becomes a factor into this battle because it actually gets closer to Austin Young. So basically top 4 battling against each other. We'll look what happened, royalty against the Moran and Sim squad. Oh, he gets loosened. The Moran and Sim squad just makes contact as collateral, but keeps it on the track. And we're going to look what happened to Gaetan Unger again on Tamburello.
Oh dear, oh dear. Valkyrie car is still down in last in the group with Sim Racing. So that was contact with Impulse. My goodness, that's a big crash for Jonas Banner. And he's carried on, by the way. Unfortunately, SRN Motorsports didn't carry on, but no caution. We stay green as we look at Austin Young versus Nathan Olsen. For third place, Olsen will surely lose it after the race because of his penalties, but nevertheless, he is giving him a hard time at the moment. 2 seconds now between first and second. The traffic has worked well for Siegmund. He's worked it well, and with less than 10 minutes to go, he is now in the real hot seat to go on and win this race.
Yeah, absolutely, but so far, this is still undecided. 9 minutes is still a lifetime as Olsen's going to go on the inside of Austin Young. He's going to be aggressive on the braking over here. Ewan is going to take third place, but the question is, like you said before, I don't think he's going to be able to hold that third place when this race is all said and done because of the penalties. Oh, no.
Is that live? Is that Vanner earlier? Yeah, that's Vanner earlier. He's gone back to pit lane. No caution. No caution at this stage. So Dory Sports Academy and SRN Motorsports able to get back to pit lane without causing a late caution in this race. So much going on at the moment. 40 seconds penalty given to Verasius for not avoiding an incident when they should have. Oh my word! This is back in that big sport group as Graham Sanders was trying to come through. He's had to come to pit lane. 4 sport class cars involved in this.
Oh my goodness. You know that old saying, when it rains, it pours?
Well, it's raining incidents.
It's raining incidents. Like I said before, I don't want to be race control man in this race.
No. That was also 40 seconds to the Scherer Esports 116. That may actually lose them a place, even though they're a couple of laps down. They're within 40 seconds of Semper Racing for failing to recognise the checkup at the restart and going too fast for the circumstances, causing heavy contact. That is how they are going to lose a place by the looks of things. Only lead battle remaining then is in TCR between WSR Esports, Bookkeeper Grow Racing Team and Impulse Racing. Ross McFarlane, Marcelo Eusebio and Miguel Freitas. Although I'm not sure we've seen any. Have we seen Freitas' incident from earlier investigated with Semper Racing, or maybe we have?
Question.
Not sure. Anyway, I think maybe it just wasn't protested. I can't find it. Maybe I just can't find it. Anyway, this is the battle for the lead. 1, 2, and 3. And it's the only battle for the lead, would you believe it? Now with 7 minutes to go, but it's not over by any means. WSR going to try and hang on for this win.
Yeah, and this win would basically work wonders for them, given the fact of how this race kind of transpired of sorts. You know, for one moment we would have thought maybe someone else could have won this race, but they managed to get back and now leading once again. We're looking to the instant Graham Sanders. Oh my lord! Oh my goodness!
Who did he? So he hit the Mercedes there. I'm not sure how that started really, but Satellite have ended up off the road. All sorts ended up going off there. In the sport class, there's no real big group like there was before. Geodesic, though, are back to 4th. So if they can make one more place in the sport class, they will be back in the championship lead at the end of tonight, would you believe it? Barring any stewards' reviews, of course. And by the way, there are 12 currently under review.
Yeah. Unfortunate to see that. Meanwhile, the set of rusty spatulas just getting in the way of Grow Racing Team. I think created a little bit of separation, and he cannot get back up to speed. He's struggling a little bit to do the overlap, and that is actually going to allow the Portuguese to come back once again and get the battle for the lead restarted.
Here it is. This is battle for the championship lead, effectively. Although Glacier Racing are not involved in it. It's whether Geodesic can hang on from Team 75. At the moment, the gap would be, what, 7 points? Oh no, a bit more than that. But anyway, if they were to be able to get through, then the gap would be just 3 points between Geodesic and Team 75 in favour of Geodesic. If they stay as they are, they will be 5 points behind. So that is the situation. It's not going to be very much by the end of the day, but it could be the difference between a lead or not. And it's a good recovery from Butchford, to be fair, because after the incident with Bonga down at this corner and the subsequent loss of positions up at Piratella, he's done a good job to even fight back for a podium here.
Yeah. Everything that has transpired in this race, I think someone would have counted them out already. So it's good to see the American driver already with that McLaren 570S driving really strong and getting really good pressure on Glacier Racing. But then again, I wouldn't complain to see Glacier in the podium one more time.
Be great to see them up there, but it's going to be a big battle for them to stay there. Less than 5 minutes to go. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? This is Carlot trying to hang on to a podium, is it? No, 4th place, excuse me. They were on the podium earlier. They've been overtaken by... who have they been overtaken by? Racing Lab Esports. That's a great race from them, actually. Racing Lab are going to leave here as championship leaders as things stand as well because of that and because of Valkyrie's woes in the last few moments. And Impulse's late stop, of course, they had to make in the last caution. Pascal Costa, though, presumably, well, maybe not on new tyres. Let's see, his pit stop wasn't very long, but he's right on the back of these guys, hoping at least for a top 5, maybe a little bit more here as they come through on the last bits of the sport class. And now maybe clear traffic for the day, although we are getting to the stage again already where the traffic is kind of all over the place. Can Impulse get any of these places and any of these points late on?
I think there's still an open door for them to get a few points in this race. They can get around Tech Visceral. The thing is how aggressive they really want to get out of the gate and try to do those overtakes, because the problem is if you just make, I think at this point, if you sneeze and make a mistake or you sneeze the wrong way, you just open the door for other people to come in and take the spot away from you. You just walk in and fiercely four out right behind. So it's that mind game right now that you got to play, and you got to make decisions in a heartbeat.
Oh, that's a big look down the inside there from Grow Racing Team on the Impulse, or Walk Racing Esports, excuse me, David Boschke. Oh, and there's contact. Costa's off into the gravel. Boschke gets through, and here comes Zavadil. Even after his spin through Villeneuve, he's back into the fray, and that's down to 7th for the Impulse Racing car. That is not good news at all, considering they were 11th at halfway, 7th at the end of the race is a very little amount of points for that team who are going for a championship.
Yeah, which is a little bit insane how this kind of transpired. Meanwhile, lead gap was 3 seconds, now down to 1.7 seconds in just a matter of corners. I wonder where that happened, where in terms of, okay. I know here, but in which corner that oh, okay, there. He's on the small car right now.
Oh, there's been a contact. Visceral go a bit wide. He's going to help Course Sim Racing, actually, bizarrely, but yeah, 1.5 seconds, 2 minutes to go. They will have passed the entire cup field pretty much here. Sticks needs to get down the inside here, though, and he does. Later on the brakes, there goes Boska. He punishes the error from Visceral, and he takes 5th. David Boska takes 5th place away from Olaf Suvcik in the Visceral car. And now he's up into the top 5. Then follows the Visceral car. Then it's fiercely forward. Then it's Impulse as the LMP3s come through for the final time. They cross the line. It will be 2 laps still to go here.
Yeah, so there's 2 more laps for Pascal Sticky to do something and try to get closer to Team Hoisingveld and maybe contend for a win over here, which would be kind of interesting for them to go on. In the meanwhile, we have this cup battle, and I'm not going to complain about it.
No. It looks like Team Hoisingveld are going to be all right, but they've got this last bit of traffic to negotiate. The last few cup cars, and maybe the back end of the TCRs and sport cars again, but they won't have to go through them all. Sorry, go ahead.
TCR lead was basically side by side between the.
Oh, it is.
You're
right. WSR Esports Bookkicker versus Impulse Racing in the front of the TCRs, as well as this for 3rd in sport. It is all going on out there at the moment. We'll cut to the TCRs in a moment. Here we are. Impulse versus WSR. Freitas has been flying through this field, and he's having a look down the inside. He very nearly made it, but not quite on this occasion. Don't forget that he came in under the caution, I'm pretty sure. And he's raced his way through the field. Maybe some new front tyres on that car. And he's suddenly battling for the win here. Now, the time's ticking down. The race leaders are making their way over the line right about now to start the final lap of the race. So these guys are only a couple of corners away from starting their last lap as well. Final lap.
This 4 hours have gone by insanely.
1.1 second. Oh, there's Sticks though getting caught up in a bit more traffic. Hoisingveld a little bit further in front. This is going to be a great win if they can hang on. They're way down in the standings. They haven't scored a single point since they won the race at Road America. They crashed out at Barber, DNS at Sebring. This would be a famous win for them, but they've got to hang on. Less than a second here, less than a second at the front of TCR as well. 2 great battles to end this race.
And nearly Aubrey drop there, I think became a factor right there at the entry of Dodds. Unfortunately for him, he's going to get cut off by altitude at the exit of the corner.
This is half a second. This is coming down here. Pascal Sticks is getting right onto the back of him here. And just as we saw in Sebring, as Course Sim Racing just about hung on, this time they're the aggressors in towards the final corners. It came down to Sunset Bend in the last race of 2024. Now it's going to come down to Ravazza at Imola here in 2025. Can Pascal Sticks launch this one from far back? He's not going to. Siegman nails his braking point into these final couple of corners. Out of the final turn, Sticks hasn't got the run. And up towards the line, Team Hoisingveld are going to win for the 2nd time this season and score their first points since that day in Road America. It's Team Hoisingveld who win the 4 hours of Imola, just about in front of Pascal Sticks and Course Sim Racing, who retain the championship lead, just 3 tenths off the race win. In Cup competition, Aztec Supersport Visceral are going to win with Vince Peters. And in TCR, it looks like WSR are going to hang on just about. But Impulse Racing are going to push them all the way to the line. They're right towards the final corners here. Here comes Miguel Freitas. He came in under the caution. He's taken advantage of that late pit stop. Is he going to make a last lap lunge here into Ravazza? Doesn't quite look like it. He's going to need a very good run out the final corner if he's going to make it on the way towards the line, and he hasn't quite got it. WSR Esports Bookkicker, the championship leaders, are going to win the 2nd round in a row. After victory in Sebring, they're going to hang on here at Imola by just 2 tenths of a second.
What a race, man. What a crazy sprint dash we had in this race, man. Whew.
And it will be Team 75 who win in the sport class by the looks of things. I don't think most of them are still racing, actually. It's just the leaders in that class. In fact, maybe the third place battle is still going on. Geodesic look like they are going to lose their championship lead because they can't get past Glacier as things stand. They can't quite get past Glacier Racing as they make their way up towards the line. We'll tell you when they have crossed, and there they go. Contaguine wins for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in the sport class. Ahead of Impulse Racing, then Glacier Racing do hang on ahead of Geodesic by just a tenth of a second. So Team 75 take the championship lead out of Imola as well, with still 2 rounds to go. What a fantastic race that was here at Imola. It is Team Huizinfeld who hang on by just 3/10 of a second ahead of Core Sim Racing, with Moradness also finishing on the podium. However, post-race penalties applied may well distort that. The Geodesic car finishes 4th on the road ahead of Prestana Nomad, who were 5th and 6th. Delta's Automotive, the last car on the lead lap, ahead of Trek, who persevered quite well to finish 8th. Geodesic number 62 finished 9th ahead of Alessandro Romanelli for WSR in 10th. And then those who had real trouble late on today, Geodesic and Solpec, finishing quite a few laps down, although everyone will be classified. In the Cup class, Vince Peters hangs on for Aztec Sintersports Visceral by 2.2 seconds. There's Delta Sport and Racing Lab who finished with them on the podium. Walk Racing Esports got ahead of Fiercely Forward, Impulse and Aztec Sintersports Visceral at the end there to finish in 4th place. And Olympus Esports, Carlisle Esports and SimCity Racing round out the top 10. In 11th place, it was Sim Racing School, with Valkyrie XP finishing 12th. The entire field covered by 42 seconds after 4 hours. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC win in sport ahead of Impulse Racing, who held on from Glacier Racing and Geodesic Racing, and Hudas and Delsport. It was a very big group indeed for second place at the end. Fiercely Forward and PS Turner were the last cars to finish on the lead lap, with Zachary Esports and House Studio Sports getting themselves a top 10. In 11th place, it was Orbit Drop Bear for Jack Stiles, even after that late penalty. Talk Freak Racing, even after the late spin, finished 12th, and Satellite Racing and Rusty Spactors were all involved in that late incident with Graham Sanders, as you will have seen at the final corner. SRN Motorsports and Zenith Esports both finished 5 laps down ahead of Joy Academy, who crashed out of Tamburello towards the end there. Grid and Go Esports crashed on the restart as well. WSR Esports brought out the final caution, or were part of the incident that did. Orion Race Team brought out the second caution of the race. Or was it the first? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. In the TCR class, it was a great finish between WSR Esports, Buckgiger and Impulse Racing, but it is the former that hang on ahead of Grow Racing Team and RD Sinsport, who finished on the lead lap. Brasius Racing Team and G-Force Racing finished just 1 lap down. Geodesic and Scherer and Semper all finishing 3 laps down, with SimMotion 35 laps down in the end. Well, let's have a chat to some of those race winners, shall we, at the end of the day, starting with Vince Peters, who took the victory in the Cup competition here for Visceral this afternoon. Well, congratulations, Vince, on the win. It was a chaotic restart in a lot of the classes, but actually you helped keep the lead calmest, probably, of all the classes in the Cup competition. Just tell us about how you were able to do that and how the restart went for you.
Yeah, I think we had a pretty much perfect strategy, and the tires were good when the restart happened. Pace was good, wasn't really stressed about it, and we could drive away, so perfect for us.
Does this put Visceral in a bit more of a better position championship-wise now? I've got to admit to be a bit surprised with how you guys have started the season. Maybe you guys have been disappointed by the way that you've started as well, but it's a victory, decent halfway points for you as well, and surely this puts you right in that mix now.
Yeah, this was a race we were hoping for. We got full points, I think, this race. The last few races we made silly mistakes with the penalties, and it just didn't go our way, but we made some changes in communication, and I think that works now. So we hope we can do this over later on in the season.
You did indeed get 134 points, by the way. You're correct. Well, congratulations on that, the full complement of halfway points and full-time points as well. Thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time at Jerez.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Vince Peters there from the Aztec Simsports official team, coming to have a chat with us after the race in the Cup competition. At the moment, it doesn't look like anybody else is going to come and have a chat with us. So, as I say, I'll just remind you about the next round, which is in exactly 4 weeks today, the 4 hours of Jerez on the 15th of March. She'll be live here on RaceSpotTV, as always. And so I very much hope that you will join us for that. Well, I've been telling you about that. Fabian Siegmann and Simon Graf have been getting themselves into the waiting room as well. So we will bring them in a few moments' time too. So let's indeed do that. Fabian Siegmann, first of all, congratulations on holding on to the win for Team Huizenveld. I mean, tell us about that restart first of all, and then that battle with Pascal Stix, which it was great to watch. How was it to be involved in?
It was. I mean, the battle in general was great, but the moment we had there on the start-finish line was not particularly great. I think we both got damaged, I on the back end and him on the front end. And I also got very close to losing the car and crashing. But yeah, lucky that we both survived. And we were quite surprised that they managed to make it to the finish, because we thought they were short on fuel. But somehow he managed to sneak it over the line, so really props to them.
We were surprised, I've got to say, that none of you came in under that last caution to get any extra fuel. How close was it?
For us, I mean, if the caution wouldn't have come, then I think everyone would have pitted again. For us, it was roughly 10 liters that we were short, but then at the caution, like, we were able to save 15 liters or something. So then it was just enough to make it.
Well, congratulations on that. And Simon, of course, your team also come to join us. Welcome in. I mean, you did the earlier part of the race. How was it to watch that and monitor that late on in the finish of this race?
Yeah, the heart rate was pretty high on the end, but I was quite comfortable that Fabian is gonna make it. So yeah, happy.
Yeah, and just quickly, how is this to? How does it feel to win here after not having scored any points since Road America, the first round of the season? How does it feel to have taken the win here?
Yeah, it's a good recovery. Was a good race, and yeah, unlucky that we haven't driven the last few races, but yeah, we know we are strong and have a good place.
Well, it's good to have you both back. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us, and congratulations on the race win.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much, Fabian Siegmann and Simon Graf there from the Team Huizenveld winning LMP3 team. Let's go down to sport class now, as Corentin Guinet has joined us from the Team 75 team. Congratulations, Corentin, on the win. I mean, it was a great battle for the win in sport. I mean, it was a great battle in all the classes, to be honest, but especially in sport towards the end there. You got clear by quite a few seconds eventually, but how was it trying to find your way past Ruben with not much time remaining?
Was a bit difficult at first because I didn't want to really compromise myself with the McLaren being close behind. So yeah, I wanted to play it smart and try to avoid as much as I could to fight too much into the corners. Because if I end up in the wrong position, then the McLaren has a run on me. So yeah, just try to wait on the straight. The first time they didn't work out. I think I've been a bit optimistic by going on the inside on the grass, but then the lap after I just tried to go for it when I saw the opportunity before the second chicane. So yeah, was a difficult race for us overall, but yeah, happy that it ended up like this for us.
You've got the championship lead now as well. Geodesic finishing down in fourth means that it's still going to be very close. How do you feel about the final two rounds with that advantage?
Yeah, you never have an advantage big enough, I would say, especially a race like today. We have to make another comeback because we had an issue in the second seat, I believe. So yeah, we dropped like P-last with 2 minutes 40 second damage. Then we managed to come back, play smart with the strategy, pitting to get the repairs, then pitting again to get tires and fuel. So we've got clear halfway during the race, I believe. And then yeah, you have to play smart, you have to be consistent. I think Geodesic is quite impressive about them, is that they always manage to stay up front every race, get the halfway points. So yeah, it's never easy. This is something we are struggling, the halfway points. So yeah, I think we know we have the pace, but at the same time we have to make sure we are a bit better about staying out of trouble and finally try to get those points halfway, because I think this is it doesn't look big points, but at the end of the day, if you are missing the 10 points you don't get in the halfway, you will regret it. So yeah, overall I think we're good, but yeah, we need to improve a bit on the halfway points to reach the championship at the end.
Yeah, they've scored nearly 30 more in this season, which exactly goes to your point there. They've scored nearly 30 more so far this season. So either way, you've taken the race win at the end. That's what matters. Congratulations on that, and thanks for coming to chat to us as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Conte Guino there in the Team 75 car. Now let's go to TCR finally, and Ross McFarlane, who can now join us as well. Another great battle for the win here as well in the late race restart, as we had in all for all the classes, Ross, but you were able to hang on here in TCR. What was that late battle like with Miguel Freitas coming through late on?
That was a tricky one. I was sitting behind the wheel wondering, obviously my pace had been pretty strong throughout the stint previous to that, and well, why is this guy so fast? I didn't know I had front end damage, but I think I got making contact with him earlier in the race. So yeah, it was quite the fight, quite the scrap. Glad to finish ahead though.
Yeah, second race win in a row now, and with G-Force Racing a lap down from quite early on, you've got a relatively big championship lead now. How are you feeling about Jerez and Portimao, and how you might go about holding on to that championship lead in the final 2 rounds?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to work quite hard to defend our lead. Obviously, we'll see what the post-race results say as well. There was a lot of nonsense at the end, which I've yet to really absorb. It looked like quite a mess, so I think we probably retain the lead either way. And yeah, Jerez is a great track. Love that track. So yeah, I think the Honda will be pretty good there.
Yeah, there are currently 15 investigations going on into the final 15 minutes, so we'll see on that. Yeah. You're right. Congratulations on the win for now, though, Ross, and congratulations on that. We'll see you in 4 weeks' time for the next round.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Ross McFarlane there, the winner from TCR for WSR Esports Booking. Well, what a race that was, Lorenzo. We're in for quite a show in 4 weeks' time at the Jerez circuit. 15th of March. We'll be live start to finish on RaceSpotTV, of course, and I'd be certainly making sure I'm tuning in. I'm very much looking forward to that in 4 weeks' time. It's going to be a great race again.
Absolutely. The Spanish circuit is going to reserve a lot of stuff for us. I can't wait to see. It's the first time we're going to Jerez in the IVRA Clubsport series, so I'm looking forward to see how the drivers are going to prepare in there. And with 2 rounds to go, and the championship battles are still open for everybody.
Certainly is. And it's been made more interesting by tonight's race here at IMOLA. Big thanks to everyone who's watched along at home to this fantastic IVRA Clubsport Series round. This has been round number 4. 4 weeks' time, we'll be back in Jerez, so make sure you join us for that. In the meantime, the next round of the Endurance Series will be ongoing, so very much hope you can join us for that. That'll be on the 1st of March in exactly 2 weeks' time, the 1,000 miles of Silverstone. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside Lorenzo Bonda, who's been here for the entirety of the race. Brad Dalton was with you for the early part of the day, and behind the cameras all day was Romero Augustin Cisneros, and a big thanks to him for tapping his keyboard like an octopus and catching all the incidents over the course of the day. We'll see you in 4 weeks' time in the Clubsport Series, or 2 in the Endurance if you prefer, from all of us here at IVRA and indeed at RaceSpotTV at the end of this broadcast. It's goodbye for now, and we'll see you in Jerez. Yeah.